Thanks to our witnesses who are online there. We appreciate you being with us today. Hansard ready? Great, thank you. I will declare open this hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications References Committee into Internet Search Engine Services Online Safety Code. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. These public proceedings being video live streamed and in person. And they're being live streamed via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have the right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of a Commonwealth or state should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to the officer to superior ministers or superior officers or to the minister. This resolution does not preclude asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground on which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim for public interest immunity should be raised. We do have a copy of that order available, but let's hope we don't need it. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference, please keep your buttons on mute unless you have been called to speak. I will now welcome representatives from Google, YouTube and Microsoft to understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I need each of you to state your full names and the capacities in which you're appearing today. And we'll start with representatives from Google, and then we'll go YouTube and then Microsoft. So, Ms Lovett.
Thanks, Senator. Stephanie Lovett, Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy for Google Australia.
Thank you. Ms Charlotte.
Good morning, Senator. Catherine Charlotte, Director for Privacy, Safety and Security in the Government Affairs and Public Policy.
Thank you. And YouTube, Ms Lloyd or Lord.
Lord, thank you. Thanks, Senator. Rachel Lord. I'm the Senior Manager, Government Affairs and Public Policy for YouTube Australia.
Thank you. Ms Thomas from Microsoft.
Thanks, Senator. I'm Elizabeth Thomas. I'm the Senior Director of Public Policy for Digital Safety at Microsoft.
And your colleague.
Michael Golbieski, Principal Product Manager of Bing.
Thank you. I suspect you've all got an opening statement, a short opening statement, and then we can go to some questions. We'll go to Google first.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Chair and esteemed members of the committee. My colleagues and I are grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. Google has been operating in Australia for 23 years and proudly partners with government, business and the community. In 2024, Google supported $53 billion in Australian economic activity. YouTube's creative ecosystem contributed over $970 million to Australia's GDP and more than 16,000 full-time jobs in 2024. We are supporting the nation's digital transformation through our $1 billion Digital Futures initiative and through our secure digital infrastructure investments in Australia and across the Pacific. Australia is one of the best places to raise a family. There are great services, strong communities, and every opportunity for children to learn and grow. But we recognise Australian children and parents face challenges with today's technologies. At Google and YouTube, we take seriously our responsibility to keep our younger users safe. We are committed to working with governments and regulators to find the right solutions. The government's plan to ban social media use for under 16s may be well-intentioned, but in practice risks unintended consequences. The legislation will not only be extremely difficult to enforce, it also does not fulfil its promise of making kids safer online. YouTube has invested heavily in designing age-appropriate products and industry-leading content controls and tools that allow parents to make choices for their families. Forcing kids to use YouTube without an account removes the very parental controls and safety filters built to protect them. Across sport, music, creative learning and classrooms, YouTube is used by millions of Australian children to develop skills that support their education, their growth and their well-being. The proposed approach risks inadvertently impacting safer access to these services and information important for kids' learning and development. This law fundamentally misunderstands what YouTube is. It is a video streaming platform that Australians use as a content library and a learning resource. It is not social media. Well-crafted legislation can be an effective tool to build on industry efforts to keep children and teens safer online. But the solution to keeping kids safer online is not stopping them from being online. It's about making sure platforms have relevant guardrails in place and empowering parents with the tools and confidence they need to guide their children's online experiences. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear today, and we look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you, Ms Lord. And over to Microsoft.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, and for inviting us to appear today and to contribute to this inquiry. Microsoft is deeply committed to creating safe online experiences for our users, particularly children. We also have a responsibility to respect our users' fundamental rights, including privacy, freedom of expression, and access to information. To do that, we work collaboratively and transparently with the eSafety Commissioner, other regulators, policymakers, and civil society to advance safety, privacy, and access to information within Australia's regulatory framework. Across Microsoft services, we aim to achieve this balance by tailoring our safety interventions depending on the nature of the service and the nature of the potential harm. For search engines, this means thinking about the service as a gateway to the internet. Search engines are one of the primary ways that people find information among trillions of ever-changing web pages online. That means that Bing's primary objective is to discover, understand, and organise the web's content to offer the most relevant and high-quality search results available in response to user queries. This distinguishes search engines from other online services. Bing does not host content, and engagement is user-driven. Search is a tool for discovery which supports access to knowledge, education, health resources, and civic participation, among other things. As a result, we are thoroughly and carefully exploring the best way to implement our obligations under the new search code and to protect young people, notwithstanding that Bing represents a small share of the Australian search market. Microsoft has a long-standing commitment to child online safety. Empowering children to engage safely online is critical to enable them to make the most of the digital environment, including through access to educational resources, connecting with others, and developing important digital literacy and citizenship skills. We have comprehensive policies intended to protect our users, including children and young people, from harmful online content, and we take a range of other steps to calibrate privacy and safety protections to our services, including minimising data collection for child accounts, offering Safe Search in Bing, enabling parents and families to set guardrails through Microsoft's family safety tools, offering age-appropriate experiences and services likely to be accessed by children, and developing safety advice and guidance for young people and their parents. We welcome the opportunity to engage with this inquiry because these new regulations will shape the daily experiences of millions of Australians. Parliamentary oversight will play an important role in ensuring the implications of these measures are transparently explored. Thank you, and we look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you. And so just to check, Ms Lord, you've obviously given a statement for Google which covers YouTube as well, yes? There's not a separate...
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, great. I'm going to go first to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I just ask, there was a reference in the evidence given by Google around content control and tools that are available to prevent online harm to younger Australians particularly. By way of brief outline, are you able to give me a quick summary of what those content control tools are?
Of course, Senator, I'd be happy to, and thank you for the question. I just want to state at the outset that obviously we share the government's objective here of creating safer online spaces for kids, and we recognise that we have a responsibility to do just that. So we've long invested in building high-quality, age-appropriate experiences that respect children's rights and provide parental choice and controls. As we flagged in our opening statement, we are concerned that the social media minimum age legislation does not actually deliver on safer online experiences for kids. And there's two reasons for that. The first is that forcing kids into a logged out state, so denying them the ability to hold an account on our service, actually denies them of additional age-appropriate protections that we put in place when we know the age of a user. And a number of those safeguards or interventions go directly to some of the concerns that this legislation is intended to address. So, for instance, we have safeguards built around our recommendation system, and we've worked with third-party experts to develop categories of content that might be harmful for this cohort of users if it's seen in repetition. And that includes things like body comparison content or content that idealises different weights or fitness levels. We also have autoplay turned off by default. We have take a break and bedtime reminders on by default. And we don't allow personalised advertising for under 18 account holders. The other point that I think is important to note is that the banning of accounts would ban the ability of parents to make decisions for their families and support their child's engagement. So we believe that parents should have the right to determine what is right for their child, and we have built tools and settings to allow that, including parental supervised accounts, and our understanding is that that would not be available under the SMA legislation, and that takes away abilities of parents to control the types of content kids see and put in place additional protections that they think might be appropriate for their child.
Let me, I'll ask this next question to you, but open it up to anyone on the panel who wants to answer it. There was a reference to a desire for well-crafted legislation in this space. Taking into account what the companies are doing themselves, what does well-crafted legislation in your view look like, and what are the measures that can be implemented by government that would improve the online safety environment for young Australians?
Senator, I'm happy to jump in there on behalf of Google and YouTube. So we've been very proactive in this space, and about 2 years ago we actually shared our legislative framework for what we think good regulation should look like when it comes to keeping kids safer online, and I'd be more than happy to share that with the committee so that you can review it at your own speed. As I've said, we do think there is a role for well-crafted legislation, and the thing I think it's important to note in the local context is that we are concerned that the current regulatory framework in Australia has evolved into a complex and duplicative legislative scheme that does not necessarily deliver safer outcomes for all Australians. So as those different components of the Online Safety Act have evolved, it's become increasingly complex, I think it's fair to say. And we are aware, obviously, that the government brought forward the independent review of the Online Safety Act. We would urge them to progress that work as a priority, and we would, of course, are there as a constructive partner in those conversations.
Thank you. Does the representative of Microsoft wish to add to that?
Yeah, I think I'd just start by saying, at Microsoft, we've certainly very much been in support in a number of jurisdictions for online safety legislation, including to protect children, because this is an area of common interest. The key theme for us is obviously to make sure that legislation is really crafted, going back to some of the points we've raised around proportionality and recognising the nature of the service. What we want to see is the development of proportionate legislation that really thinks through the harms in question, the services that are in scope, and then really tailors the obligations to those. We've appreciated that Australia is still in the process of implementing many elements of the Online Safety Act, with these codes just in the development process now. But we did welcome the opportunity to contribute to the independent review of the Online Safety Act, where I think we saw that there is perhaps an opportunity to really streamline and simplify some of the elements of the Australia's safety regime to really help drive that clarity for different kinds of services on the different kinds of measures that are really going to get to the place we want to around age-appropriate and safe online experiences for users.
And my final question relates to measuring harm and harm prevention. At least one of the concerns that I have around legislation is, how do we measure the existing state of harm that's sought to be prevented and then the efficacy of measures at preventing that harm? Are either of the representatives from Google or Microsoft able to speak to what you currently do to measure online harm and the methods by which you evaluate your own controls or frameworks by which you're trying to prevent that harm?
Senator, I'll jump in first again, then, to fill that silence. I think what I would suggest is that we're obviously very transparent as a company in how we conduct our business. So you will see that we have, we can share the link with you. We have a transparency portal. We report regularly across a range of our different products. For YouTube, we report quarterly on our community guidelines enforcement, and that includes everything from the number of videos we've removed, the number of channels we've terminated, the reason, and also the number of views that videos have had before they were removed. The key metric that I think you might be getting at here, and we also include this and update it quarterly in that community guidelines transparency report, is our violative view rate. And so what that measures is our progress on removing violative videos as quickly as possible. And what we actually track is the percentage of views on YouTube generated by violative content. And I can share with you today, obviously, but I'll also make sure we send you through the link so you can see this, and there's a little bit more information on that transparency report, that in the second quarter of 25, 0.14 to 0.15 percentage. Our VVR was 0.14 to 0.15. So what that means is that for every 10,000 views on YouTube, of content on YouTube, 14 to 15 came from violative content.
Thank you. And if I might take up both the invitation to receive that information and the legislative framework referred to earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Goodell.
Thank you, Chair. May I first start by saying thank you for your attendance today. It is noticeable by who is not here as well as who is here, hearing that others are in the building. Possibly in the building, media reports are saying others are meeting with ministers today but not choosing to come to this forum. So I'm going to start on that straight away. Let's talk about lobbying and TikTok and regulations and these sorts of things. We have former Deputy Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister, Sabrina Husic, is TikTok's lobbyist, and we have notes of a meeting with Minister Wells' office. I note in the second reading speech of the not age verification, the under 16 media ban, that YouTube was explicitly removed from it in the Minister's speech. I believe, and I'd like you, Google or YouTube to confirm that you received in writing prior to the election that was Labor's policy going forward, and threats of constitutional change or constitutional legal challenge, should there be exemptions that TikTok were not happy with, and yet they don't have the decency to come here and face the committee to put these things to us.
Well, Chair, I just have a small point of order. If you can't ask these witnesses to respond to TikTok's absence.
I can ask, was there a letter, did the minister write to YouTube prior to the election saying that a re-elected government would carry through with what was given in the second reading speech?
Obviously, our witnesses can only answer what they know, and if there's a direct question in relation to YouTube, they must answer it.
Thank you, Senator. I am happy to take that question. So the government had made a clear public commitment to exclude YouTube from the social media minimum age legislation. That was a commitment that was made to us, but also to this Parliament, arguably, given it was included in the Minister's second reading speech as the bill was being first introduced, but also to the Australian public. I can confirm that we did receive a letter from the then Communications Minister in December of last year, not only confirming that commitment, but confirming that a re-elected Labor government would honour it. That letter has since been released under FOI, so we're able to share that. In terms of the other component of your question, obviously, as the other senators pointed out, we weren't party to conversations between the government and third parties. But what I can say from our perspective is that our goal is always and has been constructive engagements on these important issues of keeping kids safer online.
Okay, thank you for that. When we talk about the intent of these policies, and I'll get to another thing, all groups here, we have separate age assurance gates, age gates now between this search engine, between the Online Safety Act, between the social media ban. How complicated does that make it, all these different components? Why not? Would it be a better method for industry to have one method, one act, one way of going forward rather than these different age gates?
I'm happy to weigh in there, and thank you for the question, Senator. I think age assurance is indeed a complex endeavour as we think about the different rights of children, rights of adults, and the need to balance privacy, child safety, as well as access to information. It's quite a complicated endeavour. Of course, for Google in Australia today, we run a machine learning-based model to confirm whether a user is an adult before we allow that that person to access mature content on YouTube. In addition, in the future, we are also planning to use that same machine learning model to be able to identify who is a minor on Google platforms and apply all the appropriate protections that Rachel has ran through earlier in the conversation.
Sorry, could I just ask for a clarification there, Ms. Charlotte? You're saying in the future you would like to make sure you can identify who is a minor. Just to clarify, based on Senator Cadell's question, when you say minor, do you mean under 18?
Yes, I mean under 18.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Okay. Anyone else on that? On the different layers, the different age gates, the complexity around having these different methods overlapping? Nope. Okay.
Senator, just to, apologies, just to jump briefly in there. I think this goes to some of the challenges that we have in this space in general terms, one of which is I think, as Microsoft, we really want to get to a place where we're thinking about age assurance in a proportionate way to the service and to the risk that's based on the service. So we're making sure that we're really thinking through the level of fidelity that's required for age depending on risk. Having said that, I think, to your point on the Online Safety Act regime, there are a number of elements in the Australian Online Safety Act regime between the the codes, the Act, other pieces of legislation, and it does create a landscape that can be challenging for companies to navigate, and I suspect potentially for Australian citizens to navigate as well. And I think that's where we come back to a little bit of the theme of the potential room for some simplification and streamlining as the government considers options for the review going forward.
Senator, if I can just jump in there as well, because we'd obviously endorse some of those comments from our Microsoft colleagues there. Let me just give you an example, if it would be useful. At the time the Parliament was considering the social media minimum age legislation, in part to respond to concerns around the exposure to harmful content for minors, industry was separately being tasked to develop these Phase 2 codes, which are required under the Online Safety Act to protect under 18s from harmful content such as pornography, suicide and self-harm material, eating disorder content. And that included across social media services. And what this means in Australia now is that we have one set of laws for under 16s applied at the account level for age-restricted social media platforms, and a separate set of laws for under 18s that are designed to limit access to certain types of content considered harmful for minors. And these various obligations are all backed in with requirements for age assurance, but that takes place at different age gates and different access points, and with different limitations as to how the data collected for age assurance can be used in different circumstances. So you're 100% right that it is a very complex regulatory landscape, and that is why we would encourage the government to prioritise reform of the Online Safety Act and bring forward its response to the independent review's recommendations as a priority.
So once we get through that about how this process has gone forward, let's talk about the efficacy of this. If a computer has a VPN identified of another country, does any of this work in Australia? If my home computer is running on a VPN, will any of this matter at all on my search history, on my search ability?
Thanks, Senator. If I could jump in with a response to that question. So what I would say is that a user would operate in a similar way to a logged out state. So the protections that we have in place in relation to our filtering would operate in the same way, whether it's a VPN or whether they're in a logged out state.
So in a logged out state, well, let's go two different ways. If I am a parent and it is my computer and I have that login because I don't want my login taken away, I want all those sorts of things, there will be no protection for children operating on that computer whatsoever, will they? They'll see everything because I am over 18. Is that my understanding?
So, Senator, we have invested heavily in our technology, and that includes the development of a tool called Family Link. And what Family Link is designed to do is to be able to provide parents and caregivers with the opportunity of putting in place additional measures that can protect their children. So, for example, if the adult would prefer that their child is not looking for certain types of content, so harmful content like pornography, if that's a concern, they can require that under 18 user must stay logged into the under 18 user's account in order to access search on Chrome or on Android. So those protections would then mean that sort of content is filtered out by default. What I would add is in relation to those under 18 accounts is that you can't turn off that filtering. So as a 17-year-old or a 14-year-old, that filtering will stay on by default and that setting is unable to be changed.
Anyone else?
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, I think one of the points I think you're raising here is that fundamentally age assurance is something that rests generally with an account, and there will be absolutely measures that we can all take in to protect users who are not logged in, but fundamentally, this will need to attach to accounts in general terms. And from a Microsoft perspective, we absolutely see that as really valuable. That enables us to use our family safety settings where adults are able to create a family group, similarly able to add a child account where those protections will apply, and apply at a device level, making sure that safe search is on as well.
But just
Senator, if I...
to be clear, these products only apply if parents have actually actively sought them.
And they're on the lower age account, not if they're on the household account. Yep. So
is that right?
Is that right?
Sorry, Senator, can I just clarify the question?
Example, I'll hypothetical it for you, even though it's a computer at home. I've got my beautiful Alienware sitting on the desk there. It's my computer. It's got a PIN code to get into it. If kids go into my account on that computer because they've got their iPads, don't generally have computers, if they go on, they're on my account. There is no filter for that whatsoever. So all of this work only works if they're on their own account and they are not on a VPN. It doesn't. It only works if they log into their account.
Senator, perhaps if you could give me a moment just to check my notes about Family Link, or perhaps it might be more appropriate if I can take that on notice, and I'm happy to provide a response to the committee.
I'm happy for that. Now,
Senator,
Yep.
may I jump in on
Yep.
behalf of YouTube as well? The government's suggestion that in the context of the social media minimum age legislation, that children can still access services like ours, both in a logged out state or through their parents' account. I will say suggesting that under 18s or under 16s are accessing a service through an adult's account is actually goes to probably some of the worst potential safety outcomes for younger users, because as we discussed, none of those protections are in place, and those protections are applied at the account level, meaning that children will have a safer and more age-appropriate experience on our platform when they are signed in to an account.
so Ms Lord, famously in a previous hearing, if I go onto your app now and I don't have an account because you have banned me,
Very sensible. Very sensible action.
we don't know why. We're trying to get to the bottom. We think
Very
we may
sensible
breach
action.
some Lego copyright, but anyway. If I search, I can still find anything I want. It's just blurred, isn't it? In a logged out state, there is not much I can't find, even though I don't have an account.
Thanks, Senator. And I know your account is an ongoing issue, and I'm happy to obviously continue to engage with you and your team to rectify that. Look, we do offer access to YouTube without creating an account, and we do that because we recognise the importance of free and privacy preserving access to information online. And as we know, YouTube is a valuable resource of information for users of all ages. Your question, though, is what are the protections we put in place for that logged out experience? And I can confirm that we do have baseline protections that are appropriate for the risks that might be associated with that sort of experience. So first of all, we block access to age-restricted content for all logged out users. So that's content that is more suitable for mature audiences. That is also blocked for under 18 account holders as well. And we also disable what we call participation features. So in a logged out format, you're unable to do things like upload videos or to comment on videos.
Okay.
But again, we have mitigations around those features as well for under 18 account holders.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. So can I just clarify Google's position in relation to the code in relation to the search engine element? I understand your position in terms of the social media ban. I'm a bit confused. Are you suggesting that you're prepared to cop it as it is, or or do you think it actually is going to make the place more confusing and in fact less safe for children?
Senator, perhaps if I can take that one. What I would reiterate is that we have those protections in place, that where a user is an under 18 user is signed into their account, that those protections exist. In a logged out state, so where they're not using their account, where they don't have Family Link turned on, we've invested significantly in our technology so that our ranking and language understanding systems are more than 99% effective in preventing unwanted exposure to explicit content when a user is not searching for it. Where a user may be searching for it, though, where images that might be considered explicit or violent imagery, that will be blurred by default.
I understand that, Ms Lovett, but my point is, what is your position on the actual online safety code? Does Google support it or not?
Senator, as you might be aware, the code-making process is outlined in the Online Safety Act. The E-Safety Commissioner had kicked off the process midway through last year and outlined a position paper of what would be expected of industry in order for those codes to be registered. And we participated in that process as one of the many companies that were involved in the various codes.
Yes, and what is Google's position?
Senator, we accept that the code has been registered by the Safety Commissioner. I don't have anything beyond that to be able to add.
would you like the code to be improved, or I mean, I actually don't understand why you can't answer this question.
Well, Senator, we participated in the code process. We ensured that the various measures that we wanted to be taken into account were represented in the code that was registered by the Safety Commissioner, and we will continue to work towards compliance with the code when it comes into effect later this year. What I would add, though, Senator, is that we continue to invest in our products and are committed to providing an online safer experience for our users. And outside of the codes, we would be continuing to do that.
And could I just understand from Microsoft's position, you endorse the code as outlined by the e-Safety Commissioner?
Thank you for the question. So like Google, we were involved in the codes drafting process as a member of Digi, so had input through that process. We're obviously comfortable with the content as it was sent to the Commissioner at that point in time, building, of course, on the position paper and the feedback that was given by the e-Safety Commissioner during that process. It was very much a robust discussion during that journey. And I think, we're very grateful to the efforts of the Digi team who led the work on that. I think as a general note, we'd probably say there are some structural challenges, I think, in the way the codes making process is set up under the Act, in the sense that a lot of this ends up sitting with member industry organisations, which can create some challenges, I think, when we're getting into some of these really deep technical areas and as technology continues to evolve. And so there may be some opportunities through the review of the Act to think about the ways in which this can be sort of helped through, whether through parliamentary oversight or an additional role for the regulator.
Okay. Digi did the deal for you, so you've all got to back it in, basically, is what I'm hearing. I mean, in plain speak. You fed into Digi, you were happy with your position that Digi put to the Commissioner. What's come out is not exactly what you'd like, but the deal's done.
Senator, we will continue to work towards compliance with the code when it comes into effect later this year.
Okay. Could I ask, this is to Google, you mentioned that you don't allow, quote, personalised advertising for logged-in accounts. Do you mean just logged-in accounts for minors, or what is personalised advertising?
Senator, I might take that question if I can. So in relation to broader Google, so we do not allow personalised advertising to children, and that means using the information that we may have in relation to that child's account. But a parent is able to provide or change the settings on that account in relation to what information may or may not be shared about that child. It may be the case that while that child is searching for material online, that they will be provided with what we call contextual ads. So if you're a kid looking for a pair of running shoes, on that page they may see other ads for sporting equipment, for example. But we also have very strict rules around what sorts of categories of ads can be surfaced to children while they're logged into their account. So we don't allow content that relates to adult things like drugs or alcohol. We don't allow ads in relation to body image, and we don't allow ads in relation to gambling. Perhaps, Senator, if I could pick on, I think, the second half of your question. In relation to adults, they can also change the settings at any time of what personalised ads are surfaced to them. But in the context of adults, we don't allow personalised gambling ads.
So if you're in a logged-in account and it's clear and you know how old the user is and that the user is 14, you're telling me that they can't be targeted with ads in relation to alcohol, in relation to gambling, in relation to kind of substances or products that are generally seen for over 18 for adults.
That's correct, Senator. There is quite a list of the categories which are not permitted in relation to children's advertising, and I'd be happy to send that list through to the committee if that would be helpful.
That's a list that has been created by Google?
That's our publicly available list of the ads that are not permitted to be surfaced to children.
And is that list based on the rules in the United States as opposed to any rules here?
No, Senator, my understanding is it relates to the rules that operate in Australia.
because there is no regulation for online advertising in Australia.
Sorry, Senator. I appreciate the point. Those rules operate in relation to the laws. Sorry, let me start again. We don't allow those sorts of ads. That's probably the most appropriate response I can provide.
Yes, but I'm trying to work out, is that your own rules?
Sorry, yeah, correct, Senator. Those are the rules that we've set in place for personalised advertising to children.
But to be clear, those rules have been partly crafted in response to legislative requirements in other jurisdictions. You've been looking at those as you've been crafting those rules.
Senator...
Which is not a bad thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but...
I appreciate that, Senator. If I can take that on notice to be able to provide the committee on how those policies are designed, I'd be happy to do that.
I'd like to know what the list of banned products are that are not allowed, that Google restricts from being advertised to children, and I would like to know what jurisdiction that lines up with. My understanding is there are rules in the United States of which you're based.
Thanks, Senator. Happy to take that on notice and provide it to the committee.
Thank you. And just to be clear, those rules only apply for when you know that a user's account is under 18.
That's correct, Senator, in relation to personalised advertising to children.
Yeah. So it's not that advertising isn't, that the kids won't get ads, it's just that there's a list of things they can't get.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
Yeah. I'm going to go to my colleague, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. So to be clear at the moment, to go back to YouTube, if somebody is logged in at the moment and you can identify them as a child, you currently have a series of protections in place so that when they do searches, you limit what is produced on a search. Is that right, Ms. Lott?
It's actually, I will answer the first part of the question and then I'll give you a bit of a broader context. But what we do is we apply safeguards and bespoke interventions that are appropriate for under 18 users. And we have worked with third-party experts, including our own Youth and Families Advisory Committee, to develop those. So those safeguards go to the content children see, the mental health and wellbeing protections. So I think we touched on previously, take a break and bedtime reminders are on by default for all under 18 account holders. We turn autoplay off by default for all under 18 account holders. And the personalised advertising piece as well. And we also restrict the default upload setting to the most private. So if you're uploading content, it's, you can only see, it's only seen by the, people that you share it with, basically. So they're all the settings we put in place. But I will zoom out a little bit and just talk about more broadly how we maintain a responsible platform, because I think what you're touching on there is obviously like how we're surfacing content, and we do use our recommendation system as an important tool in maintaining a safe online platform there.
But Ms. Lord,
focus on surfacing high quality information to all our users.
Just because of the limited time, once the social media ban comes into effect, then anyone under 16 who you can identify who currently has an account with YouTube, you won't be able to maintain their accounts?
Thanks, Senator. Look, my understanding of the legislation is that, yes, it requires covered services to prevent, to disable accounts of existing under 16 Australian children and to prevent creation of new accounts.
And therefore, for under 16 users, that series of protections that you've put in place will no longer apply, and they'll simply be accessing YouTube in a logged out, if they wish to continue accessing YouTube as a logged out user. Is that right?
That would be the impact on the SMMA if it was to apply to our service.
And what protections, therefore, will be lost for children in those situations? I think YouTube just got logged out. I think you just got logged out.
Yeah, I just got logged out. Excuse me, Senator.
What protections will be lost for children in those circumstances when they move from being identified as under 16 with the protections you put in place to being logged out to being accessing the service as a logged out user?
Yeah, of course. So it's those safeguards that I mentioned that we apply at the account level. It's also, as I mentioned, the ability of parents to set up supervised accounts for their children. We offer two options there. One is for a preteen supervised account, which has greater parental control and oversight over that experience. Parents can link a child's account to their own and put in place content settings and other safeguards. But we also have a teen voluntary supervised account where teenagers and parents can agree voluntarily to link their account, and we've done that to provide parents with insights. The idea is to spark conversations about safer internet use, but in a way that respects the increased autonomy and agency of those older children.
Can I ask?
So they would be the impacts. And yeah, I think as we've touched on previously, Senator, the suggestion that we're hearing, including in the explanatory statement to the draft, to the online safety, at the SMMA rules, suggesting that kids could not only use logged out, but could access services through a parent's or an adult's account, as we mentioned previously, is actually a really poor safety outcome.
Yeah, it's substantially less safe for a large number of children is a good summary. Could I ask about teen content creators, particularly those who might be activists and artists, those who are under 16? Many of them have very large followings, and many creatives that we admire now built up their career and their platforms as teens on YouTube. What's going to happen to those teen content creators and their accounts and their following?
Senator, thank you. I'm really pleased that you've asked us this question because I think it's a component that perhaps hasn't been adequately considered in this conversation, and that is the impact of the SMMA on Australia's creative industries. YouTube's creator ecosystem, as we said in our opening statement, contributed $970 million to Australian GDP and supported over 16,000 full-time jobs in 2024. YouTube, so as we mentioned, in a logged out state, you can't upload content, and you are 100% correct that you don't need to look too hard to find examples of Australian success stories who started their careers on YouTube or honed their skills on YouTube. Let me give you three examples. The first is Troye Sivan, who I think needs no introduction, but had a presence on YouTube as a teenager, and it's where he got started. According to media reporting, filmmaker Michael Shanks, who's just sold his first feature film in one of the richest deals in the history of Sundance Festival, and the Philippou brothers, whose feature film Talk to Me premiered at Sundance and won Best Film and Best Director at the 2024 ACTA Awards. So, these are all examples of the sorts of impacts that we might, the sorts of impacts that we would expect to see from the application of the SMMA to YouTube.
Because what Troye Sivan did as a teenager, building a following, building his musical career partly on YouTube, would, if this ban comes into effect for YouTube, would then be illegal. We'd be making Troye Sivan's career path illegal for other young Australians. That would be the effect of it.
That's correct, Senator. I mean, our platform provides an important platform for users to hone those skills, to build audiences and to export quality Australian content to global audiences. And, the other point I'd note is that for the last 10 years, we've been working with Screen Australia to bring forward that next generation of creatives, and a number of those people I just mentioned went through that Skip Ahead program. I'd be happy to share more details with the committee about that as well. Could
I just ask Google to go to the impact on browsers, if that part of government's policy comes into effect, the impact will be for logged out users, they'll be one click away from material that they're searching for. There'll be a blurred image, but they'll otherwise just be one click away from the material they're searching for. Is that right?
Senator, for logged out users, That is correct. That imagery is blurred by default, but what I would say is that we've invested very heavily in our technology to try and ensure that people aren't exposed to those sorts of images when they're not searching for it.
Yeah, but if you're in a logged out account and you are a child and you are searching for it, there won't be any child-specific restrictions. They'll have the same access as adults, and they'll just be one click away and one blurred image away from all of that potentially harmful content if this reform goes through.
So, Senator, under the range of codes that have been registered by the E-Safety Commissioner, once a child clicks through to that website, they would be age assured at that point in time. But I just reiterate what I mentioned earlier, which is we've tried to provide those protections to families by being able to provide family link.
But we're talking about logged out users. No one's identified them as a child. No one's identifying them as part of a family account. They're one click away. That's the reality. And that, I'm not putting it on you. This is the government's policy. They're one click away.
Senator, that's correct. They would be one click away.
To all of you, there's this discussion about banning, about illegality. What about if the government was working with you on your algorithms and we'd spent the last 12 months or 18 months working to make your algorithms less toxic and going through a regulatory process focused on your algorithms? Would you be open to that kind of alternative reform? I might start with Microsoft.
Senator, just to clarify, just to help me understand what kind of algorithms you're thinking of here, whether we're sort of talking in a search context or sort of across different kinds of services that might use these in different ways.
Well, the standard algorithm that throws up search responses to a non-logged in user, algorithms that apply that if you have logged in users that follow their activities. I mean, this is often the most harmful part of social media and broader access to the internet, the way these algorithms are driving content. It seemed a pretty simple question to Microsoft. Would you be willing to work with the government to make the algorithms less toxic? If the answer is no, by all means say no.
No, I appreciate the clarification, Senator. And part of the reason I was asking is we don't actually sort of have a general purpose social media platform in the same way. But certainly in a search context, our algorithms are something we are consistently refining. Going back, we really want to be in a position where we are surfacing high quality and authoritative content to users who are searching for it. And so for that, it is very much a dynamic and everyday process to be refining that to bring the best possible results we can.
I might see what Google and YouTube have to say.
Senator, in relation to Google, what I would say, similar to Microsoft, that we want to be in the position to provide the most relevant results from reliable sources. We do have our search rated guidelines that are a publicly available document. In relation to those guidelines, we engage more than 10,000 people globally as our search quality raters that conduct hundreds of thousands of experiments each year in relation to refining what the algorithm returns in terms of search results.
Well, you see, that's the problem, isn't it? If your only test is relevancy, you haven't dealt with the toxicity. I was surprised that you haven't dealt with that key element. They may be toxic, they may be harmful, they may drive people towards more extreme behaviour, and they may be relevant all at the same time, and you haven't addressed that toxicity issue.
Senator, what I would say in response to that is we have a number of content policies about what is permitted on our platform, and that the technology is designed to ensure that those search results do not provide content that is in violation of those policies.
Is YouTube willing to work with the government on this question, Ms. Lord?
Thanks, Senator. I appreciate the question. I just want to be clear at the outset, but that as probably clear from my testimony already today, for our platform, we don't believe that outright bans are the answer, and instead we do believe that there should be strong guardrails as well as parental controls in place to help kids and teens grow into responsible citizens. Look, you are touching on the questions of, we have a recommendation system obviously on YouTube that is available to both logged in and logged out users, highlighting that this ban actually won't alter that. What it will do, however, is take away the adjustments that we make to that recommendation system that are appropriate for younger users. But I do want to just be clear that, you know, I understand the concerns that you're raising, but we do use our recommendation system as an important tool to help us to maintain a responsible platform, similar to what my colleagues have mentioned, and that is focused on connecting users with relevant, timely and high quality information. But also seeking to limit low quality content from being widely viewed. And I just would like to give a couple of examples here. So for children, we've developed a set of kids high quality content principles with our Youth and Families Advisory Committee, and we use that to guide how we surface children's content, but also the content that's included in YouTube Kids. And we have a converse set of low quality principles, which also impacts monetisation opportunities. I've touched on how we adjust the recommendation system for logged in users under 18 to prevent exposure to content that, while innocuous in a single view, might be harmful if viewed in repetition. And of course, we do have robust content policies, and we seek to remove violative content as quickly as possible so that it isn't recommended to our users.
Thank you. I'm going to have to rotate the call. I'm going to go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this morning. I've got some questions for YouTube. I wonder if you can give us an understanding of what data you currently collect on accounts where users are under 16. Ms. Lord.
Sorry, thanks, Senator. I might just check if my colleague Kate has an answer to that question, otherwise that might be one that we'll need to take on notice. I don't have that information at hand.
I think we'll have to take that on notice, especially when it comes to 16 and 18.
Great.
We can get back to you.
Thank you. And so just to be clear, for accounts that are considered minors under 18, you are using user data to suggest videos?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question, Senator. Would you mind just, you're asking if we use user data. So look, we rely on a range of signals for how we recommend content, and
Sure.
I'm happy to share with you a blog that we publish that provides greater detail on that, given that we're getting close to being at time.
Okay, thank you. But just to clarify, I understand there's some difficulty for you to distinguish between under 16s and under 18s because you sort of have been working, I think in most jurisdictions, under 18. For under 18s, can you confirm that you do use data that you collect for your algorithm to suggest videos?
Senator, I'm not 100% certain about that, so I might take that question on notice. We're happy to come back to you with that information just to make sure we're giving you the correct response.
I mean, you can take it on notice, but clearly you use algorithms, and those algorithms are driven by the data of the user. I mean, you're not denying that, are you?
No, Senator, as I've said, we rely on a range of signals to inform recommendations on our platform. Some of those are personalised and others are contextual. But
could I maybe ask what is there? What signal is there other than user data?
So the signals we rely on are, and let me share a blog with you after this hearing that gives you a lot more information on how our recommendation system operates, but we rely on generalised user controls, so time of day and location, personalised signals like search and watch history, video quality signals, and then authoritativeness on critical topics. So, for example, news or health topics will, look at how authoritative that video is. And just on the personalised signals, we do give users controls to pause, edit or delete their YouTube search and watch histories. And they also have the ability to fine-tune their recommendations, so they can choose to dislike a video if they want to be shown less of that content.
Thank you. And could I maybe just ask on that, when someone does delete their search or watch history, is that just deleted from what they can see, or is it actually deleted from everything that your sort of algorithm has access to in terms of recommending videos?
Thanks for that question, Senator. You're getting well beyond
Sure.
the scope.
Maybe just on notice then.
And I am happy to take that on notice.
How many YouTube accounts are there currently in Australia?
Senator, I also don't have that information at hand, so let us take that on notice.
Okay, and then
Do you want to know the breakdown of the ages?
I was interested if you could then maybe just on notice to how many of those do you already have enough data on to age of verify, and what's the breakdown of content consumed in Australia as logged in users versus logged out users? And then one of the other things I hope you can help me with this morning, but you may also have to take it on notice. I understand that you don't target minors with advertising, personalised ads, but do you use data that is collected until they turn 18 to then when they turn 18 to then target them? Because I imagine you would have amassed a huge amount of data to be able to very nicely target them once they turn 18.
Senator, in relation to Google, if I could take that on notice just to ensure that we provide you with a considered response in relation to that particular issue.
Thank you.
Maybe we need some good privacy laws to protect kids' data. What do you think?
Wouldn't that be great?
Yep.
Senator, we are actually in the process of developing a children's online privacy code in Australia.
Thank you. And maybe if everyone could just take that last one notice, and I'll put a few more. I understand you don't have much data on you today, so I'll put more on notice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much and good morning to you all. Look, I firstly just wanted to share Senator Goodell's concerns, and I'm certain other members of the committee have these concerns, that it's very disappointing that TikTok and Meta are not here today, and this is a matter our committee takes very seriously. It's simply not good enough, particularly when we read of media reports which suggest that TikTok and Meta are today meeting with the Minister for Communications. Secondly, as a Liberal senator, I just wanted to place on record that Miss Lord, who is appearing today, is married to my colleague Senator Sharma. This has been declared many times before, but for complete transparency, I just wanted to make this declaration again. So firstly, I want to go back to the commitment given by the government to Google and YouTube to exempt your platforms from the social media ban. Now, that was confirmed in a letter from the previous Minister Rowland, to Google and YouTube on the 7th of December 2024, released under FOI. Ms Lord, you strongly welcomed this exemption, and I'm now very confused about Google and YouTube's position in relation to this exemption. Could you please explain whether you are seeking to be exempt from the social media ban?
Of course, Senator, I'm happy to take that question. Look, as we discussed, the government had made a clear and public commitment to exclude YouTube from this ban. That was a commitment that was made to us, as you rightly pointed out. It was included in the Prime Minister's public statements when the bill was introduced and when the bill passed through Parliament, and it was also included in the second reading speech. So arguably the understanding on which you and your colleagues considered this very legislation. At the time, this was stated to acknowledge YouTube's importance in supporting education of younger Australians. And we welcomed this in not only acknowledging the valuable content on our service and the important role we play both for educators and for younger users alike, but it also provided certainty to Australian families, to creators, our content creator community, some of which we've touched on today, teachers and educators about the status of YouTube in relation to this legislation. To be clear...
Okay, so just to cut in there, though, that commitment was given to both YouTube and Google. So can I just understand, is it still the position of Google and YouTube being a part of Google, I appreciate, that this exemption should apply to your platforms?
Look, Senator, with or without the exemption, YouTube is not a social media platform, and the way our service operates and the way people use it is fundamentally different.
Okay, so, sorry, just to be very clear, is it your position that Google and YouTube should be exempt from the under-16s social media ban?
Our position on this has been very clear. YouTube's a video streaming platform. We're not social media. We've communicated this clearly with the Minister and the E-Safety Commissioner, and we'll continue to engage with both of them.
Okay, so we can clearly understand it is YouTube and Google's position that you wish to be exempt from the social media ban. Is that correct?
It's our view that that we see ourselves as out of scope of this legislation because we are not a social media service. We've communicated that to the government and we'll continue to engage with them constructively.
Okay. So, because this has been a real betrayal, I would say, to young Australians who were told before the election by this government, and I have to commend Senator Cadell, Senator Canavan and the former Shadow Minister for Communications, David Coleman, who negotiated this with the government and who led the charge on this. But I would put to you that young Australians have been betrayed by this government. There was a clear announcement by the Prime Minister, by the former Minister, that Google and YouTube would be exempt. And we now see this position being reversed. Google and YouTube have threatened to take this to court. They've threatened a constitutional challenge, and I would ask for all documents and letters and correspondence and emails in relation to all correspondence on this matter, please, on notice. What is your position if the E-Safety Commissioner gets her way and YouTube and Google are included in the social media ban? Will you fight this in the courts?
Thanks for the question, Senator. As I said, at this point in time, we are continuing to engage with the government on this issue, and I don't really have anything further I can share. Noting your question to take on notice, just to be clear, those communications were with the media within hours of us sending them through to the government and have since been released under FOI.
All right, well, just to help this committee, could you please provide all correspondence between Google and YouTube and the government, emails, advices, briefs, notes, telephone conversations, whether it's been released on under FOI or not? We would like to see a full picture of what's happened.
Could I just clarify, communications with Prime Minister's office and the communication Minister's
Yes, that's
office.
right. All communications. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. We would like to see everything because it just seems strange to me that now there's this muted response from Google and YouTube. It suggests to me that maybe there's some behind-the-scenes deal-making going on. Have you received any assurance or indication from the government that the exemption will apply to Google and YouTube?
No, Senator, we have not. We only have the Minister's announcement from late July. And, you know, that was the same time we were notified that the government would no longer be maintaining that exemption.
And so, again, I would just ask you, in relation to the threats of litigation, could you please tell me, and you are obliged to answer the question if you know the answer, subject to your certain right to take things on notice, but if you do know the answer, I would ask that you do provide the committee with this information. What is the status of any legal challenge to this social media ban?
Thanks, Senator. To be clear, at this point in time, we are continuing to speak and engage constructively with the E-Safety Commissioner and the government on this issue.
I'm sorry, Ms Lord, with respect, that wasn't my question. Could you please tell me what is the status of any threats that you've made in relation to litigation?
Thanks for the question, Senator. And with respect, I don't have anything further I can share at this point in time.
But sorry, Chair, if I could just finish my line of questioning. Mm-hmm. I understand you may not want to share it, but you are obliged to answer the question if you do know the answer, and we are seeking the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth. So could you please provide this committee with any where you are at in terms of threats of litigation?
Thanks, Senator. As I said, I've shared what I'm able to share at this point in time. Happy to take a question on notice and come back to the committee.
Are you aware, I mean, we've received many complaints about including YouTube and Google in the social media ban, saying that this is going to have a profound effect on young Australians. what are your concerns if you are caught up in the social media ban?
Thank you, Senator. Look, as we've touched on, we are concerned that first and foremost, the ban is not going to deliver on its objectives of keeping kids safe online, and I think we've spoken about that sufficiently in the context of this hearing today. We're also concerned that we are taking away the ability of parents to make decisions about what's right for them and their families, and again, we think that is an unfortunate outcome of this legislation. And the final point is that, yes, it is true that logged out use will be preserved so children can still avail themselves of the valuable content on YouTube. But as we've discussed, when they're using that service, they won't be using it in as safe as possible way. And obviously, the messaging from the government and the E-Safety Commissioner around the safety of our service sends a very confusing and, we would argue, unfounded signal to our user community and to parents about the safety of our service.
Senator Henderson.
Last question. Yep. Yeah. I would put it to you that this government has betrayed young Australians who depend on YouTube and Google for a whole range of educational, health and other interactions. What do you say to that?
I'd say, Senator, we've spent 20 years thinking about how to provide safer and age-appropriate experiences for children. We've worked closely with experts in doing so, in that we seek to respond to the differing developmental ages of children. We don't treat a 7 or an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old the same as a 15 or 16-year-old. And we also think that families are not all the same and have unique relationships with technologies. Bans are a blunt response that don't take account of any of that nuance, and we think it is an unfortunate outcome for Australian families and children.
And what about YouTube Kids? So just to understand the status of YouTube Kids.
Yep, of course.
I mean, that's clearly a service that is geared to children. Could you just explain? Sorry, Ms. Lord, to speak over you. It's hard when it's video conference.
No.
Just going to YouTube Kids, can you just explain what the safeguards are in relation to YouTube Kids and whether YouTube Kids is caught up in the social media ban?
So YouTube Kids is, just to be clear, it is a standalone app that we built from the ground up for younger users. So it's separate to what we call to the main YouTube application. And we have had advice from the E-Safety Commissioner that she considers YouTube Kids to be out of scope, and that relates to, as I understand it, the absence of interactive features on that service. So, you can't upload content or like and subscribe, for instance.
Right, Chair, just if I could just ask on notice, we asked the E-Safety Commissioner for documents in relation to the social media ban. She couldn't provide them. She talked about procedural fairness. We said that that's not good enough. Could I also ask on notice for all documents and all correspondence between the E-Safety Commissioner and your companies in relation to the social media ban?
You're asking both Microsoft and Google?
Yes, I'm asking both Microsoft, Google and YouTube. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of final questions. I wanted to know from Google, what engagement have you had in the United States over both of these issues, the online safety code and particularly the social media ban? Is Google engaging with US authorities and officers in Washington in relation to this issue?
Senator, I'm happy to take that question. So we have a range of issues which our teams are talking to the US government about. I'm not privy to most of those conversations. I'm aware of some of the issues that we are talking to our local team about. I'm happy to take the question on notice to provide more detail if that would be helpful.
So you can't tell me whether Google is lobbying the US President to raise this issue with his meeting with the Prime Minister next week?
Senator, I'm not privy to whether that's taking place in the US.
Is it something that you would your parent company would, it's not even a parent company, you're actually based out of the US. have they raised with you the Prime Minister's visit to the United States and meeting with the Prime Minister for next week?
We've noted, Senator, that the Australian Prime Minister will be travelling to the US next week, and we've talked to some of our colleagues about a range of issues that we're dealing with in Australia at the moment so that they understand the position. Whether they've had additional conversations on the US side, I'm sorry, I can't answer that off the top of my head, but happy to take that on notice.
Does Ms Lord know the answer to that question?
Sorry, Senator. We are one company, so Steph has provided the answer on behalf of all of us, and I don't have anything further to add.
You're not aware as to whether whether Google in the United States is lobbying the US government to raise this in relations to discussions with the Prime Minister next week?
Thanks, Senator. I have no additional knowledge beyond what my colleague Steph has already shared.
Okay. What about Microsoft? What discussions are happening in the United States with Microsoft and the US based on what's happening in Australia and regulations here?
Thanks for the question. I think as others have noted, there's obviously a range of conversations between the company and the US administration, but I'm not aware of any conversations related to Australian regulation.
Mm-hmm. Could I ask, while I have you, what conversations are happening between Microsoft and the government in relation to a text and data mining exemption, copyright mining exemption in Australia?
I appreciate the question. Unfortunately, because I'm here as a digital safety expert, this isn't something I'm aware of, but we can check and come back to you.
Thank you. I'd like that on notice. I'd also like on notice from Google, has there been any representations from Google to the Australian government for a text and data mining exemption?
Happy to take that on notice as well, Senator.
Unless you've got the answer now.
Senator, we've had a range of conversations with the government on a number of issues. I am aware that topic has come up. I haven't been involved in those discussions directly, so happy to take it on notice to provide a more fulsome response.
Mm-hmm. Ms Lord, are you aware as to whether Google wants a text and data mining exemption?
Senator, I'll defer to my colleagues on that one. Happy to feed into.
So no one from Google or YouTube at the table here today has any idea as to whether Google would like a text or data mining exemption in Australia?
Senator, what I can share is we have been having a range of discussions with the government on this issue. I know it's very topical at the moment. It's been an issue that's been addressed for a long time. What I would say in relation to the issue of text and data mining exceptions, there are opt-outs for publishers or content creators if they want to avail themselves of that.
If you don't want to have your work stolen, you can say, "Please don't steal my work."
Senator, what I would say in response to that is Google has recently been called out in a media article for being the only company that has respected that an Australian news publisher has opted out of its website being crawled. So we are the only company that is respecting that. Appreciate the question more broadly in relation to the TDM. As I said, I'd be very happy to take that question on notice to be able to provide a fulsome response.
Mm-hmm. Final question to Microsoft. Does Microsoft have any products that you consider to be social media?
Thanks for the question. I mean, I think it's a really tricky one to answer just given the scope of the ban. We're still evaluating this. But at this stage, as I said, we don't have any general purpose social media services that we would
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So we don't have any general purpose social media services.
What about LinkedIn?
What's the general?
So unfortunately, because I'm here representing Microsoft, I'm unable to speak for LinkedIn.
Well, what about Xbox Live? That has extensive social features on it. Multiple interactions, people bouncing back and forth. What about Xbox Live?
It's a great question. Those services are obviously provided in the context of a gaming community and really facilitating play and enabling players to game together.
But they play together because they are engaging in a social interaction together.
Yes, so we are still evaluating the impact of the ban on our services, and we'll be looking at that over the coming months.
But Microsoft owns LinkedIn, yes?
We do, but for these kind of things, the way they operate is they set a range of their own policies and tend to represent themselves in conversations like this. So we can take a question on notice and go to our colleagues with LinkedIn, but I'm afraid I'm unable to speak for them.
LinkedIn's making Microsoft a shitload of money. An awful lot of money. I withdraw. An awful lot of money.
Thank you, Chair.
Isn't it? LinkedIn is making Microsoft an awful lot of money.
I'm afraid that's outside the bounds of my expertise.
No.
I don't understand how you can, you presented to us earlier that the social media ban doesn't impact Microsoft. You have one of the biggest social media companies in your remit that you own, billions of dollars, and you're saying you don't know, you don't know anything about the social media ban. Is that because it's never been raised with you? Does the government not think, young people might just jump on LinkedIn?
So I very much appreciate the question, and I understand where you're coming from in the sense of thinking about social media and young people being in a LinkedIn environment. I can't answer the question on their behalf, but I'm able to come back to you on notice.
Well, could you also come back on notice and explain how Xbox Live, which actually encourages real-time social interactions between players, how that is not social media?
Very happy to come back to you.
Right, thank you.
Senator Henderson has one follow-up.
Sorry, look, I just wanted to just share Senator Hanson-Young's concerns about the proposal for a fair use exemption for text and data mining, AI text and data mining. I just want to convey we are looking forward to receiving your further information on notice, but I would seek, please, all documents, correspondence, emails, notes, briefings, advices in relation to a proposed text and data mining exemption. I can tell you for as long as I walk on 2 feet in this parliament, it will never, ever be something that I will support. I think it's outrageous to legalise the theft of the copyright belonging to Australian creatives. The Coalition is deeply concerned, and we are going to fight this every step of the way. Every step of the way. It's disgraceful. So please, to Microsoft, Google and YouTube, can you please provide on notice all of your correspondence, as I said before, the full scope of correspondence relation to a text and data mining exemption. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for appearing today. We appreciate your time. You've taken lots of questions on notice, and I understand certain senators have other questions they'll be putting on notice to you as well. We appreciate your commitment to being here this morning. And on that note, I just want to put on the record that we did also request that Meta, Snapchat and TikTok appear today. They so far have refused, and the Senate committee we will be discussing what we do. I, for one, think that we should be using the powers of the Senate to subpoena their appearance. So there'll be more on that. Willing or not, there'll be more on that later. Thank you.
I fully support that too, Chair, so I look forward to progressing that issue.
Thank you. We're going to suspend for 10 minutes. Thank you. Wonderful. Now, before we get going, just want to make sure, Mr. Smith, you can hear us and we can hear you.
All good.
Great. Okay. Well, I now welcome representatives from Yahoo. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Could I get you first to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Yes, Logan Smith, Director of Public Policy and Human Rights.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Smith, have you got an opening statement you'd like to give us?
I do.
Great. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear before you today. As I had said, my name is Logan Smith, and I am the Director of Public Policy and Human Rights for Yahoo. Although I'm based in Washington, D.C., Yahoo has a long history and a strong presence in Australia. Our Australian consumer portfolio includes our editorial offerings such as Yahoo News, Finance, Lifestyle, and Sport, as well as traditional online services Yahoo Mail and Yahoo Search. While Yahoo is widely recognized in Australia, we remain a challenger brand in all markets where we operate. It may come as a surprise to many people that Yahoo is not a search engine in the traditional sense. We appreciate the opportunity to appear individually because the issues related to primary search engines like Google Search and Microsoft Bing and downstream or secondary search providers like Yahoo are quite different. Yahoo Search is a downstream search service provided by Microsoft's search engine Bing. Bing exclusively provides the algorithmic search results and the paid search results that are displayed on Yahoo's general search results pages. Wow. Microsoft has sole control over the Bing search index, associated ranking algorithms, and the results provided to Yahoo in response to user queries. When a user submits a query on Yahoo Search, it is sent to Bing, and the results are then delivered to Yahoo through an API embedded within our search interface. On our end, Yahoo controls the general look and feel of the user experience and augments the results page via high-quality content and services featured around the response page. Effectively, Bing crawls the web, builds their own index and ranking algorithm, which in turn determines which sites appear in Yahoo's general search results and in what order. This means Yahoo cannot itself remove illegal or harmful content from Bing's index to prevent it from appearing in our search results. This requires action at the Bing level, and we have an established process for forwarding such requests to the Bing search team. This distinction is why Yahoo is not included in the definition of an internet search engine service for the purposes of the online safety codes. This code engages primary search engines who crawl and index the web and can remove or demote URLs at source. When a URL is removed or demoted from an index, this action is applicable to all downstream search engines. Finally, despite not being formally covered by the search engine code, Yahoo complies with the majority of the measures contained in the code as a matter of best practice, including reporting mechanisms for illegal and harmful content, threat detection measures, and safe search functionality. Yahoo can and does receive and escalate legal notices to Microsoft for action. In the previous panel, I noted that particular interest was expressed in approaches to age assurance and safety for logged out users. I would be happy to address both in the questions. Again, I appreciate the opportunity and look forward to speaking with you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's all very interesting. Could you just explain, well, let's take your last point there in relation to age verification. What engagement does Yahoo have with age verification at the moment, whether it's in Australia or elsewhere?
In my role, I cover a number of different jurisdictions, and currently we have been quite engaged in a legislative process in California, which has resulted in the Californian legislator passing a App Store and operating system age verification or assurance bill, which was supported by both Meta and Google, as well as a number of other tech companies. And we believe that this is a novel and productive way forward on this conversation and are looking forward to seeing how it will be implemented.
So age verification is done at the App Store entry point?
On device at either the App Store or the setup of the OS of the device.
And what technology are they using or is being used, or is it not specified? Is it up to each company to determine which technology they use?
It allows the operating system and the App Store owners some flexibility in what technology they use, so it does not require the collection of personally identifiable information. However, it does require that the various operators build out an API or a system that is mutually interoperable so that App Store developers and small companies don't have to expend additional resources to comply separately with each of their functionalities.
Mm-hmm. And has Yahoo had any engagement with the age verification rules recently in the UK?
No, we have not. We are not subject to the UK's age verification.
Okay, you're not subject to the age UK, but you are in terms of California.
Yes, California would apply to all App Store developers.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go to my colleagues, and I'll start with Senator Cadell or Senator Henderson.
Oh no. Okay. Thank you for that. When I saw this coming up, I've been on your site and I see what you say about that secondary. So essentially your search engine optimization is a white label one. It is the top of your, what looks very much like a news page, Yahoo Australia, and the search is just at the top. It's a content additive, not the content driver of your page. Is that fair to say?
I believe that could be accurate. We do have a standalone search page you could go to, search.yahoo.com, which would be the full search functionality, but it is embedded on our editorial pages as well.
Okay. And because you're not a primary search engine and things like that, but you are so close to it, are you seeing other solutions, other methods to protect children around the world on search engine optimizations that we should be looking at more, or could give constructive criticism to other ways? Because I think it's a great goal we have. I'm not sure the execution is being done overly well.
To be frank, I have not seen other jurisdictions focusing so intently on search engines. Generally, the scope of a lot of the online safety rules enacted in other jurisdictions are more focused on other types of services. That being said, for example, with Yahoo, we provide, safe search settings on by default for all users, whether they're logged in or logged out, and they have to manually change those. So any child, for example, who was to search on Yahoo for adult content on purpose or accident, that content would not be displayed for them unless they were to go in and manually change those search settings.
So not displayed at all, not even just blurred out. They would be not displayed under your default unless I change it.
Under the default setting, it would not return any of the images or videos that would be deemed to be adult content or harmful.
It's quite a clever little thing. So Bing is your partner. Has it always been Bing? Have you changed your partner's historic? Obviously, I knew Yahoo back in the day when Yahoo was everything, but it's how has that evolution gone from your own search engine to where we are now?
Right. The deal with Microsoft predates me. It's been in place for quite some time. So I can't speak to all the early issues or when it was one thing or another, but it's been with Microsoft for quite some time.
Okay. When we're talking about data capture and storage, if I'm on your sites, if I'm doing your search engine, you say Bing goes off and provides the results to this, do you keep the data on what is searched from your clients, and if so, for how long?
I don't have clear answers on our data retention policies. I know those are varied by market and depending on different legal requirements. But that's to say we do have visibility into the search queries, and Microsoft naturally would have visibility as well because they would be servicing the query.
Maybe I notice, do you use that to curate the stories that are around when you support the page and advertising, or one or the other? If you could just get back to us on time. I don't need that answer now, but that would be good to know.
Yeah, we can take that on notice.
Thanks. Your partnership with Bing, do you partner with any other products or platforms already deemed to be part of this minimum age, social minimum age requirements, not just a search engine?
I mean, the tech sector is full of a lot of deals and, I guess contracts or arrangements with other companies. And so it's hard to specify, what our services or partnerships look like with different companies. So I don't think it's something I could get into granular detail with here at the time.
Okay.
But if it's something the Senator's particularly interested in for, one area or another, we could find an answer.
No, it was just interesting. Bing's obviously a major partnership. I always wondered if there are other in the social media space with Meta or TikTok or any of these big players or anything like that. Yep.
For example, we have a lot of editorial content, both content that we aggregate and content that we produce ourselves. And so, for example, we have pages on Facebook for Yahoo News Australia and feature our content on their platform. But I don't know if that would be counted as a partnership under what you're looking at.
Okay. So when you don't run the search engine, you are basically saying will be exempt from all the takedown notices, all this requirement, because you don't have control of it. That's your basic position, isn't it?
Yes, the definitions in the code clearly explain that the code is focused on the primary search engine.
Okay. No, I'm happy with that, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the witness from Yahoo for being here today. Understanding that point about the search results being generated by Bing, but content on your page being generated by Yahoo itself, the augmentation at the results stage that you referred to, do you have a separate complaints or feedback notice system that relates to the Yahoo specific content and the Microsoft specific content or the Microsoft generated results?
The user is able to lodge a complaint or report content, and then the flow itself would separate out whether it's something actionable by Yahoo or by Microsoft. It would depend on what the pages that they're viewing when that content appears.
How many complaints do you receive, say, a week or a month in relation to inappropriate content being generated either at the advertising stage or in the search results?
That's quite granular information. I don't have that. I can take it on notice, but I don't believe that it is a high frequency rate of reporting.
Okay. What are the measures or mechanisms in place at Yahoo to assess harm to young people caused through use of the search engine, if any? So let me start with that one.
So like I was explaining, we have the safe search settings in place, but the safe search is operating in conjunction with Microsoft Bing. So we allow the settings to be controlled and say how we want them to be set, but then it's the filtering is taking place on the Bing side. So they use their algorithms to be able to filter out and deem what content is acceptable based on the safe search settings that we've applied to our site. So I don't know how granular that gets for the Senator, but we have mixed visibility there, likely for your purposes of the question.
And so do I understand that as you saying, in effect, Yahoo doesn't have its own filter or harm reduction systems in place, it effectively just relies on Microsoft's algorithm, index and search?
When it comes to the general search queries, what we effectively call the 10 blue links, that is all through Microsoft. But we do additional things. For example, we have a search assist feature on our page where if a user is typing a query, it will attempt to autocomplete or suggest completions for that query. That is something that we control, and we use our own filtering and keyword list to make sure that if the query appears to be indicating intent to search for something that we would deem inappropriate, then we would stop that from functioning. So we do have control in that sense.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. That's the extent of my questions to Yahoo.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Smith, thank you very much for your time. What time is it in Washington?
Currently 7:55 p.m.
That's quite civilised, but we really do appreciate you making yourselves available to us. Can I just ask about the controls you impose on your website to ensure that there's not inappropriate material for young people to see?
When you say our website, are you referring to our search page or to the general Yahoo editorial and content sites? They're different.
Yeah, it's au.yahoo.com. That's the one that I've logged on to.
Yeah, so that's our general news content page. So that is within our control. If you were to make a search at the bar at the top, it would redirect you to our search page, which would be a different experience.
Okay.
So we would say that the editorial content that we are producing is for a general audience and is meant to be additive and instructive as news and editorial content is and should be. But that, we would make sure that if a user is logged in and we have an awareness of their age, we would provide them with a more age-specific experience. For example, if a user is logged in and it indicates that their age is under 18, then we would not show them any advertising where that advertising was within our control.
But I'm talking about your website, which is accessible to anyone here in Australia.
Yes.
Where you don't log in, you just simply go to au.yahoo.com. What restrictions do you place on content to make sure it's appropriate for all ages?
Yeah, for any non-logged in user where we don't have their age signal, we make sure that any content appearing on our site is on that specific page. It meets our content and editorial standards and guidelines, and that is fit for a general audience.
And so do you allow any sort of explicit material or inappropriate material or sexually suggestive material?
No, that would run afoul of our community guidelines and our editorial standards.
Well, Mr. Smith, I've just had a look at your website and you're displaying on the front page, the home page of the website, a photograph which looks like a woman exposing her buttocks. Then when you go into it, you see that there are two bald heads in front of the woman, but it was clearly designed to look as if a woman was in a very inappropriate and sexually explicit position. Could I ask you to explain why that's on your homepage?
I'd have to see it to know exactly what the Senator is referring to, just because I would need to know if it was partner content, first-party content, or advertising content. I assume it's likely content from a third party.
Well, it says BuzzFeed, but it shouldn't matter. It's on your homepage. So what I would say to you is what I would say to you is I'm concerned, based on your assurances, that there is inappropriate content on your homepage and that Yahoo is not taking that obligation seriously enough.
Yeah, so like I said, I would need to be able to actually determine what it is, because there are different flows and processes depending on what type of content it is. But obviously, no policy or filter is foolproof. And so we often have to rely on user reporting or manual checks from our users or our staff themselves.
Well, I haven't spent a lot of time on Yahoo's website. I've just gone on for the purposes of this hearing, and the very first time I've had a look at your website in a very long time. I've seen something that I would put to you as inappropriate. I've also seen an ad by Temu, promoting what I can only say is an explicit BDM type of costume, which I won't describe in detail, but I would put to you as also very inappropriate for a younger audience. Can you explain why that ad is there?
So again, depending on the ad space, it could be an ad that is either serviced by Yahoo or serviced by a third party that we partner with to place ads on our website, as many other internet publishers require third parties to help them advertise their web spaces. In those instances, we have ad policies that we require our partner to apply to that advertisement, because we don't have the ability to ourselves filter out if it's being placed by a third party.
Well, you've just given me assurances, and this committee assurances, that you take your obligations very seriously, and yet I've just cited two examples of where I would put to you you've got inappropriate material on your website. This is your website, Mr. Smith. You can't blame third parties for it. You are publishing this material. So I would put to you that you are not taking your obligations seriously enough.
I hear what the Senator is saying, and I think it's something that we can look into to make sure that we are improving how we are handling this type of content on our pages in Australia. I will note that the testimony that I was speaking of earlier was for our search results page. It does not appear the Senator is accessing our search page.
I'm accessing your website in Australia, au.yahoo.com. This is your company, your website, Mr. Smith. And I have to say, it's not a very appealing, it's hard to read, and there are lots of ads and lots of stuff all over it. But putting that to one side, you are publishing what I would put to you as inappropriate material, and our Parliament is concerned about this. And so I would ask on notice if you could provide the policies and the safeguards that you've put in place and how these sorts of images are appearing on your website.
Certainly would be happy to take that on notice and provide a more fulsome response.
Thanks very much, Mr Smith. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. So just to be clear, Mr Smith, because you're not a primary search provider, you're just but you do provide the interface between the customer or the user and the search results or the search product. You're saying you're out of scope of the current code. That's correct?
Yes, based on the definitions.
Based on the definitions. And have you had that assurance from the e-Safety Commissioner or from... yes, have you received that assurance from the e-Safety Commissioner that you are not in scope?
No, we have solely relied on our own compliance work to understand what the definitions are and how they apply to us.
Okay, all right. Well, I think what we will do is... so you've had no communication from the e-Safety Commissioner about this particular, as to whether you are or aren't in scope?
No, it's not a question we've raised with the Commissioner directly.
Okay. I think that's interesting. And could I ask, is Yahoo a member of Digi, the industry group? And were you involved in the consultation and the development of the code through a Digi's engagement?
We were aware of how the codes were progressing, but because as we understood the definitions to exclude Yahoo search, we were not engaged directly in the drafting of this code.
And so were you given any advice from Digi as to whether they believed that you were out of scope?
No, Digi wasn't in the practice of providing advice to members about whether they would be in or out of scope. Yeah, okay. And is there any platforms that Yahoo delivers that you think fall within or could be caught in the social media ban? No, we don't offer any social media services in Australia.
There's no chat service that Yahoo delivers?
No.
No user-to-user communication on any Yahoo platform?
No, not in Australia.
Not in Australia, but there is elsewhere, is that correct?
We have some services that are US-based that could potentially, I haven't looked into them, but for the purpose of it, Australia, we don't even allow user comments on news because of the defamation laws, and so we don't have user-generated content in Australia.
And what is Yahoo's use of language models and generative AI?
So Yahoo is not developing any large language models. We are merely a licensor and a downstream deployer of models provided by, large model developers. We integrate large language models in a variety of contexts. We use them oftentimes on the back end to improve sorting, categorization, ranking of news and editorial content, or to create other features which streamline the use of our services. We don't have any AI functionalities currently available in Australia.
And in America, has Yahoo had to enter into any licensing arrangements to be able to access data for AI use?
No, to my knowledge, we haven't had to do that specifically. We've licensed AI models for use, but not to my knowledge of licensing data for training.
I understand. So you have to pay a license fee to the AI company so that you can use it. But yes, so it's interesting, isn't it, that the AI companies require their products to be licensed? How much? I mean, are those contractual arrangements? Is it per use, or is it how does that kind of license arrangement work with the AI companies?
I'm not aware of what the contracting process looks like for those licensing terms and deals. I'm sure it's something that we could have our legal team provide more insights into if that would be of use for the committee.
I would find that very useful to understand what large contracts Yahoo has with AI providers, and roughly the terms and values of those contracts would be very helpful for us.
Yes, I'm sure that those contracts are quite confidential.
I understand. I understand. So, in general terms, it'd be helpful for us to understand what that looks like.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll take that on notice.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Unless there's any other questions, no. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your time today and for joining us at a later hour for you. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the time.
Thank you. Yes, we were never. Yes, okay. I didn't realise there was no break.
I didn't want to see a grandman cry.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good. We didn't need it anyway. But they're all on here. Yeah.
They're all ready to go. So we're just bringing them up now.
Okay. We're just bringing on our next lot of witnesses. So we are going to welcome representatives from the Australian Child Rights Task Force, Project Rocket and Headspace National Youth Mental Health Foundation. We've got some of our witnesses online and some in person.
It's nice to have some witnesses across the table, so thanks for coming in, you two.
We're very grateful.
Yeah, all three of you.
You've made the effort.
Yeah, we feel less lonely.
Speak for yourself, Senator Shoebridge.
Well, you know, it's...
Okay. I just want to check that we've got Mr. McDougall on the line. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yep. We can. We can hear you, we just can't see you.
Okay.
What we will do, there you are, I can see you now, thank you. What we're going to do is, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I'd like each of you to give us your full names and the capacities in which you appear. And we'll start with those in person, and we'll start with Ms. Thomas, and we'll move across the table, and then we'll go to Mr. McDougall down the line.
Sure. My name's Lucy Thomas, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Project Rocket.
I'm Caitlin Blanche, and I am a youth collective member with Project Rocket.
Morning, I'm Nicola Palfrey, part of Headspace National.
Great, thank you. Mr. McDougall?
James McDougall, co-chair of the Australian Child Rights Task Force.
Great, thank you. Now, I imagine you've all got opening statements, so we'll try and move through them so we can get to questions, and we'll start with you, Ms. Thomas.
Sure. So thank you to the committee for having us here today. I'm Lucy Thomas, and I'm co-founder and CEO of Project Rocket, Australia's youth-driven movement against bullying. Project Rocket delivers programs into Aussie schools that build young people's skills to tackle cyberbullying, stay safe online and lead inclusive communities. Since 2006, we've trained over 750,000 school students, hearing directly from them about their online lives, what supports them, what harms them, and what they wish adults understood. We also serve as an independent, critical expert on global safety advisories for Snapchat, Spotify, Facebook and Instagram. Our aim is to hold platforms accountable for the harms that younger users experience. And our role is to bridge young people's lived experience into the policy and design decisions that shape their online lives very significantly. While we didn't make a formal submission to this inquiry, our work sits directly at the intersection of online safety and youth participation. We're very supportive of efforts to strengthen content regulation through the Internet Search Engine Code, and we bring a vital lens to the committee's focus on age assurance and age-gated experiences, particularly in the context of social media minimum age restrictions. We're not here to re-argue our position on the social media bans, so let me just say from the outset that we were among the many expert peers and youth-led organisations and child rights advocates that warned of their unintended impacts back in last November. What matters to us now, today, is how we get this thing done. And for us, it's really important that we don't want to see any further unnecessary harm falling on the shoulders of young people through how this process is implemented. Finally, I'd like to introduce Caitlin Blanche, a member of Project Rocket's National Youth Collective, our cohort of 49 leading youth lived experience experts aged 12 to 21. Caitlin is a proud disability advocate from Tamworth on Gomeroi Country, New South Wales, and studies arts law here on Ngunnawal and Ngambri Country, bringing valuable insights from a regional community where access, connectivity and inclusion often look very different to how they do in the city. Over to you, Caitlin.
Thank you, committee, for having me here today. People with disability, including myself, have access to online spaces as a means of connection, building solidarity across borders, and finding our place in a world that often overlooks our existence. It can be draining trying to access physical spaces when you have to advocate for yourself and your rights, and when that becomes the norm. However, online spaces have afforded me agency to share my story, to connect with others with similar experiences, and gain a greater understanding of the community that I exist within. When our experience intersects with other forms of marginalisation, society can be even more inaccessible, especially when we cannot see ourselves reflected in the structures that seek to govern us. Automated age verification technologies, including the use of artificial intelligence, can exacerbate the stigmatisation already rife in our systems. Where a person does not fit within the normative boxes coded into our systems and the socio-cultural ways of being, we risk alienating already isolated communities. Making age verification accessible means opening our consideration to our institutions have already used automatic technologies in harmful ways, including the robo-debt scheme, and how we can learn from the misgivings of a normative system built on systemic discrimination and bias that we ourselves have encoded in these systems. Our alienation is not the result of our existence, but how our existence is perceived and reiterated into the structures around us. I hope my living experience will inspire this Parliament to reconsider how automated technologies are not tools of convenience, but perpetuate our exclusion from society.
Our focus today is on young people's rights, their right to be protected from harm, and equally their right to participation and privacy, to learn, to develop skills, to access representation and voice and community, and basically to shape the world around them. And that's why we're eager today to support striking a balance between protection, participation and privacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As I said, I'm Nicola Palfrey, representing Headspace National here this morning. Firstly, I'd just like to pause to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet here this morning, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my deep respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. And I thank the committee for the invitation for us to speak here today. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss the Social Media Minimum Age Act with the committee and with our colleagues from Project Rocket and the Australian Children's Rights Task Force. The social media age ban or delay is just around the corner, and we're here to chat about what we've heard from young people about how they're feeling about the ban, their families and the broader communities. Young people are quite concerned about the ban. They're not naive to the harms of the internet and social media platforms, but they are concerned about what this change will mean for them. They are also very conscious of the positive and negative effects of the internet, as I said. When we asked young Australians about the social media ban earlier this year, they were split in terms of their support for the ban. So 44% of young people actually impacted by the ban, so under 15 that we surveyed supported the ban, and 37% opposed it. When we talk to young people about their concerns, they are valid. They're, as you've discussed, concern about isolation, connection, their opportunity for exploring and feeling connected to their identities, particularly those that are feeling already marginalised and don't have the opportunity to connect in person with those people that make them feel seen and known in their experience. Young people are really unsure about what will happen on December the 10th, and they're pretty sure they're going to, at least a third of them think they're going to get around it through use of VPNs, other people's accounts, or other mechanisms. They're confused about losing their identities online, their data, their photos, their histories, those sorts of things, and we're not doing a really good job of communicating with them what's going to happen on December the 10th. Our real fear is that young people will feel this has come on very quickly, and all of us know what can happen when young people feel things taken out of their control. Understandably, their world, their connection taken out of their hands can lead to distress, and our fear and real concern is that we're leaving young Australians and their families to cope with this on their own. It's really important that we continue to centre, or even more centre, young people in these discussions, understanding the impacts of these decisions that have been made to them rather than with them, and help them to manage this over the coming months and years. Our current focus at Headspace is on supporting young people and family with this change, trying to give some clarity on what's going to happen. We understand it's an evolving space, and the eSafety Commissioner is working really hard to provide that clarity, and that the onus is on the social media platforms. But my real fear is on December 10th, young people are going to be really confused. They have an expectation that they will no longer be allowed in, and that may not be their experience, and that has a real potential to cause stress and division amongst young people. We're also very aware that the social media ban will not address all of the online safety harms that young people are exposed to. So we're very encouraging of the government's attempts to continue to address these issues today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr McDougall.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee and to you, Chair, for the opportunity to present to this committee on this inquiry. I'm representing the Australian Child Rights Task Force, which is a coalition of organisations and individuals that are committed to supporting the protection of children's rights, which includes ensuring acknowledgement of their rights to access to information, their rights to be safe, their rights to privacy. So this is a critical debate for children and young people. It's one that's the parameters are largely being set by adults, some of whom will remember, perhaps with false nostalgia, a world before the internet, but children and young people don't have that luxury. They understand that world, and so many of them have grown up in that world and developed skills that we don't necessarily appreciate. But also, to some extent, it's the world in which they live. And so this is something where it's incredibly important that children and young people be involved in the conversation. The Child Rights Task Force has done more work to ensure that that occurs as much as possible in the policy debate. You've heard from Caitlin, you've heard from, you'll hear from other representatives who have concerns about what this world is going to look like for children and young people going forward. So I reinforce the messages that you've already heard from Caitlin and from Lucy. I'll just dive a little bit deeper into what our specific position is in relation to the policy development, and to recognise that this is part of an ongoing history of the interaction with the internet in Australia. And there is some good work that is now taking place, driven by government, to ensure that the internet is a safer place, it's one that's more respectful, and that involves a very real and necessary focus on the platforms that provide access. We support that work, we acknowledge the work that's being done through the Online Safety Review. We recognise the ongoing work of the eSafety Commission. We're very supportive of the work of the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, to develop a children's online privacy code. And these are all measured steps that are taken in consultation with regulators overseas. They're part of recognising that this is an international challenge, and the work that is required will continue to require cooperation and collaboration and learnings as we face new challenges. Our particular position is that safety first, safety settings first, and conversations with the platforms is the appropriate strategy. An age assurance mechanisms may form part of the tools that are used by platforms to ensure safe access, but by using a safety by design approach, which is something that's implicit in the approach that's spelt out by the Online Safety Review, that's implicit in the development of codes from the E-Safety Commissioner and the work of the Information Commissioner on a Children's Online Privacy Code. These are all the more logical, the more comprehensive, the more long-term steps. And we share the concerns that have been expressed about an age assurance first approach and a ban and the message that it gives to children and young people. Thank you.
Thank you. What I've just heard from all of you is that we need to find ways of making the online space safer for young people and children. I'd argue we need to make it safer for everybody, but in particular for our young people and children. But that what is currently on offer won't necessarily do that. Is that a fair summary of the evidence that you've given to us today? Ms. Blanche?
Yeah, I think that generally the social media bans are a way of isolating us from the communities that we've found for ourselves online. I think there is a lack of conversation about the social gap that will exist after the social media bans take place, and I want to thank my colleague also for pointing this out, that young people are very fearful about what will actually take place. We already have a lot of information that is already on social media, and then further having our control taken away from us on how to screen for this, how to monitor that at the moment, and also how it will continue in the future is a really scary place to be. And I think as a young person who's been involved in this space for some time and has been involved in consultation about social media bans, and me myself not having all of the information about how this will impact my communities, I think that's really concerning. And when we have a government that wants to implement such a large-scale ban, we also need a government that knows how to communicate this with young people and what this will look like in the future.
I was going to add, we appreciate that the intention is to restrict young people from accessing adult spaces, you know, the digital equivalents of bars and nightclubs and places that are just not designed for their participation. But the risk is that inadvertently we end up locking them out of the town square. And that's a space that young people have a right to be, to participate, to use their voices, to find community and be part of civic life. So, yeah, I think the question around safety, I hope we're indicating, is just incredibly complex, that while young people find risks online, they simultaneously realise the benefits of these online spaces. And for so many young people, it is the safest space for them to participate in their community. So, yeah, it's just incredibly complex, this challenge.
Are you concerned that the social media ban has been put up as a silver bullet for protecting children online, when in fact there's multiple layers that need to be put in place?
Yeah,
go for it.
I'm happy to. Well, we discussed this last year when we were discussing the implementation of the ban. I think one of the biggest problems is a false sense of security. Actually, what we're doing is diverting people away from platforms to other spaces on the web. Young people will find ways to connect, and they will ultimately potentially be doing those in less regulated spaces. So that's the real concern that we have, and the false sense of security that people may have that has been promised that this will now keep the under-16s away from harmful content or connections with people. Actually, it's driving it into a space where we ban something. The real fear that we also have is that when young people get into trouble online, when they're at risk of harm or experiencing harm, there's another barrier for them reaching out and seeking help. We already know that there's some catastrophic consequences when young people are fearful of the what happens. You'll get my phone taken away, get my gaming taken away from me. I'll get banned from these things. They don't reach out for help. We know the online threats are increasing, not decreasing, and we're potentially putting another barrier in place for a young person putting their hand up to their care and support networks when they're in trouble.
Are you concerned for the evidence that we've heard this morning from the platforms themselves that, for example, for YouTube, that young people will still be able to use YouTube, they'll just do it in a logged out manner, they won't have an account, so it's open blanche as to what they can access?
I didn't hear the submissions this morning, so I'm not best placed to speak on the technological interventions. I've listened to the Hansards of some of the service providers, and it's not I'm a psychologist, not a tech expert, but I think exactly what we're talking about. What's going to be in place, what's not going to be in place, what's in scope, what's out of scope. It's all very confusing. And I think even the risk of harm, when I was listening around the search engines, they seem very capable of ruling out some content, explicit content or blurring it, those sorts of things, but also potentially inadvertently blocking content for other help-seeking information. So information, for example, with regards to eating disorder assistance or thoughts of self-harm or suicide assistance being blocked. It seems to me that the tech companies should have the nuance to be able to differentiate content that is helpful versus harmful in the areas if they wish to do so. I think they probably could.
The experts continue to tell us that really what drives harmful content is algorithms and the data scraping and then using to kind of promote sponsored posts or paid advertising. The algorithms, of course, pushing content in front of young people on their feeds or in their groups. Why aren't we tackling that? If that is where the harm's coming from, these dangerous algorithms that target the very person that is holding the phone or the iPad or watching it on YouTube on the TV. Why aren't we targeting the algorithms and the advertising?
Look, I think this is a really good question. And I think the question shouldn't just be about how we keep young people off platforms as the goal, as the silver bullet, as you put it, but actually how do we create an environment where we set minimum standards and expectations so that these platforms are creating environments that are worthy of young people's participation. It's a fundamental shift from the approach that this law is currently taking. And as I said at the start, our aim isn't to rehash our position on this, but the concern now as we look to implementation, this was a very simple solution proposed last November. I think its simplicity was hugely appealing to the public. It makes intuitive sense. It appeals to our concerns around young people and their well-being. But we don't want to arrive at a place where accessing social media starts to feel more like moving through airport security, right? Where your behaviour is monitored and you have to put your body through a scanner to get to the next stage and hand over your personal information. And I think, that might be proportionate when it comes to navigating international borders, but certainly not to access your TikTok feed. So it is heartening that we're now taking a moment so close to this ban being rolled out to look at the impacts of the specific implementation methods. I'm also heartened that we have a world-leading e-safety commissioner who is not only dictating these reasonable steps to platforms to keep young people out, but ensuring that they do so in a way that honours young people's dignity and rights. Because if we're not careful, we will arrive at a place where we've created a culture of suspicion, not safety, a culture where our young ones grow up with the message that to be online means to be constantly watched and monitored, and that's not a desired outcome for anyone.
Could I jump in there?
Yes, sure, Mr McDougall.
So I want to perhaps argue that, in fact, a lot of the steps to address those significant challenges are underway, and they are steps that the Australian government has taken. The Online Safety Review has addressed this in the context of what the global scene is. This is not something that the Australian government will ever be able to solve by itself. It will require cooperation with regulators in other places. Those regulators are already grappling with these issues in Europe and the UK and Ireland and in some parts of the United States. And that and is about creating, pardon me, obligations upon the platforms to convince the regulators that they are taking those steps to make their platforms safe. And that includes things like impact assessments, so that they use those tools which can provide demonstration to regulators and governments and the general public that they are taking necessary steps in the design of their platforms, in the accountability, in the complaint systems, in the review systems. So it's about building globally a body of knowledge about what best practice looks like. We are dealing with an environment that has been unregulated largely for a period of time. So it is a particular challenge for us to kind of pull back on those data practices, those privacy, those practices which are not respecting people's privacies. But it's about building in a whole range of ways a greater visibility about what is happening online with the information, both that is presented, but also the information that is taken from us, and encouraging platforms, rewarding platforms, and in some circumstances penalising platforms if they don't take those steps to ensure that it is a safe place, it is a rights-respecting place, and to your point earlier, Chair, something that is of benefit to all of us, not just children and young people. And once again, the steps that are being taken, the codes that are being developed, the sharing information internationally, the online privacy code that the government has committed to, these are necessary steps. Implementation of the online safety review, they're all steps in the right direction. Social media ban has been introduced at a late stage, at the last moment, and in many ways it's inconsistent with all that longer, complex work that is required in policy development.
Well, and of course, we still haven't seen the online safety review or the government respond to the recommendations.
Exactly. We'd argue that should be fast-tracked.
Yes, I mean, we wanted it last year. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Ms Blanch, thanks so much for your attendance today and for the work that Rocket's doing. Can you give us some understanding of how social media was important for you growing up in regional New South Wales? And maybe, you know, as you were a younger teenager, talk us through how important it was.
Yeah, I mean, particularly being a young disabled person, there aren't a lot of spaces generally where it's accessible for us to enter into. I think social media was a pivotal way for me to understand how opportunities manifested differently for people who weren't in regional New South Wales, let alone living with disability itself. It enabled me to make connections with other people with living experience that I too could relate to. It helped me get access to health information that has helped me understand the conditions that I live with a lot better, but it's also helped me to share my story and vocalise my experience so other young people also have access to that information as well. But not just for me, I mean across my peers, I think that it's been pivotal for my friend groups in finding representation of queer people that's not stereotypical, of finding cultural content that is not stigmatised. It's had an incredibly impactful role on connecting otherwise isolated communities to places that they would not have access to.
And for young people in regional Australia who perhaps have that physical isolation, what's 10 December going to mean for them if their accounts get shut down, if their friend groups get shut down, if that peer-to-peer support gets shut down? How do you think that's going to play out?
Yeah, I think, like the Chair was saying, the silver bullet approach is quite linear. It's looking at a specific experience of being online that's not truly representative of the whole experience. Even talking about algorithms, those same algorithms have allowed me to connect with people and to find solidarity in places I would not have found. So I think the 10th of December not only signals a change in the way that young people interact in this world. Like I said, it presents a problem socially, it creates a social gap, but it also sends a narrative that young people don't have the power to articulate their own narratives, that they can't be in control of their agency online, and that they are responsible for the harmful content that they're exposed to. And I don't think that's fair. I think there should be greater emphasis on the corporations that are in control of the algorithms.
Ms Thomas, the research you cite says 73% of young people turn to social media for mental health support. If that's shut down for heaven knows how many young people come 10 December, what's the obligation on the government to provide alternate services, and how are we going to help those young people as all of those supports shut down on the 10th of December?
Yeah, I think this is certainly a question that the entire youth and community sector is grappling with. And I think we found each other through social media, right? Which is incredible. It is an avenue for so many young people to gain these real-world opportunities, often career-starting opportunities, and develop digital skills. But I want to come back as well through your question to the context around regional communities. And you know, as I mentioned in my opening statement, Project Rocket's been serving these communities all over the country for the past 20 years. What is the solution here that is really essential to young people's online safety? Well, everyone agrees that it's digital literacy education. And less than 2 months out from December 10th, we want to see how organisations and communities like ours will be supported to deliver this education. We know that it makes a critical difference for young people. It's the way that we can ensure their participation while managing and attending to their safety and their privacy, because we're helping them to develop the critical capabilities so that they can navigate the world in this incredibly empowered way. So we want to see that investment and backing in organisations like the E-Safety Commissioner, her personally endorsed list of trusted online safety providers in this country, so that we can reach and empower a whole generation to seize this technology for good.
Yeah, and in terms of policy design for young people, if the ban comes in and, you know, young people don't, as they inevitably will, navigate their way around with VPNs and other mechanisms, but assuming the policy works and young people are excluded entirely from social media until they turn 16, and then without any of that preparation, understanding, peer-to-peer support, they're suddenly unleashed on the toxic cesspit that is, social media as it currently stands for adults when they turn 16 in one day. How are young people going to be prepared for that?
Well, that's a good question, and thank you for that question. We're looking at how we can treat these minimum age restrictions as a delay. You know, that's kind of been the shift in the conversation. But in order for it to be an effective delay, we need to use this time to meaningfully equip young people for the world that they'll inherit. And Senator Walker, in your first speech to Parliament, very rousing speech, we heard you say and conclude that if the future is truly ours, then we deserve to be included. Mm-hmm. So for us as an organisation that is serving hundreds of thousands of young people every year, the question is, how do we use this critical period to ensure that young people are included in positive digital futures?
Yeah. Ms Palfrey, you were talking about young people saying, well, I've got an account, I've got friends circle, I've got peer-to-peer support, and all of that's going to be turned off on the 10th of December. You can imagine how that's creating a huge amount of anxiety amongst young people. What are they telling you?
Well, they're telling us they don't know how they will connect beyond their immediate social circles at school, basically, and everybody knows that that is not always a perfect environment for young people, and all of us are encouraged when we're, bringing up and trying to care for young people to have a broader network of connections, because when school goes badly, it's very helpful to have other connections. And just really pragmatically and practically, when we talked to a group of 12 to 15-year-olds about this recently, they're like, I'm going to have to share my phone number with people. And that feels like an enormously bigger barrier than sharing their handle from social media. Their private telephone number to people that they don't really know without the requisite safeguards that they feel they're very familiar with in the social media spaces of blocking and, disconnecting from people that they don't want to. So they're really scared about how it's going to work. They're scared if they're part of multicultural or multi-faith communities that aren't in their exact environment, how they can continue that. Young people who are from multicultural and international backgrounds are going to lose connections with family. But also I think it's important to think about the harms don't end at 16. Yeah. So any of us 16 in one day, we need to continue the education and understanding and responsibility of the platforms of the content they're delivering to our 16 and above. From the work that we do, obviously Headspace works up to 25-year-olds, the impacts accumulate over time. We talk a lot about the manosphere and the impacts of young people and on young men, of gaming and gambling and porn on them. That doesn't go away at 16 or under 16. It's across the age groups, and so we need to continue and not lose focus on the responsibility around that content reaching our young people.
And finally, Ms Blanche, if this policy had been in place 10 years ago and there'd been a social media ban, do you think you'd be in the same position to be able to sit here with your connections with Project Rocket, with your obviously articulate and connected way of helping the committee? Do you think you'd be sitting here if this ban had been in place 10 years ago?
I think I wouldn't have as great an understanding of the world that exists outside of my immediate circle. And I think that's really important. I feel like I wouldn't feel as empowered as a disabled person to know that there are so many other people who experience this same living experience that I do and have as many tips about how to navigate that as what I do now. But I hope that if this was in place when I was a young person, that we would shift the emphasis at this point to holding corporations to account, and that we would realise that it is not the burden of a young person to work out how to navigate this independently, but it is also the burden of the corporations that set up these social media platforms on how to make them safe for young people and to involve young people in this process.
Thank you. I'm going to give the call to Senator Walker if you wish to take it.
Noting we're a little bit behind schedule, I'll just keep my questions short. I've had the opportunity to go to some of my local headspaces and meet them and talk to their youth advisory groups. It was really nice to see that Headspace are, creating spaces for young people that, maybe struggle socially, or, we know disabled people and queer people, creating spaces for them. I'm interested to know if you think, and I'm interested to know, from Headspace's perspective, we do know that there are people that, find their communities online, particularly marginalised communities. I'm interested to know if you think that there's going to be an uptake in, young people getting involved in Headspace's groups, or if you're going to be trying to find alternate ways to reach young people. We know that, as in speaking to Headspace, they use the internet to talk to young people. So I'm interested to know what your organiser, as in what do you need, what do you see that looking like going forward?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's the youth advisory groups are a really important part of Headspace. Every Headspace centre must have a youth advisory group because otherwise we're designing services for young people without them. It's a real struggle for organisations like Headspace and, as Lucy said, the other organisations that are committed to supporting young people. One of the primary platforms that we reach young people on at the moment is social media. So in terms of we're having to pivot, how do we make young people aware of the government-funded, freely accessible resources and services that we offer for young people to support their mental health and wellbeing? In terms of the connections and so forth, we can still obviously operate our website and our services and our centres, but how we reach young people and make them aware of that and offer connections is going to be a challenge for sure.
Thank you. Senator Gosh, have you got any other questions?
I have one, Chair.
Yep, and then I'm going to go to Senator Henderson.
Understood. Thank you very much. Can I say I appreciate the observation about the complexity of this, and one of my central concerns is how we measure the impact of different interventions or non-interventions. So social media is a conduit for harmful communications and material, but it's also a channel of participation and communication as well. How do we measure, in your view, the harm that is currently being experienced through social media channels as against the harm that's prevented or caused through different intervention steps? I know there was a reference to impact assessments earlier, but what are the ways you're going to examine which steps of intervention, be it through the online safety codes or the social media ban, are effective, and to what extent they are preventing more harm than they're causing, or by some other metric?
Thank you for that question. It's a really challenging area. There are so many different aspects of this that are worthy of and require evaluation. And obviously, there is a requirement for the social media minimum age to be evaluated in that 2-year period. But what we're also seeing at the moment, and I'm sure you're seeing this at Headspace and across the board, is an explosion of research actually in this area. It's probably one of the silver linings to come out of this, that there are many academic institutions and research bodies that are lighting up with the opportunity to explore this. So it's an exciting area. And Senator Gosh, I'd also add another area that we need to look at are the impacts not only of young people being, say, not on social media, but the impacts of various implementation methods. And so let me explain that comment for a moment. We know that when it comes to age assurance and similar systems, when these systems fail, they don't fail evenly, they tend to fail at the margins, right? So they might work well across, a large group of the population, but they fail marginalised communities. The age assurance trial report has shown that age assurance can be done, effectively, privately and efficiently in Australia, but the assumptions built into that are that, you're white, non-disabled and using these methods in optimal conditions. So another evaluation approach I'd like to see is what do these methods mean for people who are over 16, over this threshold, but belong to these communities that already face digital exclusion and marginalisation, for older Australians, for First Nations people, for mob, for disabled young people, for those in regional and rural areas, basically for anyone whose identity and circumstances don't fit the default assumptions that are built into these methods. So there are certainly many areas that I think will be really vital to track over the next 2 years.
Thank you. Does anyone want to add to that briefly? I'm conscious we need to move along.
I think the evaluation of it is probably not our remit. We're focused on the impacts on young people and how we can continue to reach them and let them know that the supports are available for them.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Just to add that I would have thought it was really important that there was a rigorous evaluation that was undertaken. I noticed the report in the Guardian this morning that the phone ban in schools has actually not been effectively evaluated to look at measurable outcomes as a result of that. Let's not make that same mistake with the social media ban.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr McDougall, thank you for your very comprehensive submission. We do really appreciate it. On page 1 of your submission, you say the co-regulatory nature of the Internet Search Engine Services Online Safety Code for Class 1C and 2 material, and the process through which it was produced is fundamentally flawed. Can you walk me through the specific areas that are flawed, and most importantly, how you think it could be amended?
So this part of the submission was largely the work of Dr. Farthing, who I think is giving evidence to the inquiry later. So she's probably better placed to answer this particular question. But I think the flaw that has been identified is the process by which industry does the initial drafting. So the parameters have been set by industry rather than by the regulator, rather than in setting clearer boundaries. It's a learning process. We're understanding more and more about this, and it's going to be a process that continues to evolve. And that's why I think, as my understanding, the concern about the flaw is in terms of the design process in ensuring that the regulator and to some extent the legislator is able to frame this in a way that will progressively address those activities that enable platforms to avoid the regulatory impact and the impacts that are intended to ensure that the environment becomes a safer place, a more rights-respecting place. So it's a matter of the better design of the regulatory process that gives regulators the tools with which to be able to deal not only with past abuses, but also get ahead of the game and try and address them in the future. That's probably as far as I can go in answering that question, I think.
I'm just a little unclear, so can I just ask you to describe how these flaws could be amended? Like, what do you want to see change?
A greater role for the regulator in the development of the codes, an ability of the regulator to be able to set and adapt the codes. Like, the codes are never set in stone. There's always an element of addressing ongoing technological innovations. That is something that's going to be all the more necessary in the future, particularly with the introduction of the AI. So it's about the design of the codes and allowing for a greater role for regulators.
Can I also ask that question of Project Rocket and Headspace? So what would you like to see changed?
In regards to, sorry, sir.
In relation to the Online Safety Code, the Internet Search Engine Services Online Safety Code.
That's not our area of expertise, I don't think, in terms of the process for that. I think the one thing that we would comment on was the greater focus on ensuring that not only harmful content is excluded, but that helpful and help-seeking content is able to get through the restrictions that are coming through. That was the main area that we were focused on.
And it doesn't have a perverse impact.
Sorry. And
yes.
So that's helped offered through organisations like your own, through Headspace, other mental health.
That's right. So my limited understanding of the codes is that's classified within, I think it is at 1C and 2 type material. There's content regarding to eating disorders and suicide and self-harm content. Now, obviously, content that is harmful in that domain we want to see excluded, but we would suggest that there could be more focus on ensuring that help-seeking and information with regards to that is useful, evidence-based and indicated for young people wanting help with those circumstances and situations is not excluded.
And so have you got that assurance, or how is that going to happen?
No, we haven't got that assurance.
Well, isn't that a major concern for young people seeking help who are in major strife?
Yes.
And how can this possibly be implemented by December the 10th with such a major black cloud hanging over such an important issue for you?
I don't know is the answer to the question. Headspace it would be keen for that information to always be available. And I think the December the 10 ban, I don't know that it's aligning with the search engine ban. But
sorry. No, just to correct you, right. Can I ask, to Project Rocket, do you have anything further to add on that matter?
I would just say we haven't been involved in the technical kind of details of this internet search engine code, but one of the things that I think is really significant and worth our attention is that this is fundamentally a very different application of age assurance methods, whereby, within the context of social media bans, we're talking about using these methods to decide whether a user is allowed in or allowed out, whereas in the context of the internet search engines, this age assurance is designed to determine the type of content that someone might receive. And in our view, that's a much healthier application of these methods, which are emerging and have their strengths and limitations, because it doesn't preclude certain users from accessing these digital spaces altogether.
So you're advocating for access to positive information for young people?
Yeah.
And so just Mr McDougall, and I'll ask this of each of you as well. So given, if I go back to the social media age minimum changes, you've said children can still view and access harmful content, still prioritised and ordered by the risky algorithms that drive them, but using social media platforms while logged out. And of course, we've also discussed this morning about the ability of young people to use VPNs and other ways of getting around the social media ban. So does this go back to the heart of the problem as you see it, that it's about the content, not about just a blanket access ban?
I'm not sure whether it is about content. I think it is about the fact that the industry has, for a long period of time, been unregulated, and there are practices that have developed that have been exploitative, that have weighed too heavily on the right to free information, and that we are trying to now put in place guardrails. And I think the approach that has been adopted, and it's still, it's still early days in the regulatory space even, is that if there is an onus on the platforms to demonstrate that they are taking all necessary steps to address content, and this goes to a detailed question of not only the nature of the content, but also to the different ways in which that content can reach the users, that there are safeguards in place. So I'd argue, and I think that will necessarily but need to be a flexible approach, not only because of the nature of the content being we want tighter controls over content for children and young people, and we want tighter controls for adults, but they will necessarily be tighter for children. What are the steps that are going to be needed to do that? And that's where age assurance does come in, because there will be some requirement that there are guidelines in place that allow flexibility in terms of the control of content. But the key feature of the regulation in the future is that regulators can get ahead of the game, can set guardrails, and there is, and this is the big challenge, there are mechanisms that will mean the platforms over time build better practice, share better practices, provide a safer place.
Thank you very much. Look, I'm sorry, I'm just racing through because I know we've got very limited time. Ms Palfrey, just to you, in relation to Headspace, have you been asked by the government to provide any materials at all to support young people in this adapt to the social media changes on 10 December?
We haven't been asked directly by government, but we have been providing information. We're working alongside the E-Safety Commissioner and a number of our colleagues in the youth mental health sector to ensure that we align and support each other in terms of messaging. So our focus has been on providing information for young people and family about what we know about the delay, when it's coming, how to prepare, what's in, what's out, and how to support a conversation, particularly for family. So for parents who are really unsure about how to navigate this with their young person, to have the conversation early, and to support their understanding of the impacts that this can have in family and social systems, but also how to continue to be able to seek information and support.
So just to be clear, you've been asked to do this work by the E-Safety Commissioner?
We've been invited to work alongside the E-Safety Commission. So Headspace, we did it as part of our remit to support young people. Yeah. So our website obviously is a federally funded initiative. So we have information, and always have done, around how to, engage safely online. We've worked with the E-Safety Commissioner for a long time. So we've done it as part of core business.
And are you doing this work as part of any contract? Have you received funding or to do this particular work?
No, not outside our normal core funding.
And are you managing to do it within your existing funding envelope?
I think we're managing to do it, but I think obviously there would be, we would endorse that there's a much greater need for information and education support around digital literacy and safe engagement with online spaces.
And have you made a proposal in that respect?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can take that on notice. Somebody else in the organisation may have. Yeah.
If you could, that would be would be really appreciated.
Could we just clarify one point? Who invited you to do that work alongside the E-Safety Commissioner? Was that the E-Safety Commissioner, or was that somebody from within government?
The E-Safety Commissioner. So we have had a long and ongoing relationship with the E-Safety Commissioner with regards to online harms, for example, for young people, in the work we do responding to suicide risk in community, for example, and in online harms to young people, so sexploitation, sadistic online exploitation, those sorts of things.
Sorry, Chair, if I could just finish. Yeah. So no one in government sought your assistance or sought to enter into any sort of arrangement with Headspace to support young people with this social media ban?
I would have to take that on notice. The conversations that might have happened across between other people in the organisation. My understanding is the work that I've overseen in my team is part of our normal business of providing current, up-to-date information for young people.
Okay, so if you could also provide any information about, you say that more work is required, much more work is required. Have you got any submission to that effect? Are you seeking any funding or any further remit to provide these services from either the E-Safety Commission or from government?
Not that I'm aware of at the moment, but again, I can take that on notice to see. I think broadly, I mean, Headspace is funded to deliver a whole lot of services, as you're aware, both in schools and communities and through our services, but this is a major change for young people, so, you know, we would argue it needs more support.
Have you got any further comments to make in relation to that, Ms Thomas or Ms Blanche?
I'd just like to amplify the comment that our communities are craving and seeking this information and education, and we're a service provider that delivers direct digital literacy education into schools. We're uncertain as to how schools will respond to the change after December 10th. We know that this policy is very popular among educators, but the problem isn't going to go away. So as an organisation, a youth-driven organisation, we're grappling with how to meaningfully educate school students about harms that they're technically not supposed to be experiencing, even though we know that they will continue to face challenges. So for us, resourcing that delivery, we know the demand will be exponential after December 10, but we're not positioned or adequately resourced ourselves as an organisation or as a sector, a community of organisations delivering this education into schools.
So what should government do about this? Because if the ban comes into effect on 10th of December, which is the scheduled date, and suddenly young people are cut off, what's the responsibility of government to ensure that young people aren't left stranded?
Well, I'll give a brief answer, and then I'd love for Caitlin to have the last word on that. But yeah, ultimately, I hope it's very clear from our comments that our position is that safety can't be merely legislated. It needs to be taught and reinforced and modelled, and that's where the power of digital literacy education is so immensely powerful and important. And right now, we've heard agreement from all sides of politics, from the E-Safety Commissioner, in the importance of digital literacy education, but what we want to see is actual tangible backing, not the announcement of another government framework that is reasonably abstract. We want to see really tangible support to drive out this work across Australia. Caitlin?
Yeah, I think firstly I'd like to say that the harms are widespread, as we know, and that we've reckoned with these harms and come up with this policy, but the communication with young people has been lacklustre. And I think a lot of the studies around communication with young people have revolved in how to communicate with young people online through social media. So I would love for this government to come up with a way to communicate with young people and to deliver on that before December 10th, but, you know, likely in terms of timelines that would not be the case. But I think, yeah, making sure that young people are not left in the lurch, and that education is empowerment, and I think we all know that. Criminalising something because we think it is harmful is not protection. I feel like education and empowerment through education and access is the best gift that we can give to young people, and I think communicating that to them in the most effective way can carry through for generations.
Just finally, I know I'm running out of time. Do you have a view on the exemption of Google and YouTube from the social media ban?
An exemption?
Whether or not Google and YouTube should
So should Google and YouTube be captured by the social media ban, given the role they play in education and health and other interactions?
I think both of those platforms are used widely in schools, for instance, and I think capturing them in a ban such as this, or even the codes, needs to account for the role that they do play in education. I would say that I don't have specific knowledge about their role in facilitating social communications, but I think that because they are primarily, you know, user-facing, as in that they provide content to users opposed to creating messaging or communication, means that their role is more so to provide information than to facilitate connection. So I would say would they be better placed to be covered within the code, but less so in the social media ban.
Senator Henderson, we're going to have to wind it up. Senator Pocock, do you have any questions? Okay, if we can keep them short, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time. I'm interested in your views on, I guess, this more broadly. You can see the Parliament is in a very tight spot where we have undeniable harms to young people from social media companies when you're online, but just also just the addictiveness of these platforms. And I think part of the conversation which we haven't canvassed today is just how much time young people are spending on devices, because let's face it, that it's super addictive. What should we be doing? You're against the ban, but where should we be going?
Do you want to speak to that, Caitlin?
I think that we can't just say young people are addicted and that their attention spans are diminishing, when I would say that, you know, for instance, other people in these rooms would have very high screen times.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So I feel like this ban being imposed on young people sets a rhetoric that centres young people in this conversation. But I think necessarily we all are implicated in this history of harm. And the social harms that are perpetuated are not perpetuated by young people themselves, but by the systems that create algorithms and by the other adult people that exist online. So I think the better question to be would be asking, how do we fill a social gap that we have created ourselves through necessitating online communication as a primary means of communication? And I think that would be going to the core of how we structured our society over the last 10 years. Yeah.
You raise a really... It's a critical question for humanity, right? This question of like what's happening to human connection, what's happening to our young ones, and what world are they inheriting? And I love that you've raised the greater issue that young people are standing at the intersection of a whole heap of megatrends that are impacting their mental health, and social media is one of those, and increasing digitisation is one of those issues. But they're also holding climate grief. They're the most socially isolated group in our population. They're exposed to global violence. They've witnessed a genocide playing out. Increasing polarisation, increasing cost of living, the issues. And so, the question here is, do we draw the blinds, or do we create ways of actually addressing these broader issues so that we're bringing young people into a future that is worthy of them? Sadly, we know that come December 10th, I wish that young people would lay down their devices and skip back out onto the footy field or the cricket pitch. Sorry, Senator Gosh, I know you're a cricket tragic, but that's just not going to be the case because the world's changed. We don't allow young people to hang out at the shopping centre or the train station. They've got the weight of the world on their shoulders. And so for us as custodians, it's really important that we look at all of these issues in their entirety and listen to the likes of Caitlin to do exactly that.
One of the things I've heard from many experts in this space is around the need for a digital duty of care as a way to look at an overarching framework for making online safer and better to be online. The government sort of flagged it, but I've gone very quiet on a digital duty of care. I'm just interested in your reflections on the need for a more holistic approach.
Well, we probably couldn't endorse it more strongly, I don't think, because of all of the limits that we're talking about. You're talking about a delay for under 16s, for not all platforms, for not all mechanisms of harm. And so a digital duty of care that addresses across the age groups. But also, Chris, is when you've got gaming outside of a ban, where the research that is happening is very, very clear of its addictive nature, and it's a complete funnel into gambling. Whilst those things are sitting outside this, we can't ignore that we need to lift it up and look at the opportunities that exist and the responsibilities that exist for platforms that are serving up this content to our young people and have been doing so for a decade. The other thing I think, just really quickly, that you speak to, which a lot of the young people that we talk to speak about, is socially, in the built environment, we don't have spaces for young people anymore. So we're telling them to get out and play, and there's nowhere, because they get moved on, they get picked on, they get checked for knives, they get vilified or arrested, So there's no safe spaces where they feel safe and connected to connect outside of online, and yet we're telling them to do it. So we have a responsibility to look at it in a much more macro sense.
On the duty of care front, because I'd just say we really support this idea as well, that Australia could be world leading in so many ways, and I don't know that we want to be world leading by creating systems that potentially exclude young people and portions of the population in their digital participation. I love the idea of this approach that actually embeds a safety by design ethos by ensuring that platforms the platforms that design these digital environments and profit from our use of them are actually compelled to create environments that are worthy of young people, and that our world-leading e-safety commissioner could be not only tasked with setting reasonable steps to keep young people off social media, but setting reasonable minimum standards so that we're creating the platforms that they truly deserve. So from that standpoint, it's a much more kind of future-proof, future-focused and effective method.
And what would you say about having both, where we do try and have some limits on the age at which young people are exposed to addictive, harmful social media platforms, and also have an overarching digital duty of care?
I think this question, and thank you for the question, opens up a whole series of other questions around the challenges of age assurance and implementing age gating, which I know, is the central focus for the committee, and have a whole heap of complexity attached to them. My view would be that I'd love for us to be designing age-centred experiences that allow young people to participate in age-appropriate, whatever that means, age-appropriate experiences online. So I know that there are platforms, for example, that are investing heavily in designing versions of their products and services around the needs of teens and expectations of parents and carers, but there are other platforms that aren't. And when we tend to talk about the platforms in this homogenised way, I think we lose some of the nuance there. But, a framework like a digital duty of care could compel platforms to create these. We're still using age assurance, but not in such a binary way, whether you're either in or out. It's actually used as a vital piece of information to ensure that young people are having the right experiences at the right time.
Well, thank you. I know we're running up on time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for your evidence today. We really appreciate it. And if there's anything further that you wish to let us know as we deliberate, feel free to put in a supplementary submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from 6 News, the Youth Affairs Council of Victoria and the Centre for Multicultural Youth. Now, I understand we've got all of our witnesses for this session online. Once our staff here have finished setting up the table, we will get you all understand information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses has been provided to you. So I think we can probably now start. I'm going to get each of you to give us your full names and the capacity in which you appear. So that is just who you're representing today, what organisation you are with. And I'll start with 6 News.
Yeah, my name's Leo Puglisi. I'm the founder and chief anchor of 6 News Australia.
Thank you. Youth Affairs Council of Victoria.
Thank you, Senator. My name's Lauren Frost and I'm the Advocacy Manager at the Youth Affairs Council of Victoria.
Thank you. And do you have anybody else with you?
Laura speaking. My name's Laura Petanuzzo. I am also here representing Youth Affairs Council Victoria. I am the Executive Assistant to the Head of Youth Disability Advocacy Service.
Great, thank you. And the Centre for Multicultural Youth. You're on mute. Yeah. Sorry. There you are. Go. Start again.
No worries. Thank you. My name's Edmie Kenny and I'm joining from the Centre for Multicultural Youth as a Senior Policy Advisor.
Good afternoon. My name's Harini Kastriarachi. I'm the Policy Officer at the Centre for Multicultural Youth.
Thank you. Now, do each of you have an opening statement? I imagine you do. We'll start with 6 News and we'll follow the same order.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll keep this brief. I just really want to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today. The issue of the social media ban and broadly about keeping young people safe online is so critical right now, and I really strongly believe that it's critical. We're hearing from young people. We're hearing from, as there are here today, representatives from organisations that represent young people, and we're really having those conversations to make sure that social media works for all Australians, but in particular young Australians who are experiencing it for the first time, young Australians who have used it for some time, and making sure that that works in a safe manner. And so I really do believe it's critical for young people to be heard. That's about it. I'll again thank the committee, but look forward to any questions that come my way.
Great, thank you. Youth Affairs Council.
Thank you, Senator. As I said, my name's Lauren Frost and my pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Advocacy Manager at the Youth Affairs Council of Victoria, or YACVIC. And I want to begin my opening statement by acknowledging that I'm giving evidence today from Wurundjeri country and to pay my respects to the Wurundjeri elders of the Kulin Nation, both past and present. Sovereignty over these lands has never been ceded, and this always was and always will be Aboriginal land. As the peak body for young people and the youth sector in Victoria, a key part of YACVIC's work is elevating the voices of young people to government. And the issue we're discussing today, particularly around the social media ban, is something that young people are constantly telling us they care deeply about. Here at YACVIC, we agree with the problem that this ban is trying to solve, but we disagree with the proposed solution. We absolutely acknowledge that there are aspects of how social media currently operates that are harmful to young people and in fact are harmful to people of all ages. However, the solution to this should be to make social media and online spaces safer for everyone rather than banning young people. We support reforms that have been discussed today, like a digital duty of care that would place the onus on digital platforms to proactively keep everyone safe and prevent online harms. This includes changes like preventing harmful content, misinformation, and infinite scrolling, and implementing algorithmic changes. We believe we should be investing in co-designed education programs and resources for young people, parents, carers, youth workers, and educators to ensure that young people are supported and confident to engage with online spaces safely, and importantly, to ensure they know where to go for support if they experience online harm. We live in an increasingly digitized world, and social media is an important third space for young people. It's often where they connect, build community, seek support, access information about the world around them, as well as being a crucial space for collective advocacy. This is especially true for marginalised young people, including LGBTQIA+ young people, disabled young people, and young people living in regional and rural areas. Young people have strongly told us that they want to see changes to make social media a safer space, and it's clear that significant reform is required. However, young people have a right to participate in decision-making that affects them, and our vision is that young people are respected, that they are active, visible, and valued in their communities. We've been disappointed that many parts of the process of developing this ban and the online safety code have excluded young people and not provided meaningful and genuine consultation, participation, or co-design with young people. We hope that our evidence today will help the committee and the government to take steps to genuinely involve young people in the next stages of the rollout of this ban, including the mandated review at the 2-year mark, and more importantly, in the design and implementation of reforms to make social media safer for everyone, alongside co-designing education programs and resources for young people, carers, and educators. These measures must be developed in parallel to the rollout of the ban, with the hope that we can make online spaces safe enough that nobody feels like a ban like this even needs to exist. Young people have the right to be online and also to be safe online. YACVIC supports digital and social media reforms to combat online harms. However, a blanket ban for young people on social media is not a comprehensive or nuanced solution. I'll now hand over to my colleague Laura to introduce herself and give her opening statement.
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you, Senator. My name is Laura Petanuzzo, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm a disabled writer and accessible communications professional, and I'd like to share some of my personal experiences with social media as a queer disabled young person. So growing up, I absorbed the implicit and explicit messages around me that queerness was bad, something to be mocked and reviled, that disability was a cause for pity and shame, that it was a normal appearance, that is to say, non-disabled appearance, to which I should strive. As a teenager, I didn't understand that those ideas were flawed. I believed that I was, until I found other queer and disabled people on social media, until I found my community, primarily through Tumblr, a blogging site, and through MySpace. Online, I received validation and acceptance and found a place where I belonged. More than once, the friendships and community that I'd found online were the reason I didn't self-harm. The dangers of social media for young people are undeniable, but so too are the benefits. I fear that a blanket ban will cause further harm, at the very least, a different sort of harm to that which it aims to eradicate. And I'd also like to note, in relation to the resources that my colleague Lauren discussed, and the resources to be provided to young people, families and carers, either prior to or following December 10, those resources must be completely accessible. For instance, all that content must meet web content accessibility guidelines and cater to various access needs and be provided in plain language and have easy read versions available. Furthermore, in the disability rights movement, we have a phrase called "nothing about us without us." And I think it's deeply disappointing, and that essentially this ban, the conception and implementation of it thus far, has been done primarily without the people it will most impact. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. And the Centre for Multicultural Youth.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. We are joining from the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation here in Melbourne, Naarm. The Centre for Multicultural Youth has supported multicultural young people for over 35 years through direct services and policy advocacy. Since late last year, we've been listening to our community about the social media ban, consulting directly with 28 young people and 7 parents whose perspectives are informing what we share today. CMY supports digital reforms to keep us all safe online and protect from online harms. We believe young people's rights must be carefully balanced against protective concerns, and that responses limiting freedoms must be proportionate, evidence-led and implemented in collaboration with those impacted. Research we have been involved in has found digital technology plays a crucial enabling role in the lives of multicultural young people. Many rate their digital skills highly and act as digital brokers for others, despite facing inequalities in digital access, inclusion and proficiency. Addressing these challenges and understanding opportunities requires an intersectional, collaborative and strengths-based approach. What we have heard is that social media is often a lifeline for multicultural young people. And young people and workers are concerned that a ban risks cutting off young people who rely on social media as a first door to support, disproportionately impacting multicultural young people and others with diverse needs. Consider one young gender-diverse Victorian from a migrant background we spoke to who was unable to find support in their local community. They said, "Reddit and Tumblr got me through my transition. Without the support I got on there, my life would have been much harder." Or consider a newly arrived young person maintaining critical connections to a life they may not have chosen to leave while their parents focus on settling into life in Australia. Parents who we know are deeply concerned about online safety, but for whom a ban alone offers no real support in terms of helping them navigate their children's digital lives. A ban, while well-intentioned, alone won't adequately address the key harms it is introduced for, including a rise in poor mental health and bullying among young people, and could have significant unintended consequences, including limiting young people's civic participation. What else we need? Stronger regulation of platform design, algorithms and harmful content, making online spaces safer for all of us. Investment in community-led, culturally informed digital literacy programs. Good practice already exists at grassroots levels and with community organisations partnering with experts to deliver training to parents, carers and young people. But there is a real opportunity to work with community to expand this. Protecting service access. There is a need to equip those working with young people outside formal education spaces, like youth workers, to stay connected and engage with young people where they are most active, especially post-ban. And finally, young people's rights and perspectives must be embedded in decisions that affect them. Implementation and related measures to improve online safety for young people must include meaningful consultation with those directly impacted. We are keen to work more with the eSafety Commissioner, this committee and this parliament to bring young people into these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to first give it to the youngest member of our panel here today, Senator Walker.
Thank you. And it's nice to have some witnesses, as in no offence, it's nice to have some witnesses that are close to me in age. So this is exciting. Something that we've spoken a little bit of, it's only been touched on briefly today, but I'm interested to know your perspective on is algorithms. Talking from my personal experience, you only have to Google something once or look something up on Instagram once and then it's literally all over your feed. In my experience, if I view a video once or twice, that just triggers it even further. I'm wondering if you can touch on what your experiences have been with algorithms, sort of what content it's feeding you. But what I'm more interested to know is if you've seen that with also harmful content. As in, for me, it's mainly just been what I'm looking up, which isn't usually particularly negative. But I'm interested to know from anyone on the panel that has something to add if you've also seen that with, you know, more negative content online.
Anyone can take that. Leo, would you like to have a go?
Yeah, no, sure. I think, look, I know that my social media feeds and experiences, I've been lucky enough for them to be largely positive. I obviously recognise that's not going to be the experience of everyone. I think everyone here today agrees that there's negative content, harmful content online, in particular for young people. In relation to algorithms, and you know, they can be confusing in how they work. I know that I tend to get the same kind of content. My feed's largely tailored, so I'll get, you know, your Australian politics content, football content, and look, sure, there might be some misinformation, there might be some disinformation that's pushed. There's AI videos, there's quack slop, there's all of this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, I think I largely get what I'm looking up. Now, apps like Twitter, they do have a lot of harmful content. I think since the Elon Musk takeover, issues like graphic content on Twitter has presented itself. But I know that my feeds tend to be what I'm looking up or what I've searched on other platforms. So they tend to be largely tailored, but that's just been my experience. I know that's not going to be identical for everyone.
Laura speaking. I might just add that similarly, personally, I haven't had necessarily that kind of negative experience with my algorithms. It's mostly cat content, yay. But I think this question points to something really important, which is that the onus can't and shouldn't be on young people. When it's the system and those algorithms that are not designed by us but are fed to us that are influencing the information that we're receiving. I think the onus then needs to be on the companies that design those algorithms to take and put measures in place to ensure the accuracy and safety of the information that's being fed to us through those algorithms.
Thank you, Laura. This is Harini speaking. Thank you for the question. This is something that's come up with the young people that we've spoken to and consulted with as part of our research as well. Young people talked about how they were being fed racist content sometimes, and they'd report it, but this didn't really lead to any meaningful outcomes for them. They would continue to see this content, or they wouldn't know what happened once they did report it. And we know more generally as well that algorithms do tend to promote extreme, polarising or sensationalist material because it generates higher interaction as well. And while this wasn't something really specifically that young people, that we asked young people in our consultations, we heard from them that they wanted platforms to be safer and to be improved. But instead of removing them from platforms, that there should be a systemic regulation to drive up safety standards. They did talk about scrolling and fears of becoming addicted to platforms, which I know came up previously with this committee as well. And instead, they proposed for solutions to get to the actual crux of the problem and the issues that they face. So moderating algorithms or having opt-outs or removing features like infinite scrolling, enforcing meaningful time limits, not just ones that you can press ignore and carry on, and moderating content to be safer for them. And in the words of a young person, and I quote, "I think there should be limitations to what appear on people's social media, not that they have no access. It's the internet that should be impacted, not the young people that use it."
Is that all?
Do you want to ask if anyone else has?
As in, is there anyone else? It's hard when it's online, so...
I don't have anything to add. I'd back in what my colleagues have said so far. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's all. Do you have
Thank you.
Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair. The question I've been asking, or the issue I've been focused on today, is how do we measure the relative impact, either in terms of harm or harm reduction, for policy interventions in this space? Because that's something that I'm interested in knowing about. From your perspectives and from the organisations that you represent, what are the best ways that we can evaluate policy interventions, not only in terms of harm prevention, but potentially unintended consequences or harm flowing from the intervention itself?
I'm happy to give a first answer. It looks like some of my colleagues are keen to give an answer as well. My answer to that would actually be that's an excellent question to consult with young people about. Something that we feel has been really missing, that I touched on in my opening statement about this process, has been the lack of meaningful and genuine consultation with young people, both about the identification of the problem, but also about the identification and development of solutions. So I actually think that, an area of expertise that YACVIC has, and that many of the organisations you've heard from, including those on the panel right now, have, is about how to do that genuine and meaningful youth participation, youth consultation, and most importantly, youth co-design. I would love to see actually the measures about what we view as success for this co-designed with young people. If we're saying that this is a solution to address a problem that's impacting young people, let's ask them, what are the bits about social media that they're finding the most damaging and the most harmful, and what would it look like to no longer have those elements be impacting their life in a negative way, and work with young people to co-design exactly what those evaluation processes should look like. So I think it's a really great question for us to be asking. Something that, is important to us is that there is a 2-year review built into this legislation, and I think we should be future-proofing right now by thinking about what those evaluation methods of the 2-year mark are and how we can involve young people in every step of that process.
Yes, go ahead. The Multicultural Council,
Thank you, Tarini. Thank you very much. We'd just like to add that, while there have been some consultation with young people throughout this process, it has been really limited to date as well. So, for example, in New South Wales, they conducted a survey about the rollout of ban, what that would look like, if it would be effective, and they had a huge amount of responses. They had 21,000 responses, which is incredible, but unfortunately only around 2% of those represented the cohort that will actually be impacted by the ban. So I think partnering with community organisations and developing ways to actually seek feedback and from young people and communities that will affect, and to co-design things like evaluations is so important. I think as the ban is implemented, it's important to have mechanisms for feedback from young people and community during the implementation to ensure that it's responsive to their needs, and to work with community as well, because we've seen, as Edmund flagged in the opening statements, that community organisations are already bridging these gaps and filling these holes. So it's important to partner with them as well.
And I might just add on, if that's okay.
Yes, quickly.
Thanks, Senator.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that in the past, we've done some work with the E-Safety Commission, and I know that they'll be doing part of this evaluation, and I think that there has been some good practice there already in terms of how they work with and engage young people. I know they have a youth council. They've also engaged some of our youth co-researchers in previous research, so I do think that there's a strong foundation there for them to be working with organisations and young people.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much. Mr Puglisi, I just wanted to ask about your channel. You've interviewed many famous people and brought an important youth perspective to everyday news and important matters through 6 News. What impact would this have had on you when you were first starting out? Sorry, what impact would the social media ban have had on you if it was in place when you were starting out?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. Simply 6 News wouldn't have existed. I'm really lucky that I've been able to, as I think I mentioned before, use social media in a safe way, in a way where I've been able to feel comfortable on it. I've had very supportive parents and family around me, which I know that not everyone has, unfortunately, but I was able to have that online. But really 6 News wouldn't have existed in the first place, and that would mean that the tens of thousands of people who have chosen to get their news from an outlet run by young people that covers news for all ages wouldn't get that option. It would mean that a lot of people who are young and they want to get involved in media wouldn't have the ability to get that kind of experience that they've had with 6 News. So it wouldn't have allowed us to exist in the first place, which, I know I'm biased on that question, but I think that would have been a shame.
How long has 6 News been in operation, and how old were you when you started it?
Yeah, so it started in 2019. It was nothing serious. It was a YouTube channel. I was in year 6, so it was a passion project. At that point, my parents, they would watch what I was uploading. They would check if the comments were fine. They always tended to be. Again, it was nothing serious. When I got into high school, so I would have turned 13, we gotten more exposure from mainstream media, and we were able to grow from there. So I was doing it from year 6. So as I said, I would have been 11 at that point. But it only really became serious once I started high school, and it's grown to where it is now.
So can you tell me about that growth? And I mean, that's a remarkable effort for a boy at that stage, an 11-year-old, to start their own YouTube channel. Tell me about the growth and what you're doing now.
Yeah, so we had a few mainstream media outlets interested in us, so they did a few stories. We were able to build followers from there. I think we largely based our audience, or I should say got our audience from the 2022 federal election. We were very lucky to interview the then Prime Minister Scott Morrison, the then opposition leader Anthony Albanese, and get quite a bit of media coverage for that. And by that point, we still have a small team, other young people around my age, some a bit younger, some a bit older, who have seen 6 News and they thought they want to be part of that. From that point, we've really grown to focus on more original reporting, doing a lot of our own interviews, our own stories, going out and doing this reporting on the ground. And now we're at a point where we've got, as I said, maybe roughly 100,000 followers combined across social media platforms, really just by continuing to deliver independent news, deliver independent reporting. And I'm really lucky and grateful that people have turned to us, and it's also a full credit to our small team of about 9 people right now, including myself, who are just about as passionate about it as I am.
And so can you just explain how you broadcast, for want of a better word, across different social media platforms? How many subscribers on YouTube, Insta and the like? Could you just break that down for me?
Yeah, sure. So YouTube would be about 35k the last time I checked. That's, I guess, is if we were a TV channel, that's our equivalent of television. It's our main medium. I guess it's where all our kind of broadcasts are. Across Twitter, it'd be about 40,000, about 15 to 20,000 on Instagram, about 15,000 on Facebook, and maybe about 3,000 on Blue Sky as well. I haven't checked the exact figures recently, but YouTube is certainly our major platform. As I said, it's where we've started, and it's kind of our hub of content, for lack of a better word.
And so how many of your subscribers or followers are under 16? I know you probably can't precisely answer that question, but do you have a sense of how many people would be affected by the proposed social media ban?
Yeah, it's a tough question. The analytics we're provided are the 13 to 18 demographic, so I can't really give a specific figure. I know anecdotally that a lot of people who see our content, I forgot to mention TikTok, there's about 10,000 on there as well. A lot of people who might see certain content, maybe it's brain rot videos, the Skibbity Senator videos, etc. They're younger people, they certainly follow us. It's not a majority or anything close to that, but it's at least 5% on YouTube, I would say anecdotally, but again, unfortunately, I can't provide you with an exact figure. We're just not given it.
And so the impact on your younger viewers will be fairly devastating, of course. What do you believe should be changed about the social media ban?
Well, fundamentally, I don't believe in the idea of the blanket social media ban. What I do know is that the original, I should say, what was passed last year with the exemption for YouTube, I definitely welcome that exemption. I'm still unsure of the reasons for that backflip, but I know that YouTube is just so widespread that including it in the ban made a bit less sense to me. Certainly, as has been echoed, I think earlier in this committee today, when I was listening before, better education is needed, platforms with a duty of care as well, and making sure these spaces are safe for young people. I think it's critical that we recognise that young people are online, and then we work to make sure these places are safe. We don't just say, well, this is in place, they're definitely not going to be able to get on it, because we know young people are going to. So better education is really necessary. There is no silver bullet. I think the Prime Minister said that, and I would agree. inquiry. And I also know that, the government does have tools at its disposal, like the E-Safety Commissioner, to actually remove harmful content. What we do know is that this ban, while it will supposedly stop young people getting on these platforms, it doesn't actually remove any of the harmful content that we've been hearing about constantly. I think that's a problem as well. We're not actually addressing the harmful content. It kind of is giving the appearance of that. So there are lots of tools at the disposal, but fundamentally I'm against a blanket social media ban.
Mr Puglisi, you're obviously a very impressive young man. What are your aspirations for 6 News? And do you think you want to present mainstream news one day on one of the commercial stations? Or maybe the ABC?
Well, if you asked me that a few years ago, I'd probably jump right into that. I know now, though, we've got so many followers and people who want to see 6 News grow. We're definitely continuing to grow. We've got a lot of plans on the horizon. While I still finish my Year 12 exams. I've got 2 to go, and I'll graduate first. But look, I'm not a long-term planner, for better or worse, so we'll wait and see. But I'm really excited to see where 6 News goes, and I think it's only upwards from here.
Hey, can I just ask, are you making a profit out of 6 News now?
I am very terrible with finances. I've brought in a friend to help me with that. We only get like small donations from Patreon. We get a very tiny bit of monetisation from YouTube ads, really, really small though. So we're making enough to I guess, reward some of the other young people who are part of it and give their time. But certainly it's not a big money operation yet.
But the world is your oyster, Mr Puglisi.
I would think so.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your terrific evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Leo, could I ask you whether the government has reached out to you about your views on the social media ban now that YouTube seems to be back in it? Has there been any, your platform, your engagement with young people, as well as your engagement with plenty of adults, frankly? I know there's plenty of politicians who watch your feed to see what scoop you've got next. You break a lot of stories. Has anyone from the government engaged with you about the impact that this ban would have on your operations and your audiences?
Not since the YouTube ban came into effect. I was lucky enough to speak at I forget its exact name, but it was the Joint Select Committee around this time last year, yes. Same issue. And I believe at the same time I had an invitation from the New South Wales and SA governments for a summit, which I couldn't attend because of school. But no, not since the YouTube was included have I heard, but I'm just very lucky to be at this committee and speaking about it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you've been able to give us your thoughts on this today. Obviously this, and you've all spoken about this, and so did our previous panel, that even the confusion and lack of certainty about how the ban will operate come December 10, are people going to be simply locked out of their accounts if you're 16 and you don't, or 14 or 15, what happens to your content, what happens to your data, what happens, assumably you all have platforms, but I'm thinking particularly 6 News have platforms to help share that information and be part of that education process that is going to be needed. Would you welcome a direct conversation with the government or the E-Safety Commissioner about how to make sure, to help young people understand what it will mean on December 10?
I would certainly love that opportunity. I think it's really important that young people are informed in this process, as I think everyone else here has said today, that young people are involved in the process. That's really, really key. So absolutely, I would welcome that. I think it's critical that young people are part of this, because at the end of the day, they, along with I think a lot of Australians, are very, very unsure about how this is going to work, how this is going to be implemented, what platforms are going to be included, because it feels like it has been changing just about every week. So yes, I would absolutely welcome any conversation, and my inbox is always open.
We've heard a lot of anecdotal evidence, but also there is data now out of places like California and the United Kingdom and even South Korea, of where bans like this are put in place and then young people get around them with VPNs. Are young people asking you how to use VPNs? Do they already know? Is it just considered, normal engagement online to be able to have access to a VPN? That's this question for anyone.
Yes, so this is something that's come up. We've heard directly from young people in our consultations that they would likely, either circumvent these rules and gain access in other ways, or use alternative platforms that aren't banned. We heard from a young person, they said, "You all think your restrictions work, adults, parents, schools, even the government, but people still find ways around it no matter how hard you try." The use of VPNs is something that I think is common knowledge or general knowledge. If one young person within a friendship group or within a school knows that they're able to then share that information amongst their peers, I don't think that it is something that is difficult. I guess there are accessibility issues as well, because sometimes they're paid, so maybe that's a barrier. But when we spoke with workers across the sector as well, there was a general understanding that young people would remain online and that organisations themselves would have to modify their practices and meet them where they are, or to be able to communicate and share information with them as well. And that's why I think generally it's so important that we drive up safety standards on all platforms for all users, given that I think it's apparent that young people will likely find a way around. And to provide education, training, support, digital literacy to manage these risks online for both young people and families, especially if children are driven underground. And also it's important to remember that this ban isn't intended to punish young people. Its intention is to try and manage the risks that social media pose. So alongside the ban, alongside implementation, it's really important that we communicate really clearly with young people that if they do encounter issues when they do access social media, that there are supports for them and that they should reach out to adults or to the Safety Commission, whoever might be relevant, and make sure that they're not being punished for platforms continuing to be unsafe and these risks that we know they're continuing to be perpetuated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I might just add to what Harini said. As I said before, there's also a really recognised digital divide for multicultural young people in terms of access and inclusion and also parents. And so one of the challenges is that potentially other workarounds that some young people might make to sort of support their access to supports and services and connection may be missed by multicultural young people or other young people with diverse needs. And that's something that we are worried about, and we're talking with youth workers and others in the sector about how do we make sure that they still have that really critical connection to services like ours and to other young people to bridge those gaps, because we don't want them to be left behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does anyone else want to jump in there about how age verification is clearly not foolproof?
I would just say quickly that I think I've got a younger brother who's within the scope of the social media ban. You know, he uses it currently. I can say that him and his mates around the same age group, they're not particularly worried, because there are a bunch of avenues regarding VPNs, as has been mentioned, regarding, I think it was mentioned earlier, Temu bought masks and things like that. The UK, for instance, with their Online Safety Act, as I think would have been brought up before, has largely been able to be, bypassed with, computer-generated images being face scanned and all that kind of stuff. And mind you, in the UK, there was Discord only like a week ago had a breach of its identification being held, and there was a bit of a privacy breach there, which is a serious concern in Australia. But really, there are so many opportunities to bypass, which I think, again, misses something that's really crucial, is that we have to recognise young people are going to be online, and we have to actually acknowledge that. And it's whether or not they have opportunities to reach out, as was just mentioned, if they find something harmful online. If they're technically not supposed to be on there, are they going to be reaching out? I'm not sure. And I think that in itself would be a problem if that harmful content, which everyone agrees is a problem, is kind of allowed to continue to fester.
Yes, yes. So, it's actually more important to make these platforms responsible for creating spaces that are safe, particularly for young people, but for everybody, and to hold the platforms, these big tech companies, accountable for dangerous content and the promotion and the pushing of the viral nature of dangerous content. Senator Shoebridge, do you have any last questions for our witnesses?
Just briefly, thanks everyone for your assistance today. Leo, how many of your team are under 16?
Currently, at the moment, I believe none. The discussion has gone on so long that they've
aged out.
Have now turned 16. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you bring on some of those younger peers and they work with you, they could work on producing news content that you'd put up on YouTube that they then wouldn't be able to access through an account.
Well, yeah, exactly, and it would be very hard for us to communicate. We I guess, manage 6 News comms through social media. I also know this would, or I should say does, directly prevent us from bringing on other young people who want to be part of the team. We haven't really done, we're not on Seek or anything like that. Young people have generally, messaged us and come to us and said, hey, can I contribute? Can I be part of the team? Here's my interests or specialities. And we've been doing that for, as I said, 5-6 years, and it's been great. That is going to be prevented under this kind of plan, which I think is a real shame because, young people who are interested in media and journalism, and that's not the widest demographic in Australia, they deserve a chance to be able to explore their talents. And I'm really proud and happy that 6 News has been able to give that opportunity for so many young people. I think it's going to be a real shame if that is, or when that is, cut off. Not that that's anything against our current team that we have, who are great and are doing a fantastic job.
In terms of when you're connecting with young people, which I assume are a big chunk of your audience, under 16s, how much of that connection with the audience is currently happening on social media?
Yeah, well, pretty much all of it. I mean, maybe the 1 or 2 times a year I'll get recognised in the street, but people are commenting on social media all the time, and we see other young people talking about it. And you see it in the replies to just about every time we're reporting on the social media ban. A 15-year-old who has Instagram would be talking about it. I know that the people in that age group, even at my school, are talking about it in person because it's a real issue. And it's something that young people do deeply care about. So they're always having those discussions on social media. It's where young people are getting their news, not just from 6 News, it's where they're getting informed. And I think young people do have the right to be informed. We're having, serious conversations in this country and around the world about lowering the voting age to 16, but we're saying that a 15-year-old can't access any news or political information on social media. I just don't think that adds up.
In terms of your subscribers on YouTube, do you have any idea how many of them have accounts that are potentially just going to be frozen or shut down if YouTube's brought into the social media ban come 10 December?
Yeah, as I mentioned to Senator Henderson, it is hard to tell because they only give us the 13 to 18 figure. It's certainly not a majority, it's not over 50% by any stretch, but I would imagine that there'd be some. Of course, we're not 100% sure if it's going to be shut down, if you're going to be locked out, if it's going to be deleted off the face of the earth, what's going to happen. But I'd imagine it is some of our subscribers. And look, I'm not personally worried about any financial hit or anything like that. I really care, and my large objection to the social media ban has always been the potential harm it's going to cause vulnerable young people who use social media for really important reasons. But outside of those, just generally young people getting their information, I think that they shouldn't have that restricted. But there is a risk that is going to be restricted now. So I can't give you an exact figure, annoyingly, as much as I'd be interested to know myself, but there's definitely more than a few of our subscribers on YouTube and our followers on other platforms who could potentially be frozen out come the 10th of December.
And to either of the other organisations, this social media ban is going to come in on the 10th of December, just before a whole bunch of kids are going to be going on prolonged summer holidays. Many of them are going to be particularly in regional parts of Australia, potentially socially isolated, but other people who may otherwise be socially isolated, they're going to not have that connection at school, be put on a long break, and then have their social media accounts frozen all in a couple of weeks. How do you think that's going to play out? I might go to the Youth Affairs Council first.
Sure, I can kick us off. Yeah, it's a serious concern. I would echo all of the evidence that my colleagues on the panel have been given about all of these concerns. For us, a big part of the work that we do is around advocacy and information for young people. And, I think about a core piece of work we do every year, which is analysing, we're a Victorian-based organisation, so we analyse the Victorian state budget each year and break it down for young people about exactly what all of these things mean, how the budget impacts them. It's a really important way for young people to be engaged in the democratic process. And a core way we get that information out to young people is via social media. And we're really concerned about how we're going to keep communicating with, a huge portion of our members, which are young people under the age of 16, who rely on getting information about the world around them, but also about advocacy and issues they care about from our social platforms that they'll no longer have access to. That's just one example. I agree with you that, the timing around the school holidays does mean that it's going to be a challenge, especially because I don't think are seeing those digital literacy programs being rolled out in a timely way to meet this challenge. I will echo the evidence that my colleagues from CMY gave earlier, that the eSafety Commissioner and eSafety Commissioner team are doing a great job of trying to put together resources and, demystifying this process for young people and the people who support them. But we're really concerned that those resources, even for us to know what's going on, for us to be able to communicate with young people, won't be ready in time, and that this blanket ban will come in and, young people and, like I was saying, the people who support them, whether that's carers, parents, youth workers, educators, aren't going to have the information either. I think, there's an example of a great quote here from a young person. We've been publishing a range of blog posts from young people who care deeply about this issue over the last few months. And one young person wrote in their blog that, bans alone won't protect young people. Education is key. Just as schools teach road safety, digital literacy should be a core part of curriculum. Children and young people need skills to recognise harmful content, manage their well-being and navigate online spaces safely. Educated users are empowered users, and the focus should be on skill building rather than blanket restrictions. So I guess that's just a way to holistically say that it's a real issue that we are concerned about. We think that all the supports we've been talking about today need to happen in tandem.
Thank you, Ms Frost.
Can we just very quickly, because I think it's distinct here from Mr Kasturichachi, from a multicultural youth perspective, what that's going to mean for multicultural youth in particular?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I'd like to begin by saying some quotes that I heard from young people when we did our consultation. So
we do want to hear from you, but I'm just letting you know we are well and truly over time, so we need to keep this short and snappy. So,
thank you. This young person said, "I use it for Islamic pages. We learn things together and understand. I don't get that in my day-to-day life. School is limited, just classes. Social media is different. You can be more yourself than when you're at school or in social settings." I think that really goes to what you were talking about, Senator Trubridge, about the disconnect for young people when they are taken out of school or their communities, but they don't have these other third spaces. That's why it's so important that after December 10, to be investing in opportunities to build and sustain alternative spaces for social connection for young people. They should be culturally responsive, safe third spaces. They should be youth-led and youth-led initiatives, not just co-designed, to ensure that this cohort's needs are being met. There's an opportunity to fund partnership schemes between larger organisations and grassroots organisations to lift up these smaller groups, including those that are youth-led, that are already doing this work. And this could be done by exploring adoptions of existing grants and schemes like the DHA Modernised Multicultural Grants Program.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you for presenting to us today and giving us such important insight. And Leo, good luck for the last two exams.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to suspend now for our lunch break, and we're going to be back at 1:45 with our next lot of witnesses. Thanks, Hansard. Now welcome representatives from the Digital Rights Watch and Electronic Frontiers Australia. Now I can see some of you online, great. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence, giving evidence to a Senate committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can I get you please to state your full names and the capacities in which you appear, and we'll start with Digital Rights Watch.
Can you hear me, Senator?
We can. Yes,
Wonderful.
O'Shea, thank you.
you.
We can hear you.
My name is Elizabeth O'Shea. I am a founder and the chair of Digital Rights Watch. Should I start now or give?
We might just. Yes. Okay. Go ahead with your opening statement, and then I'll go to the others. That's fine.
Wonderful. Thank you, Senator. I will not be long. I wanted to start by thanking the committee for the opportunity to provide evidence today on this important legislation and regulatory code. We have been advocating around these kinds of issues for a number of years now through a variety of different policy submissions and advocacy work. We would note first up that the 2024 passage of the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill was a process that we would describe as disappointing. It involved a very short turnaround for engagement with the public, but we would note that many experts who scrutinised the proposal overwhelmingly recommended it be rejected, and nothing that's happened in the last 10 months has given us any reason to think that this position should change. In our view, a simple ban of young people from social media will result in harm to them, young people, especially those who come from minority communities and who experience other kinds of social distinctions, such as living in remote areas, depend very much on the internet to be able to find their own community. And when we limit their ability to do so, there is no replacement, and indeed the replacement might be something much worse. But the outcome really, in terms of a direct replacement for social media, is that they are cut off from key parts of society. And so our argument is that rather than focusing on a straight ban, there is much better regulatory approaches that focus on the business model of social media platforms, including targeting algorithms, transparency, and improved privacy protections, all of which go to the source of revenue for these kinds of platforms. And shifting that would make these spaces safer for children without restricting their capacity to participate in society. Now, the other regulatory codes from eSafety that we're discussing today set regulations that we think are not just ineffective in terms of reducing online harms, but have the potential to increase the level of online harms as well, faced by both children and adults in Australia. We think better regulation of both internet search engines and social media companies is essential. We think it has to be done in a rights-respecting way, and we think there are many options available to the Australian Parliament to do so. And so we would call on the committee to reject both of these policy and proposals, laws and regulatory proposals, and implement codes that engage in meaningful consultation with expert organisations and laws that are designed from a harm reduction perspective that are also rights respecting.
Thank you. And could I now go to representatives of Electronic Frontiers Australia, and if you could both give us your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing, both Mr Scott and Mr Payne, and then over to you for a short opening statement.
Thank you, Senator. I'm John Payne. I'm the chair of Electronic Frontiers Australia. I don't think Mr Scott is joining me today, so I'm flying solo, although he is listed. I do have a brief opening statement, and I'd like to share that with the committee.
Yep, that's fine. Mr Payne, we'll just adjust our Hansard, and then, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. Electronic Frontiers Australia thanks the committee for the opportunity to give testimony today. We would ask the committee to note for the record that the Australian Privacy Foundation strongly supports our submission and our testimony that we will give today. Founded in 1994, EFA is one of Australia's oldest volunteer-run digital rights organisations. A great many of our members and past and current board members are parents, and as such, EFA strongly supports the goal of protecting children online. But our views differ on how to do this in a privacy rights preserving way for everyone, not just children. We are giving this testimony to sound the alarm. The proposed implementation approach for the under 16 social media ban and the Internet Search Engine Services Online Safety Code, in our view, is disproportionate, rights violating, and fundamentally risks making Australian children and adults less safe in the long term. It's a fundamentally complex issue requiring a multifaceted solution. Simply banning young people from accessing social media is to pick us the lowest of hanging fruit. It is either unrealistic optimism or the politician's syllogism. In EFA's view, it's probably both. Our core argument is this: an incremental measure of safety must not be purchased at the cost of the fundamental privacy, anonymity, and freedom of expression for an entire generation. The proposed regulatory approach exchanges one sense of risks, unsuitable content, for another far greater systemic risk: the potential mass collection of children's and adults' identity data, further enriching the data stores and financial positions of big tech and big data, and increasing cyber risk on a very significant scale. In EFA's view, the proposed regulations fail to impose a comprehensive and effective duty of care on platforms. A digital duty of care requires platform design to not only inherently minimise content or function-related harm, but it must also severely restrict personal data extraction and prohibit algorithmic manipulation. Instead, these proposals task platforms with implementing an age verification surveillance layer, which may actually be welcomed as it entrenches additional data collection and retention. The figurative elephant in the room, however, is the long-standing failure of successive Australian governments since 1988 to properly regulate data privacy in our country. Australia's existing privacy framework has never been fit for purpose when viewed through the lens of the social contract between our government and its citizens. And it is currently under attack again by big tech, their lobbyists, and our very own Productivity Commission. For many years, EFA and the APF have witnessed big business, big tech, big data, and their lobbyists and interest groups sprinkle pixie dust in the eyes of our policymakers, resulting in inadequate and ineffective privacy laws, which, in our view, have all the appearance and odour of successful regulatory capture. As for the Children's Privacy Code currently under development, will this fix the problem? Well, the code is being developed on the back of existing Australian privacy principles. Why is this important? The existing APPs are already fundamentally flawed and have not kept pace with technology, despite their claims to being technologically neutral. This means, again, the government is poised to pass privacy regulation based on a redundant and antiquated regulatory precedent. A genuinely safe internet for children begins with a mandated digital duty of care, backed by privacy laws strong enough to prevent and prosecute against the systemic harms caused by surveillance-based capitalism, not by forcing children and adults to hand over their identity documents to an ecosystem of third-party vendors. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go to questions. Senator Shoebridge, do you want to kick us off?
Yep, more than happy. Starting with you, Ms O'Shea, but I'm very happy for EFA's views as well. One of the real concerns about this is with age verification, there's going to be some mass collection of data. It might be ID documents, it might be biometric data, and very real additional privacy risks that come about from that. And we've just seen with the data breach on Discord what that can mean if people's data, age verification data, is stolen and then disseminated online. Ms O'Shea, in light of what we've just seen with the Discord data breach, do you think there should be a further reflection on this policy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we would advocate that we need to move to a world of data minimisation, and that should be enshrined in the Privacy Act through various amendments that the government has accepted need to be made to the Privacy Act, but has not yet progressed. So data minimisation is a sensible policy because it undermines the incentive to engage in criminal hacking because less data is held, and it also minimises the gravity of the impact when a cybersecurity breach occurs. This kind of policy does incentivise or it requires data collection, although I would note that the OASC has put out some, I think, quite sensible regulatory guidance on this in recent days. But it is inescapably, it requires a certain amount of data collection. And it also, in other ways, can incentivise greater profiling of users to ascertain somebody's age with a reasonable level of certainty by profiling them in order to assess whether they need to have further age assurance mechanisms applied to them as users. So there's a number of different ways in which I would say the policy incentivises the collection of data in circumstances where I would argue it's preferable that we engage in a policy of data minimisation.
Yeah, I mean, the safest data from a breach perspective is the data that's never collected, isn't it? And this almost absolutely breaches that policy.
Absolutely. I mean, I would also say that's in a context in which I would argue bold regulation when it comes to privacy is one of the key ways in which we can target the business models of social media platforms that make these places particularly harmful, not just for children, but for all Australians, which is what I alluded to in my opening remarks. These business models rely on mass data collection in order to better profile users for the purposes of selling advertising. The regulation that effectively targets that business model will have a range of positive downstream consequences, including removing the incentivisation for more extremist and polarising content that can keep people on device, that continues their engagement, that requires or that incentivises social media platforms to use all mechanisms available in the design of their interface to encourage people to remain on the platform, things like endless scrolls and micro-targeting. So that is where I think we face a fundamental disagreement with proponents of these regulatory regimes who focus on trying to use personal information to stop people accessing certain parts of the internet, when I think denying large corporations access to that personal information might make it safer for everybody.
Mr. Payne, what are the lessons, if any, from this Discord data breach?
There's an expression that exists in the privacy and information security protection profession that goes, you don't have to protect what you don't collect. Mm-hmm. That is essentially aligning with the principles of data minimisation. I think what we need to understand also is that a lot of large organisations that have functions, back office functions, that operate by exception, in this case Discord, outsource their function to have decisions overviewed in respect of individuals who didn't pass their age gating tests. Statistics prove over the last 10 or 20 years that, depending upon the industry, between 30 to 60% of all data breaches occur in the hand of a trusted service provider. A good recent example, such as Discord, Qantas, for example. So a range of these organisations will use third parties, and it would be expected, with some degree of probability, that data breaches will occur in the future. So it's a very strong concern.
While I support the Privacy Commissioner attempting to use the current law to restrict the potential for major privacy breaches, the Privacy Commissioner came out and said that the OAIC will be requiring anyone implementing the age verification or age testing to meet with Australia's stringent legal obligations on privacy. That seems to me to be missing the point, or not hearing the multiple criticisms that I've heard about the lack of privacy protections on data collection, on ongoing consent, on proportionality. You know, even with the best will in the world from the Privacy Commissioner, are Australia's privacy laws up to scratch? Ms O'Shea?
I would argue absolutely not. I think the Privacy Commissioner is trying to ensure their regulatory guidance focuses on the most privacy-respecting manner in which this should be implemented. But it does, and I'm not sure it was necessarily her role to question the nature of the policy itself, but I would agree with you that's our job as citizens and your job as elected representatives to query that and try and ascertain what is the best policy for achieving the aim, the stated aim, which is to minimise harm for children or young people who access social media in particular. Although I would note some of the purpose around these kinds of proposals remains a bit unclear, especially in a context where there's regulatory uncertainty as to who is covered by the social media ban, for example. So I would say that a human rights approach requires us to think about that purpose, think about the incursions on rights that are required to achieve that purpose and whether they are necessary, limited and proportionate to the problem you're trying to solve. One last comment on that is that I do think there's something about this proposal that does suit social media platforms better than more brave policy making in respect of privacy. This is a proposal that can be implemented using technology that we've seen tested in the age assurance trial, which did not fill me with confidence, but my colleague from EFA might wish to speak to that. And I would note there that there was criticism of providers for over-collecting information in anticipation of regulatory needs. But what I would say is that this is something that does not require social media platforms to interrogate and modify their business model at heart, which is about using our personal information to turn us into commodities for advertising. And that is where I think the best efforts of regulators, of lawmakers should be focused at trying to shift that business model rather than trying to impose some over-the-top mechanism that potentially delays people's access to those social media platforms while leaving the ecosystem at large to be at quite a harmful place for everybody who's using it.
It's almost watch my hand, isn't it? Watch what we're doing here on this social media ban, and meanwhile, we're not going to implement a duty of care. We're not going to put in place restrictions on monetising children's data. We're not going to put in place restrictions on following and monetising adults' data, and we're not going to deal with the toxic algorithms. It's a classic watch my hand policy moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's deeply disappointing to us because there are rights-respecting ways that we think would be more effective, and this seems, unfortunately, to be something that is, I suppose, politically very straightforward. You can see the benefits, but I think this policy challenge, how you protect young people from harmful social media content, is one of the greatest challenges that we're considering, and we owe a huge responsibility to young people to make sure that we get it right. And unfortunately, I'm not sure that's where we are.
We are going to have to rotate the call, so we'll just, Senator Shoebridge, if we've got other questions, we can come back, but let's just get some others. Let some others have a go. Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to both the witnesses for being here and giving the evidence that you have. Ms O'Shea, I'm interested to explore the idea that you were just developing around how we either reduce the incentives or the efficacy of the models of big social media companies in terms of keeping our eyeballs glued to screens for their revenue. Is your argument, in a sense, that if they have less of our information, they'll be less effective at doing that? Or is it going to a broader change to the ecosystem whereby they have less of a financial incentive to do it in the first place?
It's both of those, Senator, I would argue. At the moment, we have a very permissive regime, and this means that there's all sorts of design choices that are followed here that may not necessarily apply in other parts of the world, but this gives rise to all sorts of other consequences that perhaps aren't related to this committee, but things like scam content and the like, which is much more prevalent here compared to other parts of the world. So what I would say is if social media companies cannot find a way to make money other than by monetising our personal information, then that is not a problem that should concern the committee. What we should be thinking about is how to make these spaces safe, and I think targeting that collection of information will will generate alternative consequences. That is ultimately the basis of this business model, collection of personal information for profiling. So that's, I think, where the better place is for the focus of lawmakers.
You've referred to jurisdictions overseas a couple of times. Can I just ask, is that the European Union? Are there others that are perhaps better practice than Australia that we might look to from a regulatory perspective?
Specifically in relation to children, I need to consider that further, but I think it's fair to say that there are a number of other jurisdictions in the world that have improved privacy protections compared to us. Europe is obviously one. California is the other. People are often surprised to learn that California has very strong privacy protections, especially compared to Australia, just because it is the home of Silicon Valley, but it's true.
Taking a slightly broader question, I'm happy for both of you to answer it, and then this will be my last one. One of the observations that was made during estimates was by the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner was that you have this conundrum of a lot of vile material that exists on the internet, the internet being a place where that is unlikely to be removed from anytime soon. What then are the best ways to prevent young people having access to that type of material, given that we know that it's out there and for whatever reason they might either be drawn to it or lured to it or however they get there? Really, if it's not, or if there are issues with the social media ban, what's the way to prevent young people having access to this harmful material? Because that's the objective, and this seems at least one way to do it.
I would have a couple of responses to that. So there's a couple of different components to the problem. Young people who might access it by accident and for example, and in those contexts you want to make it as easy as possible for them to report that and for social media companies to be held to account for reports that they don't action, for example. But prohibition of creation of accounts does not serve that purpose, especially if young people know that this is unlawful. They might be less inclined to engage in help-seeking behaviour. That's one of our key concerns. And this is something that is also borne out in some of the consultations that eSafety conducted with young people, concerns around ensuring that young people are given every opportunity to engage in help-seeking behaviour when they might need to. There are other mechanisms that we could look to restrict or minimise the chance that young people will encounter different kinds of content. Algorithmic transparency might be one. There were proposals before the last government around mis and disinformation that I think could be a model for that. That bill was obviously extremely controversial, but certainly requiring certain forms of transparency around algorithms to a regulator, to researchers, to others is one way. Imposing, of course, a digital duty of care, which I think is a flexible and open-ended concept, which is partly what gives it some strength as a proposal, because it can be an ongoing matter of interpretation with proactive regulatory engagement. That kind of requirement at law, I think, would incentivise and encourage better behaviour for minimising that content being available to young people. And the last thing I would mention is, if young people are going searching for this kind of content, we might want to make it as easy as possible to find good versions of the content rather than pushing them to the sidelines to find bad. So that's a large-scale reform. It's not easily necessarily solved in this particular narrow inquiry about these proposals, but I think there is something to be said for ensuring young people have access to education materials, aren't seeking to learn about things like sexuality through internet searches that result in pornography, but that also they're not prohibited from accessing certain mainstream platforms and then are pushed to other darker corners of the web. That is a serious consideration, I think, in implementing particularly some of the other e-safety codes around this. That creates its own set of harms that I think we have to be careful to manage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. There's obviously been a lot of criticism of the proposals we're looking at today. I'm interested, if you were in charge and we were starting from scratch, how do we deal with this huge problem that we're facing, not just with young people, but as a society, when it comes to the power that social media companies have, both in terms of the attention that they are sucking up, but also what's happening on their platforms and the lack of transparency and accountability?
Could I attempt to answer that, please? It's a multifaceted problem, Senator. There is a lot to be said for the big tech industry and its influence on policy and decision making. But the real issue is the problem is so multifaceted. It's not about privacy per se, it's not about social media, it's about our relationship as humans with technology. And our society has fundamentally changed since the early 2000s, where we now have digital natives, kids that have been brought up into technology and introduced to devices. And what's happened over the last 10, 15 years is the steroid-fueled growth of surveillance-based capitalism and information capitalism with a concentration of market power. And this has resulted in kids being engaged in various platforms of technology, not just social media. So, for example, the ban on a social media platform won't necessarily drive children back out in the sporting fields around the country, picking up footballs and basketballs and whatnot. There will be a substitution of activity, and that activity will probably be technology-based or digital-based. So they might go on their PlayStation or their Xbox, they may go browsing. So from a based perspective, whilst enhanced privacy laws and establishing a duty of care are part of the necessary regulatory reform, we do need social change. And some of that social change has to take place in our education system by way of introducing digital safety and digital health as part of the curricula from primary school and secondary school, but also parents as well. There must be some parental responsibility taken in relation to the types of devices that young children are given at a very young age. There's got to be a really big question mark around why you want to give a 10 or 12-year-old child an iPhone 12, for example, the most modern iPhone, when they could have a dumb phone that's not internet connected. And there are, looking at the technology and having been on the age assurance technology trial, there are so many ways to circumvent this technology or the age gating obligations that are being introduced. It is complex and it does require a very well thought out approach.
If I could, Senator, I would say like a prohibition on monetising children's data is one straightforward mechanism. So the OARC is currently developing the Children's Online Privacy Code. My colleague John just pointed out that there are difficulties with that where the Privacy Act itself requires reform, which I would echo. However, I think that process is a good one and it should be, I'm interested to see where it goes. A prohibition on monetising or exploiting children's data for full stop, I think, is one mechanism that might be available to greatly minimise the kind of profiling or the tendency for social media platforms to send young people down a rabbit hole, for example. I would also like to opt into that particular proposal for what it's worth, but so I think it could be beneficial for adults too, but at least with children. I think you could argue for greater ease around certain design qualities like algorithmic resets and the like and those kinds of things. That could all be part of what is considered a digital duty of care and could be a set of guidelines around design that come under that rubric that could be put out as regulatory guidance and the like, and working out how to respond to specific design issues could be done through that kind of process, right? None of these look like a straightforward ban. You know, so there's other things that could be done, including producing literacy material, including encouraging greater conversations between parents and children about responsible use, but that may also be difficult. I have a lot of sympathy for parents who struggle to find the time and understand the appeal of a device or might be concerned about safety. Part of it is also having meaningful conversations with parents. That's a big job of literacy that will, you know, that's going to be generations long, but I don't think that's something that we can ignore either. So there's lots of work, I think, to be done from that perspective. But the last thing I'll say is there is a whole advertising ecosystem that we might wish to interrogate, like greater transparency around where revenue for these companies come from in terms of advertisers would, I think, be very interesting. From the research that I have seen, which is, required to reverse engineer some of these questions, we know that gambling companies, alcohol companies, junk food companies are big advertisers on social media. A prohibition on gambling advertising for young people, I think, is a straightforward policy reform that could reduce harm. As I understand it, supported by vast majorities of Australians, is much more popular than this ban, and also supported by very many MPs, and yet it's not introduced. That, to me, is an astonishing failure in my view.
And just finally, I know we're running out of time. One of my concerns with the sort of additional data that social media companies will potentially have to collect to be able to verify someone's age. We heard earlier from the few of the social media companies that they collect data, or they couldn't actually tell us, but I assume from their answers that they collect data on under 18s, but they don't use it to target them with ads. One of my concerns is that they're going to collect that data, and the day you turn 18, you're going to get the most hyper-targeted ads. And we've seen elsewhere in research where Meta is actually tagging young people as sort of high risk or whatever it might be, which means that these are the young people that you need to target with alcohol ads when they turn 18. Could you maybe talk a little bit about what should be happening to that data? Should it be used? Should it be tagged to that young person and potentially used after 18, or is there a way to delete it? What needs to happen there?
This is a really interesting question, Senator, which is being grappled with, as I understand it right now, by the OARC and has come up a number of times in terms of consultations. Because, of course, for young people, they don't necessarily want all their data wiped, notwithstanding that may be something that is appealing. I think it is important to think about what's in the best interests of children and ask children what they think. But giving them options like that is one way in which you could advance a proposal of that nature. I think inevitably a proposal like the one we're discussing, the social media ban, does allow a large number of large technology companies to know your age if you are a young person that moves from someone who is prohibited to somebody who is coming online, which is a piece of information that they can infer from other contexts at times, but it is something that they will then use, I am sure, to create an advertising environment. So what I would say is I can understand the appeal of mandatory forms of data deletion, but I think we should be careful to ensure the rights of young people are considered and consulted, and that various options are given for things like algorithmic resets, which might do a similar job but in a less extreme form, and even if the data is held, that it not be capable of monetisation is the other way in which you might be able to carve out a rights-respecting approach that minimises harm.
Can I please briefly add to that? Just in respect of the advertising claims made by social media platforms, it may be well true that they're not serving ads of organisations that pay for advertising on their platform, but those platforms are full of influencers, and a lot of them are doing so to promote a product, and that's advertising. So I would question that.
Thank you. Might add that to questions to them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you both for your attendance this afternoon. I just wanted to ask about consultation. Did anyone from the government consult either of your organisations in relation to the proposed social media ban?
Yes, we were approached.
Thank you for the...
Sorry, so it's hard.
Thank you for the question,
I'll
Senator.
go to, Mr Payne first.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Yes, we were approached by the government and was asked to take part in consultation, and we've made submissions in respect of consultations.
Can we, on notice, have a copy of those submissions and any other correspondence between yourselves and the government or the E-Safety Commissioner?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And what was the tenant of the consultation? Did you make your views clear during that consultation process?
We did, and as we said, we said it's a multifaceted problem, and simply putting a ban based upon age for a certain cohort of youth, prohibiting their access to social media, while at the same time hoping that when they turn 16 they have the requisite skills in order to deal with some of the harms that social media might present, seemed, very difficult to reconcile.
If you could also, on notice, provide us with the times and dates that you engage with the government or the E-Safety Commissioner, like roundtable details and other meetings and the like, that would be most appreciated.
Yes, thank
and
you.
To you, Ms O'Shea, could you just describe whether you engaged in any consultation and just the nature of that consultation?
Yeah, so we're talking about two policies here, as in the social media ban and then the codes coming out of e-safety, and they were treated differently. We obviously provided a submission on the age ban, shall we call it that in shorthand terms. That is a proposal that was being considered in various ways in advance to the lead up of the passage of the legislation. We did provide a submission, but as I'm sure you're well aware, there was almost no time between the bill being tabled ultimately and it being passed. So that I think is a disappointing process, shall we say. And then we did engage with e-safety on the codes. We did engage with e-safety on the codes, is what I'll say.
Just wanted to raise or ask you about the codes. Of course, these have been developed by the E-Safety Commissioner. They're not legislated codes, so they are developed by the E-Safety Commissioner separately. Do you have concerns that so many of the powers are encompassed in codes which sort of are not within themselves subject to parliamentary scrutiny?
I mean, I may be wrong here, Senator, but as I understand it, they're disallowable instruments. They can be subject to parliamentary scrutiny, but routinely haven't. But I may be wrong there. So, but am I concerned? So this is an interesting field in the sense that how best do you make regulation in a fast-moving technological space? There's an argument that there's a form of accountability that comes from Parliament, and in some respects I feel like that goes both ways, as in Parliament doesn't always seem that keen on taking the responsibility for some of the decisions that are coming out of e-safety, which I think is its own problem of accountability. But you also then do have a regulator that has considerable power for shaping what people's online experiences look like. E-safety, I think, has a very difficult job. It's got to do a whole lot of things for a whole lot of people in a contentious political environment. I mean, I think they could do things differently, but I think also the buck stops with parliamentarians who want to impose certain kinds of policies and then are happy for e-safety to carry them out, even when they may be complex, difficult and at times contradictory.
And Ms O'Shea, you are correct. The codes can be disallowed, but only in full, so the Parliament doesn't have the ability to amend a code as part of a disallowance process. But you make a good point in relation to the ultimate authority of the Parliament. Can you give any examples of where you think perhaps the Parliament has not delivered as it should have delivered? Like, has it, I guess, in some respects, has it given the E-Safety Commissioner too many powers?
Well, what would I say? I mean, I think it's difficult to carry out a mandate which includes a complaints mechanism as well as a code-making function, as well as now overseeing a social media ban for young people. These are very complex and diverse fields that sometimes come into conflict with each other in some ways. And I think there's some real thought that should be given to what Parliament is prepared to do legislatively and take responsibility for. Like, I think about the definition of social media, which is likely to shape how this policy is implemented. It seems to me, with talk of Wikipedia not knowing whether it's likely to be covered, there is some there's some convenience for Parliament not necessarily making it clear, and eSafety having to anticipate or put forward proposals based on what it thinks Parliament intended with this legislation, and then that might get sorted out with courts. Like, that strikes me as something of a less than ideal regulatory making environment. I think it does require, though, quite a bit of commitment on the part of Parliament to move legislation through in response to particular challenges, which may also be problematic. So I can see the role of a regulator taking on some of these challenges because of the flexibility of the process. But I do think some of the challenges with that outsourcing of a regulatory making function are becoming quite clear throughout the process of this policy's implementation, and are likely to become more clear post-December.
So if we went back to the drawing board and addressed the concerns that both of you have in relation to harmful content online, do you think it's possible to ban harmful content online without banning social media platforms for young people?
I mean, I think any kind of ban is something that you can say you do, but actually how you implement it is an entirely different question, and that is what is on display with this particular proposal. So banning social media for young people, at the moment we've got is a set of age assurance technologies that companies are required to take reasonable steps in order to potentially implement, from using guidance provided by both regulators, the OAIC and the eSafety Commission. But also that does not mean that young people will not access social media platforms. There are a variety of ways in which young people, I'm sure, will get around them. That is not their fault. And
yes, that's why
despite our best efforts...
It's a bit difficult, I know, via video conference. So that's why I'm asking, if you went back to the drawing board and were focused on banning or prohibiting harmful content, as distinct from just a straight ban on social media platforms, do you think that is possible to do?
I mean, no, not realistically, in the sense that you can't ban young people from seeing harmful content. In part, it's difficult to define what is harmful content. It's also difficult to technically implement a ban of that nature. So I would argue it's easy to say those things. It's quite another thing to deliver. We should look at trying to minimise harm. We should look at trying to make policy that is in the best interests of children and give them every opportunity to seek help easily, effectively, conveniently in the event that they experience harm.
And Mr Payne, how would you respond to that question?
Certainly a ban is the least preferred option, providing children with the knowledge, the skill set and resources on how to safely traverse the internet and engage online is, I think, a better outcome from a human rights perspective.
So what do you do, and we've had many, many instances of this raised publicly and very distressingly, when young people are being bullied via social media platforms. The most horrendous things are said to young people, and in some cases, as we know, that has led to their tragic death. What do you do? How do you manage that sort of content? It's not just enough to say, oh, well, you need to be better educated or you need better help. I mean, some young people have been subjected to some of the most horrendous behaviour by others. How are they protected?
Banning social media won't fix the underlying problem of bullying. It will still exist simply by using the phone. You can make a chat group on your phone by using the message function. You don't require social media for that. You can upload photographs to your phone and share them with a group. Again, bullying content. You don't need social media for that. What children need to understand is that they need to treat each other with dignity and respect and try and foster that online as well. Simply banning social media is not going to fix that problem. It would go away. It'll move into other areas.
And what do you say, Ms O'Shea, to that issue where children have been so bullied and subjected to the most horrendous conduct?
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, right? I'm sure everyone in the room is deeply disturbed by that, those accounts and those stories, and wants to do something about it. I'm not sure that the problem can be condensed to access to social media, especially in circumstances, for example, where schools and educational environments are heavily dependent on technological platforms for delivery of education. And that's maybe something we ought to question as well. Can you create an education environment that isn't so dependent on platforms, for example, to better encourage people to, from a very early age, to be able to find balance and removal and distance from some of the experiences online that can be particularly intense. So I have, my heart breaks for children experiencing bullying. I think assuming that a ban on social media will fix the problem is far too rudimentary in its thinking. We need to find ways to help those children, but also understand what problems are related to technology and what aren't, and give their education providers, their guardians, their trusted adults the best possible set of circumstances to assist young people in those situations.
But how do we stop the bullying online in the first place? How do we stop those horrendous comments being made which have driven some children to the point of such despair that they have committed suicide?
I mean, if I could solve how to stop children bullying each other, I would be here telling you what I thought, but I think this is a very difficult problem to solve. It involves conscientious educators with the time and resources to be able to spend time with children. It involves parents who aren't working very, very long hours to be able to have time to spend and connect with their children, trusted adults in those children's lives, like not just parents who sometimes aren't always acting in their best interests. It involves a multifaceted approach to address the problem of bullying. We're at a hearing to talk about a social media ban, so I just can't leave out of my answer that I think banning children from social media is not going to achieve the aim or the harm or remedy the harm that you're identifying.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you both for your evidence today and taking all of our questions. If there's anything further you wish to add, feel free to put anything through as a supplementary submission. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senators.
Thank you. We're just going to suspend for a moment while we get our next witnesses, make sure our next witnesses are online.
So, citizens.
I'll invite our next witness who is available online, Coria. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, Mr Levy, could you please give us your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing, and we'll make sure we can hear you properly.
Sure. My name's Tim Levy. I'm the Managing Director of Coria Limited.
Okay, thank you. And we have Senator Smith joining us online as well. Senator Smith, can we hear, just make sure yours is working as well?
Can you hear us, Senator Smith?
Can you hear us, Senator Smith? You can? Okay. All right. Mr Levy, if you could give us a short opening statement and then we'll go to some questions. If you have a short opening statement.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Coria is a global leader in online safety. You may not have heard of us, but we protect 27 million children and we work with 32,000 schools globally, and around about 8 million parents use our platforms every day. Most of our business is unfortunately outside of this country mainly because of the way the school systems are organised around devices, but I'll maybe talk about that another time. We certainly appreciate the efforts and intentions of the Australian Government and the E-Safety Commissioner and the various online safety regimes and measures. The key points I'd like the committee to take from my time with you today are these. I strongly believe that safety regimes must empower parents. All the research shows that an empowered parent in a child's digital life generates better outcomes. But the rights and roles of parents in online safety seems to be completely absent from all of these discussions, and I think that's a fatal flaw. The second thing I'd like everyone to understand is safety has to start with protecting the device. The technology to protect devices, and I'll talk about that in a moment, exists, it works, and it gives the parents the ability to make the decisions that are right for their family. And so all those issues that Lizzie was just talking about, they can be handled by empowering parents through technology that actually exists on the device. Now, our regulatory approach is very much focused on attempting to regulate online platforms, and I can confidently say that platform-based age gates and bans will drive young people towards VPNs, hidden apps, or darker corners of the internet. Parents will be confused and disempowered. Some things will get better, but many things, if not most of the more significant risks, we strongly believe will increase. And regulators will be in a constant whack-a-mole game with a dynamic group of tech companies whose interests are just not naturally aligned with user safety. I really encourage, I want us to move our discussions quickly from the blunt instrument of social media bans into how do we fill all the gaps in online safety. Now, let me provide you with a practical example. We work in online safety, so I want to focus on not the esoteric aspects, but the practicalities. Now, as I understand it, every one of you on the committee is provided a mobile phone and a computer by the government. These devices will have web filtering and internet security technology installed on them through what is called device management technology. You may have seen that on your device. Through these tools, I'm sure that you will not be able to access unsafe apps or pornographic websites. I'm also sure that you can't remove those controls. Possibly all of your keystrokes and content is also scanned and logged, and inappropriate material removed before you see it or send it. This is called enterprise safety technology, and it's been employed by businesses, governments, and schools globally. Qoria, my company, is just one of thousands of providers of these tools, and we have enterprise technology installed on roughly 10 million student devices in the US. When installed by schools, these tools ensure age-appropriate access to all online platforms, and the entirety of the web. They stop kids going to the dark web. They stop them using VPNs. And very relevant to this inquiry, they can also direct kids to the safer version of Google Search, Edge Search, and YouTube, essentially kids mode. Business, governments, and big US schools, they use these tools because they work, and they've been working for decades. Enterprise safety technology provides almost all of the security, privacy, and safety measures parents are begging for. But that technology is being withheld by Google, Apple, and Microsoft, who only provide that access to enterprise app developers. Parental control apps that you might want to download from the App Store, they can't get access to that technology. Now, you may not know this, but 50% of parents try to protect their kids online and use parental controls, but the majority of them abandon them very quickly. I'm sure the calls for the social media ban are because you've got parents dismayed and exhausted by their attempts to protect their kids online. But businesses, that's not the case for businesses. Businesses don't remove this technology because it works. Now, to add salt to the wound, we estimate that Australian parents spend around $2 billion per year on devices from these tech giants. And around about $1 billion of those, $1 billion is spent on learning devices that the public school systems tell parents to have to go and buy from Harvey Norman, and those devices cannot be protected. It's bizarre to me that the Australian population spends $2 billion on devices, and Google, Apple, and Microsoft withhold safety options from parental control developers. Now, this has to be our first priority, because with competitive access to the safety technology that already exists on devices, we can properly empower parents and create a dramatic shift in safety outcomes. I'm going to where I think some of these questions will go soon. The normalisation of harm is something that we can tackle with device-level technology with a backup of age assurance and age verification. We can deal with the normalisation of harm. You're always going to get the bad eggs. You're always going to find a kid who gets around these sorts of controls. It was true when I was young, and it's even truer now with the technology that these kids have access to. But the normalisation of harms can be fixed. Our message is simple. We need a model that empowers families with the proper tools and choices, not one which outsources safety to global platforms.
Thank you. Now, I might just go to Senator Smith online, if that's okay. If you can hear us.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Levy, for what appears very powerful evidence in the short time that you've made your opening statement. What would inhibit the mandating of enterprise technology by governments, given that, if I understand your evidence, governments do mandate it already when they're engaging in digital services as part of a business procurement contract? What would inhibit them mandating enterprise technology as a policy, as a community policy? First question. Second question, how powerful and how important is it to be focusing on the school community as a way of combating the issues that we're talking about here today?
They're fantastic questions, Senator. Firstly, the lack of access to the safety technology that's inherent on those device platforms, but not just them, by the way. There's also safety technology in Instagram that Meta will make available, for instance, to an online influencer to moderate their content, but they don't make that available to parents. So discriminatory practices is widespread across big tech. But when it comes to the devices, like that is the key gateway to the internet. And yeah, these are simple licensing decisions. There is misuse of market power protections in the Trade Practices Act. There is requirements under regulations globally around interoperability. I think these are competition, regulatory kind of competition angles to get this problem solved. And I don't think there's no technical impediment. It's just licensing issues that can be solved through pressure. But I think there's also a procurement opportunity. I mean, the Australian government would be within its rights to say we're not buying devices from any one of those providers anymore until they can guarantee that parents can keep them safe. So I think it's a pretty swift solution, frankly. And the schools is a very good observation. So again, this is quite peculiar to the US, where schools own the devices that they give to kids. And so we have all those amazing enterprise safety capabilities. And so we know the child, we know that they're 10. We put the technology on the device. It's seamlessly installed. The kid can't remove it. And then we can hand control to the teacher in the modern classroom. So otherwise they're staring at the back of 40 screens. And then we can hand control of that device to mum and dad after school to make their own decisions after school. I guess the point I'm making here is there is an amazing asset that the Australian community has, which isn't being leveraged, which is school-aged kids are the ones we're trying to protect from social media, gaming and online harms. And schools have already verified that this child is 10 or 16 or 15, and they already know who the parent is. That is a technique that we're using in the US to protect kids in the US. And that could very easily be done in this country, and it really needs to be pursued.
Mr. Levy, did I hear you correctly when you said 223,000 schools already?
No, 32,000 schools.
32,000 schools. And in what jurisdiction are those schools? Are they predominantly in the United States, or are they broader than the United States?
Most of our businesses in the US. We look after about 17% of students in the US. We look after 40% of students in the UK. And we look after, I think it's roughly 100 private schools here in Australia.
Perhaps you could be a bit... I hope you feel comfortable being transparent around the next question. So where you have had difficulties with your technology being deployed, what has been the resistance? What are some of the characteristics of that resistance?
Well, what our technology does is makes a promise that we'll save lives. So our technology not only blocks the internet, restricts access to social media, but we scan everything that's happening on that child's device and look for children that are being groomed, that are being radicalised, that are bullying or maybe bullying someone else. We make an intervention every 3 minutes to save a life in the US. And if you're making that sort of promise that you'll save a life, oh, by the way, we also can hide gore and nudity before a child even sees it in their browser. So the level of control of enterprise safety tech is extraordinary, but we're making a promise we save a life. And so it's very hard for us to do that in the public system in Australia, where the parents own the device, and the schools literally in this country tell parents do not put safety technology on that device because the kids need to be able to download apps in the classroom. So it's very hard for us to service the public sector in this country.
What has been the level of your engagement from Australian regulators? I'm assuming you have tried to engage Australian regulators. What has been how would you characterise that level of engagement?
Oh, look, we're always offered an opportunity to submit. I could confidently say that nothing we've ever submitted has been listened to, including the Online Safety Act, would you believe, doesn't even include the internet filtering. The enterprise safety industry, the parental control industry are not segments of the online safety industry. So we're not even governed by the Online Safety Act or basic online safety expectations. So, yeah, the whole safety regime in this country has kind of ignored school safety and parental controls. We're not really a party to it.
So have Google, Apple and Microsoft, what's been their level of resistance to you in the American market, given that they are clearly resistant to your adoption in the Australian market? So how can you operate so successfully in the United States, but less successfully here? What are the characteristics of these market players?
Yeah, the distinction is the licensing that Google, Apple, and Microsoft make available to what's called enterprise-owned devices. So the schools in the US own the device, so we get access to all those capabilities. But in Australia, by and large, the parents own the device, and so we are precluded from accessing those technologies. It's simply that. So it's not a jurisdictional thing, it's an ownership of a device question. But again, Google, Apple, and Microsoft, in fact, to their credit, Apple are starting to loosen up some of their restrictions in the parental control industry. They're starting to lead the way. But if you set up an iPhone for your child, you'll not be told that there are alternatives other than the Apple native products. They make it very difficult for parents to find other products, and they make it very easy for kids to violate them.
Chair, I have some further questions, but I'm happy to defer to other members of the committee.
Yeah. Great. Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Levy, good afternoon. Look, I was very interested just to ask questions following on from Senator Smith's questions about the barriers to introducing safety technology in Australian schools. So you have this safety technology implemented in about 100 private schools in Australia. What's the cost? And if children or their families own these devices, is it more complex to install this safety technology on these phones or iPads or the like?
In Australia, the cost is typically sub $15 per year per student. In the US, we're typically charging a third to a half of that. So at scale, the prices of these products are very, very affordable. And in terms of the difficulty using them, I mean, I'm sure everyone's who's got kids has tried to install either an Apple parental control product or a Google one or a third-party product and found it troublesome. When you have access to the full range of capabilities that these platforms provide for enterprises like the government or like big schools or big businesses, you have so much flexibility with the options that you provide. The onboarding experience is seamless. As I said before, the users can't remove this technology, and the technology can be configured to naturally moderate or change policies as children get older. Ultimately, so I was just going to say one thing is the key distinction here is that Google, Apple, and Microsoft have enabled competition in safety technology in enterprises because enterprises demand it. They have buying power, but they are not allowing true competition in safety technology in the consumer world because parents don't have buying power. That's the breakdown that we need fixed.
And so, sorry, was that $15 per student per year in Australia?
Yes.
And
yes.
how do you
or less.
And how do you ensure that safety technology is is loaded onto every child's device?
So that's what the schools do. So the schools are providing that device to the child, or forcing the child to come to the IT room at the beginning of the year, and then they install it. And it's oftentimes as simple as just signing in. If you're using a Google platform, literally the kid just signs in and it's installed instantaneously. They can't remove it, and all that capability is provided.
But are you saying that the school needs to own the device in order to load that safety technology onto the device?
That's the current licensing restriction of Google, Apple and Microsoft, but that's not technically the problem.
So what do you mean the current licensing restriction? So if children, say there was a principal in a public school who wanted to just get all their kids onto all their children at school onto safety technology, why couldn't that be loaded individually onto each child's device?
They would have to come to a provider like us, and then they'd have to own the devices. They'd have to prove to us that they own the devices, and then we could access the enterprise technology that Google, Apple and Microsoft provide us. If they're just asking parents to download the same technology from the App Store or Google Play, it's deployed with restrictions, that are mandated by Google.
Okay, but it is possible to load the safety technology onto your own device, onto your personal phone.
Correct.
Okay.
But if you do it from the App Store, it can be violated. If the school admin is using these MDM tools I spoke about before, then the kids can't violate it.
Okay. And so have you made any representations to the government about your work and how you believe you could better protect school children in Australia?
Yeah, many times.
And can you outline what sort of engagement you've had with the government?
Very little. I think there is a preoccupation in government with negotiating with big tech, with negotiating with those social media platforms. I think there is a view that imposing on a small coterie of social platforms and imposing upon them a duty of care will solve the problem. But I'm sure you've heard throughout the day that making Instagram safer isn't going to make kids safer online, because they'll work around it or find that misbehave in other platforms.
So sorry, just to go back to your engagement with government in terms of what you can offer as a company, what sort of engagement have you had with the government?
Our engagement has been from a regulatory perspective through all Online Safety Act discussions, social media banning, e-safety inquiries. We've made submissions into all of them.
Okay, could I ask on notice if you could provide us with details of your engagement, including the submissions you've made and any correspondence between either the e-safety commissioner or the government, so we can just understand what you've been doing behind the scenes? Look, I probably do need to move the call on, but I just was particularly concerned to learn that Meta will make safety technology available to some users, like influencers, and not others. Can you expand on that concern you have?
Yeah, look, and there's a specific piece of legislation in the US that we're all hoping gets passed called Sammy's Law, which is trying to address this problem. So if you're a content creator, let's say, or an influencer, or even a business like mine, you'll have a content distribution platform that can plug in to all of your online platforms like Reddit and TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and what have you. Some of those, it's called an API, some of those integrations allow us to scan the comments that come back and even moderate them, take down hate speech. So that's a standard capability offered to businesses, influencers, content creators. But if you go to Meta, I'm sure that they'll tell you that offering parents the ability to read their kids' messages and take down nasty messages would be a breach of privacy. I find it perverse that big tech allow businesses to spy on anybody, but they don't allow parents to protect their kids. I find it perverse.
I mean, that is sickening, frankly. Mr. Levy, what data do you have to show the effectiveness of your safety technology? Obviously, you've made big claims that your work saves lives of children who link in with your protections. What evidence do you have to support that?
Well, firstly, can I say this isn't about my business, Coria. What I'm advocating for is a competitive model. We compete against many companies that do this, some better in part than us and us better in part than them. What I'm advocating for is competition will solve this problem, free us up with interoperable access to this technology, and the market will solve the problem of parents. So this isn't about my company, but in terms of the evidence of the harms and the protection, it's vast. I'm more than happy to get some data across to this inquiry over the next few days.
I mean, have you seen a noticeable drop in incidents of harm, of anything else in relation to schools which have adopted these safety applications?
The most impressive statistic, we're only about a year into the data sets though, but the most impressive statistic is, remember I was telling you before that we do digital monitoring. So we're scanning kids' online activity using AI tools, usually sitting on the device, so it's not making it to the cloud, looking for toxicity. And when we see something toxic, we then start running the AI tools in the cloud and then ultimately through human moderators, and we'll intercede where necessary, and the stories will make you cry. What we've found is those schools that have launched parental controls, remember I also said that those schools in the US can hand control to those school devices after school. Those schools that have done that launched that program, they find an almost instant reduction in what we call Tier 5, the most nastiest toxic issues in schools. They find usually around about 20% reduction in toxicity in the school. And over a period of 6 months, we're seeing somewhere between 20 and 50% reduction in really nasty things happening at school. So it proves what we all know as humans, which is a village raising a child makes a difference. Parents engage, kids knowing that their parents love them, that the school is looking after them, it makes a difference. So this is, that's my biggest proof point, that empowering parents with on-device technology will make the biggest impact.
Thank you so much, Mr. Levy. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. David, Senator Pocock, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question. Thank you, Mr. Levy. Very interesting to hear what you're doing, and thank you for your work. Sort of touched on with Senator Henderson's question, but I'm interested why the device level controls are missing from this debate. It's as you said, it's not something that the government wants to talk about. It's not something big tech wants to talk about. What's going on here?
Man, I wish I knew. I think obviously the device manufacturers don't want to discuss because their business model is lifelong users, right? They want the whole family to be Apple users and those kids to use Apple devices for the rest of their life. So it's not in their interest to provide interoperable access to technology like ours, which is all about empowering parents, monitoring activity and moderating activity. So it doesn't surprise me that they don't raise their hand, and when it's raised, they obfuscate it. In terms of the broader issue around the Online Safety Act and the e-Safety Commissioner's Office really focusing all their time targeting the online platforms, I can't explain it, given that filtering has been a basic part of education for 25 years now. And yet it's not even discussed. It's not even mentioned, school filtering in the Online Safety Act. So there is this view that kids can be protected through ensuring that online platforms have a duty of care. And again, as I've said many times, I just think whilst that's really important, they should be responsible for what they do. We need to also empower parents. And the only way to do that is the device, because that's the gateway to the internet.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Levy, you mentioned that you have contracts with some private schools in Australia. I'm wondering whether you could, on notice, give us a list of who they are, as it's interesting that some have been able to use your technology and engage with you in that way. That might be helpful for our further inquiries.
Yes, of course, absolutely.
Thank you. Senator Gosh, have you got any questions? No. No worries. Thank you, Senator Smith.
If I might, just one more, Chair, or actually two more, if I just might. I think it might be very, very helpful. Mr. Levy, the key policy lever here is enforcing interoperability. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes.
Secondly, we hear a lot about the ability of parents to take control. They're time poor. They may not be technologically as literate as their children. Having said that, of course, today's parents are certainly much more technology literate than my parents were, etc., etc., etc. Is that the right assumption when we're thinking about parents and their abilities and their level of interest in their children's safety?
Yeah, I hear that raised a lot. Parents are too time poor and they don't get the technology, and I think that's dismissing parents. I think that's very unfair to parents, and I also think that's intellectually a poor way to think about the problem, and I'll cover both the points. So firstly, more than 50% of parents, all the research will suggest more than 50% of parents try to use parental controls. So they have an interest, they have an intent. And again, if you've ever tried to do it, it's hard. It's made to be so much more difficult than if you compared how we deploy the same technology in school environments that's used by teachers. They find it incredibly easy. In the US, there have to be 10 million teachers, certainly 5 million teachers in the US that use tools like ours every single day in the classroom, and they don't find it complex. So the answer to this problem is again, competition. If there is an active competitive market out there and there are parents complaining that this is too hard or I need the controls to change as my kids get older, the market will solve that problem. So interoperability, you're right, Senator, interoperability is the key to opening up competition for the technology that already exists.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Levy, I've just got one question. These types of controls that you're able to put onto phones of children, and I assume you do it for other than just kids, but assume the technology is able to be much broader spread than just for children. What is the impact of VPNs on this type of technology? Does that impact it or not? I'm just trying to understand the competing frictions.
Yeah, you brought up a fabulous example. So when we just install our technology, deploy our technology through an app store onto a kid's iPhone, we can't block VPNs. Not reliably. We can try and do it at the website level, but we can't detect that a VPN's been installed and block it at the app level. But that same safety tech that you could download from us in the App Store, if the school deployed that, we have complete control of that. Schools control VPNs, what Wi-Fi networks you can access, whether you can use your Apple ID, you can change your Apple ID, whether you can use the gaming centre. These are things that parents aren't allowed to control with parental controls, but schools and businesses are. So Apple and Google and Microsoft, they just kind of make their own arbitrary decisions about what they're allowing parental control apps to do and enterprise apps to do.
Interesting. All right, I think we might put some questions on notice to Apple and Google.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, just a follow-up question. So isn't it the case, Mr Levy, that in terms of preventing younger children from using a VPN to get around any social media ban, it's not in the interest of the platforms to do that? So they've got the capacity to do it, but they just don't do it.
Apple has a VPN pre-installed in every iPhone. It's called a private relay. So I don't think Google, Apple, Microsoft, I don't think the device platforms have problems with VPNs. I think, in fact, it adds to their kind of privacy sort of messaging. If you're protecting the device with the sorts of technologies that I'm talking about, then you can control where the VPNs are used and how. If you're not, then if you've got an uncontrolled device, is probably the best expression, then kids will find a way to download a VPN or sideload a VPN or use a proxy service to get around the kind of geo-fenced protections that we're trying to put in place in this country.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, Mr Levy, for your time today. We appreciate all of your evidence. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We are just going to take a short suspension broadcasting until 3:15. We will kick off again. Wonderful. I now welcome Mr. Ian Corby from the Age Verification Providers Association, joining us via video conference from the United Kingdom. Thank you for making time for us today. I'm not sure what time it is over there, but whatever it is, we appreciate you being committed to giving us evidence with our deliberations. Mr. Corby, as noted in your invitation, parliamentary privilege applies only to people giving evidence in Australia. Parliamentary privilege is a special right that means you cannot be prosecuted or disadvantaged because of anything you have provided in evidence that has been accepted by the committee or because you gave evidence. However, because this privilege only applies within Australia, a person outside Australia will not be protected. I know you understand all that. So, look, we appreciate you coming on anyway. For the Hansard record, could I get you please to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing for us this afternoon?
My name's Ian Corby, and I'm the Executive Director of the Age Verification Providers Association.
Wonderful, thank you. Now, Mr. Corby, do you have an opening statement? Great. I'll hand over to you and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you very much, Senators. So, as I said, I'm the Executive Director of the AVPA, and it's our mission to make the internet age-aware. That's age-aware, not identity-aware. So we're a global trade body for privacy-preserving suppliers of age verification technology, and our members deliver verification, estimation and inference methods which can be audited against international standards and deployed globally. I'll try to keep my opening remarks very short so we've got plenty of time for questions and supply a more extensive statement for the record. First of all, we're politically neutral, so we neither support nor oppose the policies your inquiry is considering, but we do call for strict privacy guardrails and clear accuracy targets when they come into force. I think there's a growing realisation the internet was never invented for children, and we're retrofitting safety, which is never easy. So we need to be pragmatic about how we do that. I can assure you there is no single silver bullet solution for this, and different use cases will merit different approaches. One thing we do believe is that the controls need to be allocated as close to the harm as possible, which was a recommendation of the Age Assurance Technology Trial. Only the platforms themselves know which elements of their service pose a risk to children, and some of these device-based options are a blunt instrument with significant legal issues around liability, which have been nowhere near resolved yet. Now, regulations requiring online age assurance should mandate privacy by design using independent third-party checks. Users should have the option of a double-blind architecture, which means the platform can never discover the identity of the user, and the age assurance provider cannot tell which platform the user is accessing. They should take advantage of zero-knowledge proof tokens, so platforms don't get any extra data about a person from the age check. Platforms should therefore approach this with a successive validation technique, risk-based, where they start with some of the low-friction estimation methods, perhaps like facial age estimation for those who are well over the minimum age, but then allow users who are closer to the legal minimum to step up to verify their age with alternative methods, such as an email address or a mobile phone number, or from authoritative data like the data their schools may hold. Platforms must be obliged to offer age assurance of last resort through professional vouching to guarantee accessibility and inclusivity to everybody. And we would suggest to eSafety that they should require in future certification against the latest standards, that's the IEEE and the ISO standards, to give more public confidence in data security, privacy and accuracy. I think that's one of the lessons we've learnt in the UK recently when age verification was brought in at great scale. Regulators should promote interoperability and the reuse of age tokens across services to cut friction to the user experience and minimise the cost of platforms. And finally, federal and state governments may need to facilitate privacy-preserving one-way blind checks against their own data sets for young people if they want to impose an exact minimum age. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corby. And I'll go first to Senator Gosh. Yeah.
Thank you. Are you able to just elaborate on a few of those steps you were outlining in terms of putting effectively a third party between the user, be it a digital third party or an entity between the user and the social media platform for age verification processes? What does that look like in I'm sitting down at my computer as a 15-year-old trying to access social media, just in practical terms?
Thank you, Senator. This is an experience most UK children are experiencing already, along, of course, with the adults. So you would go to the platform you wanted to access, let's say it's TikTok, and you'd enter your date of birth as you're trying to start a new account, and they would say, great, we just need to check your age. We're going to refer you to our appointed age assurance provider, and then up would pop a window into which you then normally would have a choice of methods, so you could choose whichever method you wanted to use. Now, for somebody, dare I say, as old as you or I, we could probably use a facial age estimation or another biometric. There's one where you just move your fingers on the camera, which is quite clever. And then, but if we're a bit closer to the age, it says, actually, we can't tell that you're over 16, then you would move to a different method. So perhaps one which involves a document or your bank account, or possibly even, if the schools are willing to facilitate it, access to the dates of birth held by the school. Having established your age, then the third-party provider deletes all that data, any data they used for that purpose. That's assuming they used any data at all. There are some processes where the data never leaves the mobile phone in your hand. And then they simply send an answer back to the platform to say, yes, this user, we're not going to tell you who they are, but they're over 16.
So the age verification process need not involve the provision of data from the user to the social media company. That's the ultimate result.
We would never, yes, that is the ultimate. I'll tell you why that happened, because we date our sort of history to the adult industry, and the pornography companies were quite convinced they would lose all their customers if they started demanding seeing people's passports. So there was a very simple approach, which was to say, let's just get a third party to do that for us. Now, there have been some challenges with that which we didn't foresee in the UK, where we are referring a customer from a site they may have heard of, like Reddit, for example, to their age verification provider they may never have heard of. Now, I've heard of them, and I think they're a great idea because they're audited and certified and supervised by data protection authorities. But the customers were a bit unsure about, well, hang on, who is this new organisation I'm being asked to trust with my data? Hence why we think it's important to audit and certify those suppliers so that the users can have a lot of confidence.
And what are the criteria for certification of a third-party age verification provider in the UK at the moment?
There's no formal requirement. So Ofcom requires what they call highly effective age assurance, but a little bit like eSafety, they've taken a principle-based approach. We'd like to see a more specific approach where you say, for example, your tech needs to stop at least 95% of kids under the age getting through this particular technology. But it also checks for your privacy and your data security to make sure you've got sort of the same kind of levels of security you'd expect when you go to your bank, for example.
Thank you very much. That's been very helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Senator Henderson.
Oh, look, I might hand the call over to Senator Smith.
Oh, Senator Smith,
had his hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr Corby, thank you very much for your participation this afternoon by our time, and I think it might actually be very, very early your time. You talked a bit about school facilitation in the age verification process. Can you just expand upon that for us?
Yes, I mean, there's been a lot of noise about facial age estimation and how it's, can't be more than accurate to within, say, 1.3 to 1.5 years for the top three, which were shown in the trial. And we've never argued that it would be possible to implement an exact 16 plus or 18 plus minimum age using the estimation techniques. That's really not why they're there. They're there to help people who are well over those ages. So for the actual date of birth, to check that today is your birthday and that you can open your first social media account, we are going to need access to something which has your real date of birth on. Now, there are plenty of options around that, but not everybody has a bank account. Not everybody has a passport. So in some cases, it will be ideal to have access to government-held data, which can be done on a one-way blind check basis. In other words, as a third-party provider, I don't get to see the data. I just get given the date of birth by the individual, and then I ask the government to confirm that that is accurate and true. So we call that a one-way blind check. But you are going to need to open up those sort of opportunities if you want to have that exact age for absolutely everybody. But as I said, there should also be a sort of a manual process of professionals in the community attesting to your age if you just can't get access to any alternative.
But I thought in your evidence you talked specifically about schools. Perhaps I misheard you.
Yes. Yeah, no, I mean, the obvious place to find, authoritative data about children's ages would be through schools. So there are already some schools which operate digital identity systems internally for the purposes of buying your school lunch and that sort of thing. So those you might see those models extending and schools making it more possible for trusted third parties to have access to just confirm that when a child claims that they've turned 16, they can just check if that's true or not.
Just out of interest, are these, in Australia we call them public or state schools and private schools. The schools that you're talking about in the United Kingdom, are they private schools, or I think your term is grammar schools, or?
So don't worry about the United Kingdom. I'm trying to talk solely about the Australia, which I've had the privilege to visit five times in the last 8 months as a part of this trial. So very familiar with what's happening there. So there's a company, for example, called MyMahi, which already has an integration into a number of schools in Australia. They're perhaps more available in New Zealand, but they were in the trial and they demonstrated this technique.
Right, and they are private schools or public schools?
I believe they can go into any school.
The ones that you're referring to, though.
Oh, they're the state-operated schools in New Zealand, in particular.
Right. Okay. But nothing you can point to in the Australian context, which has been my question.
There is at least one school, because in the trial, if you refer you to the trial, the testing was done in an Australian school to demonstrate that their technology could work in an Australian. I believe it was a state school, but I would just need to confirm that.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks very much for your assistance today, Mr. Corby. The use of a third-party provider breaks the link between the data and the platform who's seeking the age verification. That's what you see as its principal benefit, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely, particularly for any new data that's supplied solely for the purposes of an age assurance process, which we think should be handled entirely separately and then deleted as soon as it's been used.
Yeah, but of course, just simply using a third-party provider doesn't deal with what a lot of people's concerns are about providing their personal information online for the purposes of age verification. There's still a process of providing a whole bunch of quite incredibly personal information and potentially valuable to a hacker information online through that age verification process, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm sure that there are still concerns. I mean, this minimises the risk. First of all, hackers could not access any data if the data is not retained. The only non-hackable database is no database at all. So we don't suggest that you retain that data, and our data minimisation suggests that shouldn't happen. And also, as a sector, we're under incredibly close scrutiny by data protection authorities. So here in the UK, I probably speak to the Information Commissioner's Office at least twice a month, and they know where to go to check that those services are being extremely careful with your data.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you're not incredibly familiar with Australia's privacy laws, where there is no legal obligation to delete data, absolute legal obligation to delete data. And we've had, countless significant data breaches in the last few years where incredible amounts of Australia's data has been hacked through quite reputable companies, Qantas, Optus, others you may have heard of.
Yes, I'm very familiar with those things. And this is why we're an odd industry. We want more regulation, not less. We would like to be held to the highest standards when it comes to deleting that data.
Yeah.
And that means a requirement by eSafety that any third party is audited and certified against the international standards that I mentioned.
But of course, none of those laws are in place. None of our privacy laws are up to that standard to require that kind of privacy controls. And so we're having this age verification debate before we've got our privacy laws up to scratch. That's a problem we're confronting.
The OAIC. Yeah, the OAIC have provided with very detailed guidance on what their expectations are for privacy in this area very recently, just last week. But I would also, eSafety would have the power to include within its recommendations of reasonable steps the use of audited and certified third parties through JASANS, which is the relevant government standards body in Australia.
Well, whether or not that's available to eSafety, we'll ask this afternoon. But one of the most recent instances of a company using a third-party provider for age verification and finding themselves in a lot of trouble is Discord. Now, initially they said it was 70,000 government IDs that had been hacked through their third-party age assurance provider. More recent reports suggest it's 2.1 plus million government IDs that have been hacked through their third-party age assurance provider. Can you shed any light on what happened there with Discord?
I totally can. Excuse me if I correct you slightly, but it was their customer services database which was the one which was the source of the leak. KID is the age verification provider. They've issued a statement to say they don't retain any data and they weren't hacked. That has been confirmed by the Age Check Certification Scheme, who are their external auditors and incidentally is the same organisation that ran the trial in your country. So it's wrong to say it was the age verification provider that was hacked. What I would say,
just
however,
on
is
that,
a very important lesson learned.
I was relying on the repeated public statements from Discord, where they said an unnamed third-party support provider was compromised, and Discord have said that publicly and repeatedly.
Yeah, that was called Zendesk. Zendesk is a very popular solution from multiple platforms, which their customer services team to record all kinds of complaints and handle those complaints and respond by email or text or using chatbots, etc., to people. The lesson learned is you need to handle the appeals just as carefully as the initial age checks. So Discord had done a good job on the initial age checks, but then we're just bandying around people's private identity information on a random customer services system, which was a terrible mistake.
So what happened was when people had, it's your understanding, is it, that people had put their data to the age verification provider. When they weren't satisfied with the outcome from the age verification provider, they then had contested that with Discord, and that's where the 2.1 plus million government ID docs were sitting in a pool and able to be hacked. Is that your understanding?
Exactly. Exactly.
I can only say, Mr. Corby, though, that whole story just is emphasising the dangers of going down an age verification process before we have unambiguous, clear privacy rules in place that require the deletion of data, that prohibit the collection of critical data. And we just don't have those laws in place in Australia. Do you think goodwill and hope are a substitute for good privacy laws?
No, I would recommend you do, as you suggested earlier, discuss this with Julia McGrath later, because I do think she would have the ability to require that. You are certified. That Zendesk system could never, in a month of Sundays, have been certified to our standards.
Yeah, but it goes to show, doesn't it, that the privacy controls, clear, unambiguous privacy controls that are there in black and white and hopefully legislated, are kind of the critical underpinning if you're going to have community confidence in an age verification system. Do you agree?
Yes, and I think the Social Media Act does make provision for that sort of privacy as well. So, as I said, it's not ideal without having a strong, like GDPR as we have in the UK and Europe, which is very clear about the purpose limitation when you use data. But the principles that should apply in Australia do lend in that direction. But yeah, I would leave it to you to legislate further in that area if you think it's necessary.
Yeah. Have you had any visibility about how users in the UK have sought to get around the age verification requirements? You know, we've had, you know, people putting on masks, age masks, people using VPNs. I've got to tell you, last time I was in Northern Europe, and every single ad that I was getting on a podcast in the UK was about getting a VPN, and the sheer growth in VPN numbers seems to be quite extraordinary in the UK. Do you have any visibility on that?
Yeah, we think probably 2 or 3 million extra people are using a VPN based on some analysis we've done out of obviously sort of 60 million. And those are hopefully mostly adults, of course, because VPNs tend to come with a cost. I always do warn people that cheap or free VPNs are stealing more of your data than you could ever possibly imagine. So only ever use a good quality VPN. We have discussed this. It was in the trial. It was discussed in the trial as well. So first of all, when we audit and certify companies, we do test for very simple things like people using a mask and so on, and we can spot that. We've just finished a big project with the Swiss academics IDIAP on how you can use AI to spot AI, so we can also spot deep fake attacks on our technology. So this is part of the standard testing. Yeah. When there were some obvious breaches around the UK launch, we looked into those, and it turned out the platforms had deliberately turned off elements of the technology from their provider in order to make sure more people passed. So in fact, they were not implementing highly effective age assurance. They had made those too easy to circumvent.
Mr. Corby, you may be used to what's been happening in the UK, but when I hear evidence of 2 or 3 million VPNs being part of people's response to age verifications, that shows a potentially very, very large gap or window through which people are moving to avoid age verification.
Yeah, so what we would suggest there, we've had this conversation with eSafety, is that, I believe it's reflected in the reasonable steps, that the platforms, particularly social media, need to look at the nature of the traffic they're getting from VPNs, and you can always spot VPN traffic, and see whether it looks as if it's likely to be from a user who is underage in Australia. And if it turns out that they're never using the social media platform, doing school hours in Australia, that their currency on their browser is set to the Australian dollar, and that they're using AEDT as their time zone, then you would ask them to prove that they're not in Australia or to do an age check.
Okay. The last set of questions, Chair, is the age verification trial that was done in Australia showed particular concerns for women and particularly for girls, accurately assessing age, people of colour as well, accurately assessing age. Is that consistent with your understanding of some of the challenges for age verification more broadly? That, you know, some of those groups you'd want to be mindful not to harm are potentially at the front of being harmed in age verification?
Yeah, so first of all, you're only talking about age estimation techniques, and within that, you're only talking about facial age estimation techniques. So the technique where you move your fingers, for example, is not going to have a problem with that bias. Those biases do exist. They're almost impossible to defend. Darker skin reflects light poorly compared to lighter skin, which means you get less detail to do the analysis on. But these are only going to affect the number of people who then have to go onto a secondary method of age assurance rather than passing because they look over 25, for example, a test to see if they're actually 16 or not. So it shouldn't exclude anybody from anything.
Well, but what it does seem to do is put in place quite significant potential systemic biases against people of colour and particularly against girls whose age, according to the trial and the data that came out of the trial, is being less accurately predicted through those age assessment tools. And you don't think we should be very wary about putting in a new system which starts with those preset biases?
Yeah, if you were saying the only method you can use is facial age estimation, then that would be seriously problematic, but that's not the approach. And actually, the reality is most of the social media platforms will be using all the data they have on their users at present to assess their age initially. and then it will only be those who are pretty much close to the age of 16 who would need to appeal that. And those appeals are never going to be handled with estimation anyway. They can only be handled with a real date of birth. So I don't share your concerns in that area, Senator.
All right.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Corby, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. We are most grateful. Look, you may know that in Australia, with the legislation that's been passed for the social media ban, there is a restriction on the use of government ID or digital ID. I note that, and I've just been having a look at your website, that age verification methods include government identity documents such as a passport, driving licence, national identity card. I'm just keen to understand how you protect that information. So is it the case that is not stored for anyone who supplies that ID as a form of age assurance?
Certainly, if you're using any of our members who are certified to those standards, then you cannot store any of that information. You just extract the date of birth, and that's the only thing you're allowed to retain associated with a user. But again, you don't know who the user is. Going forward, we'll be moving to a system of tokenised solutions where, having done one age check, you just have an encrypted token on your device, and then any platform that you're going to for a set period of time will be able to rely on that token. And that's a much better system, which we'll be very shortly launching here in the UK.
Look, I'd greatly appreciate more information on that. If there's anything you could send us through on notice, I'd be most grateful. So when a user provides their identity document, could you just explain precisely, there's no retention of that data? It must be kept, obviously it would be kept by the age verifying company for a snapshot of time. So can you just take us through how that works, the technology?
Yes, I mean, the most you need it to actually do the job would be a couple of seconds, possibly less than a couple of seconds. You know, it's just long enough to extract the date of birth and to compare the photograph to a live image of the individual to make sure it belongs to them. So that could be just, as I say, a matter of seconds. Some regulators may allow you to keep that for 2 or 3 days just for audit purposes and for continuous improvement. But yeah, we're not talking about creating the level of data that was lost in the Discord hack, for example, where they just literally kept everything since time immemorial, which is, as I said, a terrible way of operating.
And so how would that data be retained for a few seconds or sometimes a couple of days? What is it sitting on?
So if it were to be retained at all, I mean, most of this data is just handled what we call in memory. So it doesn't actually, it's being processed in real time. It doesn't actually get saved at all. I'm just saying, I was just being very, very frank to say that you might, on occasions, for the purposes of an audit, for example, need to talk to the regulator about being able to keep something for a couple of days to do that check to make sure the technology is actually doing what it's supposed to do. But I'm sure that would always be done extremely carefully.
And so can I just understand, how is the age verification utilised in the UK? So what are the applicable laws that require age verification now?
So under the Online Safety Act, since July the 25th, all sites which include what they call primary priority harms, which is pornography and then information that helps children to kill themselves, to harm themselves or to starve themselves, that content has to be behind a highly effective age assurance method. And as with e-safety, the regulator here, Ofcom, has set out principles by which it would assess whether something's highly effective. And they've also set out a list of about 7 techniques that they think are capable of being highly effective. But obviously they sort of reserve their right to look at how good they are in practice. And that's effectively what you're doing in Australia, with some fairly high-level regulations to start with. I think the plan is to see how they go, and then come June of next year, when the reasonable steps are due for review, determine if you need to tighten those rules up at all, for example, by adding a 95% threshold, as we would recommend.
And so the work of Ofcom is only related to that particular content, not more broadly to young people accessing any content online?
So that's the primary priority content. There's more general, there's lower level harms. So, for example, stopping children being bullied online. Yeah. There's a slightly lower requirement there that websites and social media platforms need to minimise people's exposure to that. Again, in order to minimise the kids' exposure, they need to know who the children are. So there's, but that can be in a more proportionate way. So you wouldn't necessarily need the highly effective age assurance. You could use a more generally effective level of age assurance for some of those less devastating harms.
Okay, so say in the case of 14-year-old children at a particular school in the UK, if there were serious threats of bullying and the like online, how is that prevented under your legislative framework?
So the platform shouldn't allow that to be a systemic problem on their platform. So, for example, they might choose to, they have to do a risk assessment and say, right, our platform could be used for bullying. How can we deal with that? Then they have to come up with their own policies, which might be, for example, reporting and blocking, or not allowing a pile-on, for example, by having multiple contacts in a very short period of time. So it's very much down to the individual platforms to adapt their own policies, but they have to document those, and those are subject to review by the regulator.
We are going to have to move on, Senator Henderson.
Could you provide us with more information on notice as to the effectiveness of that regulatory framework? And any... It's
very new, but I'm happy to certainly point you towards where that's described.
Thank you. That would be fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Corby. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Corby, could I ask you to respond to allegations that kids are using things like Temu masks to get around age verification?
Yeah, this goes back to what I was saying about some of the platforms turning off the controls. So the audience certification process will have tested those third-party providers to make sure that you cannot get around them with simple and cheap methods. Now, obviously, if you've got $1 million and a supercomputer, that's a different case from some kid in their bedroom. But the testing is supposed to stop kids in their bedroom getting around these technology very easily. If a platform deliberately turns off those controls for right or for wrong, and frankly, we've had some difficult conversations with our members about whether they should have permitted that, then it is possible to get around some of those technologies. But I won't say it'll never be possible to get around things. It's like hacking, you know, it's like any cybersecurity. It's a constant game of vigilance. So you monitor the number of people who are passing your tests. And if suddenly there's an increase in the number of people passing, it's not because lots of people got older. It's normally because they found a new way around it. And then you need to quickly respond to that and deal with it.
Mm-hmm. And what about the fact that VPNs, the availability and the purchasing of VPN services have gone through the roof in the UK?
Yeah, and so VPNs are a very good thing if you're using a good quality VPN. I'm talking to you with one switched on at the moment to protect this communication. Cheap and free VPNs are very dangerous. They make their money by tracking everything you're doing online. In terms of the objectives of the policy, if it's only adults who are using that to avoid the inconvenience of age assurance, then that's not a problem. So we're only worried if we notice that the VPN traffic is likely to be children. That's obviously easier to do with social media because you're busy sharing a lot of information about yourself, which is pretty quickly going to allow the platform to realise you're a child in Australia. It is a bit more difficult with pornography, for example, where people share a lot less information. But there are still technical clues. The only thing a VPN does is change your internet protocol address. It doesn't change everything else that we know about you technically and from your behaviours and choices about what you look at.
So are you suggesting that platforms, even if somebody has a child or a young person does have a VPN, that the platform can still work out that they're a young person and therefore shouldn't be able to access this in Australia? It doesn't make any sense to me if they're using a VPN from overseas.
Yeah, because the VPN is just suggesting you're located somewhere else, but you're looking at the content which other Australian children are looking at. You're looking at the same time that other Australians are looking at it. We can see from your browser what your currency is, what your time zone is. There are even more sophisticated techniques using big data where you have a fingerprint of your device, which is unique to your device, even if you've not said anything else to the platform. So it's not beyond the wit of man. It may take them a week or two to spot somebody doing that, but they can definitely spot them.
So surely this means then that the platforms can do this already. They know whether a child is on a platform. They know whether that child is accessing harmful material or dangerous material, and therefore the platform should be held responsible for that. Why are platforms why are platforms allowing children to access dangerous material now if they know it's dangerous and they're kids?
It's an extremely good question.
But you're saying they can do that. They know who the children are, and they can.
No. We know that it takes them within 6 weeks at most. That's enough usage to have an extremely good idea of the user's profile, and at the heart of the user's profile is their age. And we've seen historically platforms have been able to remove large numbers of children when they've chosen to do so.
So it says to me then that you don't need age verification technology to make sure platforms keep dangerous material off the accounts of children.
Well, I'm sure they'll be able to do a large amount of this themselves. You're probably using the age assurance technology around the edge cases. So those who feel they've been wrongly removed and want to appeal that decision, ideally, as I say, through our systems, not through Zendesk. But they will. I'm sure that's how they plan to approach it ahead of the December deadline, that most of them will be using their own internal systems, possibly supported through some of the technology that my members provide, but they will be applying that internally and only approaching the users for additional data in exceptional cases.
But Mr. Corby, what you're proposing creates a whole bunch of other privacy concerns, ongoing permanent monitoring of people's accounts, ongoing permanent data collection processes in place of people's traffic, where they went, when and how they log on. You're dealing with one problem and you're creating yet another significant privacy concern by proposing that structure, aren't you?
I wouldn't expect the social media platforms to be doing anything different in order for that to happen than they already do today. Now, if you want to take action about what they're doing today, then by all means, that's open to you as legislators.
Well, I think most people would be concerned about having 24-hour permanent surveillance of everything they do collected in a database and used by social media platforms. I have that concern. You don't share that concern?
I would recommend you don't use social media then, Senator.
Well, indeed.
Because, that's kind of inherent. It's inherent to their business model.
Of course it is, because governments like ours have failed to act to put in place proper privacy controls.
And it would make my life a lot easier if you had very strong privacy controls in Australia, because I wouldn't have to have this conversation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Corby. Appreciate your time and
thank you,
and appreciate you getting up super early to speak to us. Thank you.
Yeah, we do. Thanks.
No problem. Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Tech Policy Design Institute and the Dr. Reese Fathering and Dr. Reese Fathering. Fathering. Thank you. Although it's much simpler. Farthing, it's much simpler. It's just farthing. And I think, Dr. Farthing, you're there online, and you're also calling in from the UK, so it's super early.
It is, yes.
Thank you for that. Could I please get you to give us your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'm appearing today as a professorial research fellow for the News and Media Research Centre at the University of Canberra, and I'm really delighted to be speaking to you in that capacity today.
Great, thank you. And we've also got Ms. Weaver here in person. Ms. Weaver, could you give us your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing?
Yeah, I'm Johanna Weaver, and I'm the Executive Director of the Tech Policy Design Institute.
Great. Now, do you both have opening statements? Yes? So we'll go to you, Dr. Farthing, and then we'll go back to Ms. Weaver.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for the invitation to present evidence today. I'm really glad to be here. I shared a submission which I co-wrote with the Australian Child Rights Task Force, who I believe you spoke to a little bit earlier today, so I won't summarise that in respect of everyone's time, but I would like to just highlight 2 key points from a digital policy perspective in case they help with conversations. So firstly, from a comparative perspective, Australia seems to have landed in quite a different place when it comes to digital regulations overall, and this approach relies more heavily on age assurance than what we're seeing elsewhere in the world. So when we look at other legislation, specifically the EU legislation and to an extent UK legislation, age assurance is used as a kind of backstop to limit access to restricted access services or, priority harms areas, so whether that's alcohol shops, pornography, these sorts of things. In Australia, we seem to have landed in a place where it appears a bit more inevitably baked into the system because of the policy decisions we've made. And secondly, that the policy processes that have led us to this point are unique and, in my perspective, warrant critique. So I'm thinking particularly here about the Internet Search Engine Online Safety Code, which was written by industry using produced by a process that's outmoded and might not have led to the best policy production. So with that, I'll hand back to the Chair because I value the time for the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Weaver.
Thank you. So my name's Johanna Weaver. I'm the Executive Director of the Tech Policy Design Institute. We're an independent think tank and we work with all different actors across the ecosystem, and we are looking at bringing an evidence base and independent expert advice to conversations on these issues in Australia. As a former professor in technology policy, I very much support the intent of this legislation, but I share the concerns of many that it's a blunt instrument. I'm really action-focused, so I'm going to provide 5 bullet points of where I think we can have improvement in that legislation and in the codes, and then, like Reece, very keen to have a conversation. I think when we look at the legislation, it's important to commend the government for taking action. It is difficult to legislate in this space, but we need to make sure that we are legislating effectively, and that's where my comments are focused. When we look at the social media age restrictions, there's a lot of confusion about what's in and what's out. And my first comment is that the legislation doesn't confer on the eSafety Commissioner declaratory powers. And this confusion is really impacting on families. It's impacting on businesses being able to have regulatory certainty. The second thing that is missing from the framework is an exclusion framework. This would be something that gives an incentive for platforms to do more, to be better than what is legislatively required, and that is currently missing in the framework. Rather than just excluding people, that would provide a race to create safe spaces. That would be a good thing. The legislation does impose an obligation...
Sorry, just hang on one sec. Senator Smith, could I get you to mute your... put your mute button on, please?
The legislation does positively impose an obligation to destroy information that is collected for the purpose of age assurance, but I think there's one quite clear and perhaps inadvertent gap in that legislation, and that is that or loophole more specifically, that the legislation recognises that information might be collected for more than one purpose. So, for example, if you were providing the information for age verification, but at the same time also gave your consent that it be used for advertising, the information only needs to be deleted when the advertising is complete. I think that was not consistent with the intent of the legislation. We've also spoken a lot about the role of the eSafety Commissioner, but very little about the role of the Privacy Commissioner. This is a really important role in overseeing the destruction of the information collected for age verification. But the Privacy Commissioner received only $5 million additional over 4 years, in comparison to the E-Safety Commissioner, who received $45 million. This is an office that is already massively overfunded and that is going to be playing a very important and key role given the state of our privacy legislation, as Senator Shoebridge has mentioned many times. While we're talking about money, I also note that $10 million was allocated for a public information campaign, the fruits of which we're yet to see, and I think many of the people who gave evidence this morning have emphasised the importance of that. Most importantly, our concern is that this legislation will be seen as the job is done, that we can tick a box and say that we have made places safer. We really need, again, to recognise that we've done something, which is a positive, but that we also need to move forward and look at a duty of care, privacy reforms. We also need to look at competition reforms, and that these things need to happen urgently if we're looking for systemic change. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Farthing.
No, we've had Dr. Farthing.
Oh, we've had Dr. Farthing. Oh, yes, of course. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to questions. Senator Henderson.
Look, we've heard today about a lot of concerns with the legislation which has been passed, and also with the proposed code. If we were going to start this process again, what would be your proposal? So if as a government and as a parliament, if we were going back to the drawing board, we've heard lots of concerns about the direction of the government. If we were going back to the drawing board, what would be your suggestions?
So I would be doing systemic change. So I would be looking at, we've heard a lot today about the duty of care. The Privacy Commissioner talks about a duty of fair, which I would add to that. So this is saying that we actually need to stop playing a game of whack-a-mole and saying we're going to ban kids from social media, and we actually need an overarching duty for the companies, not just social media companies, but digital companies, that they have an obligation to provide safe spaces in the same way that we have duties of care on people who are providing safe spaces for kids in playgrounds, for example. So this is about systemic change. This is a proposal for the duty of care was under the online safety review, was proposed. We're waiting for the government's response to that. The government has committed to that, although only sort of in a soundbite way. So we're looking for more detail on that. I think competition reform is also important, and that goes to the duty of fair. It also goes a lot to the interoperability issues that Mr. Levy was talking about, and the barriers to on-device protections for kids. And also, of course, privacy reform, in particular the fair and reasonable test. And so I would look at it in that systemic way rather than looking at it in just looking at social media. In doing so, you would also address the harms to children on social media.
And do you have anything to add to that, Dr. Farthing?
Yeah, look, I think I just reiterate that the approach that Australia seems to have landed on doesn't actually require digital services or digital platforms to become any safer. It doesn't change the risk profile of the digital world. Rather, it just attempts to keep children away from it longer. The regulation has targeted who the user is, not what are the risks that platforms have engineered. And there certainly are other approaches to regulation that have addressed this fundamental risk profile in other parts of the world. The EU's Digital Services Act is really good at it. The UK's Online Safety Act has elements of it that are really strong. And indeed, we do see it in Australian legislation in parts. I think the Children's Online Privacy Code was the start of an attempt at some systemic regulation based in privacy to drive up standards on platforms specifically for children and young people. But I think we need to see that focus on what would a systemic solution be, driven up across the policy landscape. But at the moment in Australia, it appears to be the focus appears to be more on, finding out which piece of content is what, which user is what. We're looking at, really specific instances of use and users rather than looking at how platforms engineer risk. And those approaches, they can go hand in hand. You could do both at the same time. But what I'm worried about is that I see a lot of focus on non-systemic legislation. And I think we really do need that broader policy reform to drive up safety standards, to drive up privacy standards.
So there was mention of a whack-a-mole approach, and the takedown scheme that we have under the Online Safety Act is probably an example of that. And so once a harm has been committed on the internet, it's sometimes very hard to pull that back. And I have to say for myself, I'm very concerned to learn about efforts by some of the big tech platforms to prevent individual users from using safety technology. Is that something that you've considered in depth, the alternate option where our platforms are required to use greater or make available greater safety technology to minimise harms?
Yeah, look, I think that the safety by design approach and this idea of driving up the safety standards within platforms can be seen as a way of reducing the need for that sort of whack-a-mole content takedown approach. Because like you say, that the current system as it stands in the Online Safety Act is that, or at least in under the online content scheme, a piece of content has to have been posted online, someone has to have seen it, to have been harmed, to have reported it, and then action is taken. It's very downstream, right? The harm has to have happened before it can be reported, before an intervention can happen. If you think about what an upstream approach to that might look like, it would be platforms having to do risk assessments. I know that Ian Corby spoke about those earlier, to look at, okay, well, what are the risks that content that will be described as bullying or content that will record harm would go viral, could be promoted to other users, these sorts of things, and turn down those risk factors. So a systemic approach can really take the pressure off a whack-a-mole system and start to meet, I think, the scale of the risks, the scale of the need in the digital world.
Dr. Farthing, the Australian Child Rights Task Force, when I asked about their submission, referred me to you. So can I just understand, did you contributed or were the primary author of that submission?
Yes, so the Australian Child Rights Task Force is a coalition of children's rights networks and organisations, and I sit on their policy working group. So we co-wrote that submission together, but I was the primary author.
So just going back to your submission, the Australian Child Rights Task Force and Mr. I'm just trying to find his name quickly. Mr. McDougall referred me to, or certainly suggested that I ask you about this. So on page 1 of your submission, you state the co-regulatory nature of the Internet Search Engine Services Online Safety Code for Class 1C and 2 material, and the process through which it was produced is fundamentally flawed. Can you just walk me through the specific areas which are flawed, and most importantly, how you think these flaws could be addressed or amended?
Yeah, sure. So my point there was about the process through which we've landed on this code in Australia. So like all of the online safety codes that are currently being developed, that have currently been developed under the Online Safety Act, the Internet Search Engine Code for Class 1C and 2 material was produced through a co-regulatory process. But the co-regulatory process, co-regulation in the rest of the world seems to mean one thing. In Australia, in this context, co-regulation actually means that industry, so tech lobby groups and industry representatives, draft the code themselves. So actually what happens is, the Online Safety Act sets a framework, industry says, okay, we'll go and draft a code ourselves. The regulator, in this instance, the Office of the E-Safety Commission, has a relatively blunt tool at the end of it where they can register or not register the code, and they can work as much as they can alongside those tech lobby groups in drafting the code. But the code itself was drafted by a tech lobby group. Now, if I think about a process that was designed to make real systemic changes, that was designed to really try and turn things around and designed to try and get tough on an industry that has been very weak on safety, I'm not sure that handing them the pen to write their own codes is necessarily the best approach. It's unclear to me why these industry representatives will get tough on themselves. And that's been the process through which all of the online safety codes under the Online Safety Act have been drafted. If we look at comparative areas of digital policy in Australia, so if we look at things like the Online Privacy Code for Children that was recently, that's being drafted at the moment, and the legislation for that was recently passed, that included the powers to let our Privacy Commissioner draft the code directly, because it was widely understood that that co-regulatory process where you get a tech lobby group to draft a code isn't going to produce the best outcomes. If you look at things like the scam prevention framework, again, they've gone in a different direction. It seems to me that what we've been left with in the online safety approach, in the online safety world, is this outmoded process where tech drafts the code, and then our e-safety commissioner has to kind of, doesn't really have many powers. They've got one sledgehammer they can use, but it's not nuanced. It's not going to drive up standards. And for me, when I read the online safety codes, I can't help but wonder if they would have been better if a regulator had drafted them. And we certainly see instances from a child rights outcome, from a child rights positioning, where standards have been higher, where regulators have drafted comparative codes around the world. And I think the example I use really often, because it's just very black and white, it's easy to understand, is that in our online safety codes for Class 1A and 1B materials, so the first round of codes that went through, platforms said, so social media platforms particularly said, okay, we will turn on privacy settings too high by default for children up until the age of 16. Now, privacy settings by default, it doesn't sound particularly important, it doesn't sound particularly much, but actually having private settings can be a real safety outcome for children and young people. So we know, for example, from some of the leaked research that came out from Facebook in the Facebook files from Frances Haugen, that at one point Meta knew, so Facebook knew, that 75% of inappropriate contact between adult and minors, or as you and I would call it, grooming, 75% of grooming cases happened because of the people you may know feature, right? Now, when an account is private, people you may know is turned off. So having a private account, it can be very, very important to children. In Australia, as I mentioned, industry drafted a code that said we'll protect all children up until 16 with these private by default accounts. I'm not sure why they picked 16. The Australian legislation and the definition of a child is up until 18. And elsewhere in the world where regulators have written codes that address the same thing, they protect children up until 18. Industry just decided that Australian 16 and 17-year-olds did not deserve protection against grooming. And so this is the kind of issue you see when you hand industry the pen to write their own codes. You don't necessarily get the strongest safety outcomes, the strongest privacy outcomes, or the best outcomes for Australian users.
I just want to also just ask you in relation to the social media ban, and in your submission you said children can still view and access harmful content, still prioritised and ordered by the risky algorithms that drive them by using social media platforms while logged out. Now, that message is going to spread far and wide pretty quickly. So does this approach mean that any young person could potentially get around the ban?
Look, I mean, it depends on what you think the purpose of the ban is, whether they're getting around it or not, right? As I understand the social media minimum age restrictions, it is that young people cannot create an account, right? That is what the restriction is. Now, most of these platforms can be used without an account. You can use them without being logged in. We ran a really simple experiment looking at YouTube Shorts. That's just one of the social media services that will be covered by this, around looking at what content that will push to an Australian user who is not logged in. And what we find is that, all of the same sorts of problematic content are there, and indeed it's still algorithmically recommended, right? The content recommender system still exists whether you're logged in or not. It's just that you don't have an account. And indeed there are some concerns about, if I'm using content logged in, I can report content, I can make a complaint, I can block users, I can do these sorts of things to try and filter my content. If I'm not logged in, I don't have access to those functionalities. So there is a world where if young people are using these platforms in an unlogged in state, then actually some of the safety features that have been created, that have been invented to drive up safety standards for users will no longer become available to young people. So that is still certainly an avenue through which young people will access content on social media platforms. But whether or not that undermines the purpose of the social media minimum age restrictions, which was to prevent young people opening accounts, you know, it's open to question about what was the purpose of the legislation.
Well, just final question, Vera. I'll have to be quick, I'm afraid. But if the intention is to protect young people from seeing or being exposed to harmful content, do you agree that we should be targeting the harmful content first and not just imposing this blanket ban?
Look, I think we should be targeting the systems and processes that platform deploy. Right. So I think there's one piece around, you know, the content and whether it exists, but actually very few people go and find content by getting a direct link and finding it and posting it. Most people are recommended content through a content recommender system, through, you know, other mechanisms, all of which are within the wheelhouse of what platforms build and design. So one of the things I always like to remind people is that these platforms did not arise from the sea fully formed like Aphrodite. They were written and developed by humans, by engineers, every single piece of how they work, to what the like button looks like, to how the content recommender system prioritises content in your feed, is code that's written by humans. That can be changed. And if we take that systemic focus, that look at what are the systems and processes that digital platforms and services build, and actually place requirements on those to drive up safety, to drive up security, to drive up privacy, then I think we start to see the risk profile of the digital world decrease.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Weaver, could I just ask, you said that you had 5 points, 5 things that you think. Can you just quickly run through them again? There's no incentive, you think there should be an incentivised element.
So the lack of an exclusion framework is one. Lack of declaratory powers for the e-safety commissioner to say which platforms are in and out, I think would alleviate a lot of confusion. Concerns around loopholes on the destruction of information when it's collected for multiple purposes is the third. The fourth is insufficient funding for the Privacy Commissioner to actually oversee that destruction. The fifth is looking at the way that the public information campaign is happening. And then more broadly, it's the systemic change that needs to happen through privacy reform, competition reform, etc.
Yes, absolutely. Could I ask what consultation you've had with either the Communications Minister about this or the e-safety commissioner?
We've had no consultation directly. I would say, though, that is in part because at the time that this legislation was being made, my organisation was in the process of spinning out of ANU, so it wasn't entirely of, we weren't participating directly in that process.
But it's been being planned for 12 months now, and
yes, we have engaged. So, for example, I've interviewed both of the Privacy and the e-safety commissioner in the last week or so about this for podcasts, etc. So we are engaged in the process, but we have not had direct involvement in the consultation processes.
And Dr. Farthing, have you had any direct communications, or have you participated in the consultation with either the minister or the commissioner?
Yeah, the Commissioner ran a series of consultations for civil society organisations, and both myself, I took part, and the Australian Child Rights Task Force took part as well.
Has either the current Communications Minister or the former Communications Minister, of which who shepherded in this reform originally, have either of you actually met them?
Not directly, no.
I've met Minister Rowland at 1 or 2 points, not specifically about the social media minimum age legislation, just about other legislation in the digital world.
what about this allegation that's been, or proposition that's been put to us today, that the social media ban as a blunt tool is kind of being used as a, look here, we're doing this. Meanwhile, all of the other issues, privacy, data collection, the suggestion prompts of dangerous algorithms, all the things that actually are pushing content into the hands of children and indeed others are not being, the business model is not being challenged. Do you think that's a fair assumption?
I think it is a partially fair assumption. I think I'm heartened because until recently, I think this Parliament didn't have a sense that you had the power to change the business model, that you had the agency to do something differently. And if there's one good thing to come out of this legislation, it is that I think the House realises that you are in the process of reshaping social media for better or for worse, and the Senate, of course. And that is something, that awakening of agency is a positive thing. Do I think that's enough? Absolutely not. And frankly, this bit is the easy bit, and it's complicated, right? We're seeing how complex it is. Having genuine systemic change, whether it's a duty of care, duty of fair, is much harder, and where our attention really should be focused.
Okay. Thank you both for your time today and joining us from both close and afar. Sorry, Senator Pocock, I wasn't aware you had questions. We need to be really tight. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Maybe just one then. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Farthing, you talked about content recommender systems and how most people don't just search for content; they're being fed content. What sort of transparency is there about the content recommender systems?
Look, firstly, just on that, even if you search for content in the search function, what you receive is driven by an algorithm, right? So there's layers of algorithms that drive what we see. And in terms of transparency, there's very little. So actually, there are some moves in some countries where platforms are having to make the code of their algorithms available to see. That's great. It's not actually particularly helpful. I think what we need is more transparency around what are the outcomes of algorithms. So actually, because of content recommender systems, which hashtags are amplified or which content goes viral and what are the mechanisms through which we do that. And by being more transparent about what are the outcomes of content recommender systems, then I think decision makers such as yourself can start to have a more informed conversation about, okay, well, are these the way our content recommender systems should be driven? Actually, what are the types of outcomes we'd like to see from this? And then how can you risk assess content recommender systems based on that? Because at the moment, they very much are a black box, and it's really hard to understand how they are shaping discourse in Australia.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for participating today. Appreciate your time. I'm just very conscious that we have our next witness to bring on, and that is indeed the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner. So I'm conscious that we've got a lot of questions for them. Thank you. I understand that all of our representatives from the Office of E-Safety Commissioner are there, including the Commissioner herself. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence has been provided to you. Now, we've previously covered all the rules in relation to public servants refusing to answer questions. We hope that doesn't happen today. Could I ask, Commissioner, could you introduce yourselves, give us your full names, and then get the rest of your team to do full names and the capacities in which they're appearing?
Sure. Julie Inman, E-Safety Commissioner.
Thank you.
Forgot my married name. Grant is in there. It's only been 21 years.
Senator Richard Fleming, General Counsel of the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner.
Thank you.
Heidi Snell, General Manager, Regulatory Operations at the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner.
Thank you.
Kelly Talon, Executive Manager of Industry Compliance Enforcement at the E-Safety Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chloe Bennett, Manager, Industry Codes at the E-Safety Commissioner.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner, do you have any opening statement for us today?
I do, and I know you want me to be brief, but there are a lot of things I'm hoping I can correct the record on, and then, of course, leave it open to questions. If I may, I'll just start, and I'll sound a little bit like an auctioneer, but I'll go as quickly as I can. So thank you, Chair. When Parliament passed the Online Safety Act in 2021, it expanded eSafety's role. This served to evolve us from really an education and complaints-based regulator to one with more systemic, robust powers like the basic online safety expectations, transparency provisions, and through enforceable co-regulatory codes and standards. So under the Act, the industry codes which are subject to this inquiry are not drafted or created by me. They are co-regulatory industry codes drafted by industry for industry. So the 8 trade associations play a pivotal role, as do the individual companies in each sector. And of course, there are 8 sectors called out as part of the codes. Some companies with multiple functions sit on a range of committees. So you can imagine my surprise this morning that the tech companies were referring to these as eSafety's codes rather than as industry codes after they spent literally years and hundreds of hours of toil on achieving consensus on these codes for each sector. So Google has, 95% of the search market here. So some of the very useful common safety practices that were contained in the SES codes provided to me simply codify current practices. And as I understand it, the company was very involved in shaping these SES codes. And more power to them for coming to the table with more robust protections to prevent under 18s from stumbling across seriously harmful content. Now, eSafety's role is to ensure that the codes developed by industry provide appropriate community safeguards. If they meet those requirements, I register them and enforce them, as we have recently done with the overseas chat roulette and deepfake notification sites. So in this respect, I have a role in shaping the codes by giving industry guidance around what constitutes the bare minimum or the dirt floor and how they might lift to achieve a much higher standard of appropriate community safeguards. Without regulatory oversight and engagement from eSafety, these would be self-regulatory, voluntary codes, and I don't think anyone here would maintain that this hands-off approach has achieved the best safety outcomes over the past 30 years. So this is why eSafety has written and publicly published 2 papers that lay out what good codes would look like and distribute safety responsibility and accountability up and down the technology stack. We don't expect the industry will achieve all of these safety outcomes, but have expected them to move beyond the status quo. Again, the standard I need to consider is if the registered codes meet appropriate community safeguards. If I do, I register and enforce them. If they don't, the Act says I may draft industry standards. So under Section 137 of the OSA, industry codes that I register do not require further parliamentary or regulatory scrutiny. If Parliament wants to change that through the Online Safety Act review, they can do so. But the review actually recommends that Australia come more in line with global regulatory best practice, more akin to the codes development approach adopted by the UK, Singapore, Ireland, and the rest of Europe in terms of having regulator-developed codes. Australia's co-regulatory approach is considered middle of the road. It's also important to note that standards are subject to parliamentary scrutiny and disallowance, as occurred last year in the phase 1 of the process for the res and dis sectors, so the relevant electronic services and the designated internet services code. And this requires additional human rights assessments as well as an extensive regulatory impact statement. The decision to split the codes into 2 phases was made jointly with industry in July 2021 to manage a very complex process across multiple sectors. Because many of the industry players already had technology systems and processes in place around TVEC and child sexual abuse material, and this content is illegal in most jurisdictions, it was through that we jointly decided to tackle the worst of the worst first. We certainly learned a lot from the phase 1 illegal codes process that took almost 4 years to complete. As a result, our phase 2 position paper was more detailed around our expectations around appropriate community safeguards. And there's some really important protections in these codes to protect under 18s from exposure to explicit violence, pornography, disordered eating, suicidal ideation, and self-harm content. This includes text-based outputs for chatbots and AI companions. Now, I asked the industry to strengthen this DIS code in March of this year, and no other country has any of these kinds of provisions in place. So I'm really, really pleased that industry came to the table and I was able to register that code. As a result, we've been able to register 9 industry codes in relatively short order with comprehensive safeguards, including protections for privacy, as the Information Commission will outline. The search engine code in particular provides important protections on services which host many children's first accidental or incidental exposure to pornography. Our own research found that 58% of young Australians under 13 had encountered pornography unintentionally, often by using a search engine on the internet. This accidental and in-your-face exposure to pornography, by children's own words, were described by them as confronting and disturbing. So while the SES code categorically does not require every Australian to sign in and use ID to browse the internet, it will blur search results showing pornography or extreme violence to those not signed in, and will redirect those seeking out suicide instructional material to Australian-based mental health helplines instead. These requirements codify existing practice and are measured, responsible, and compassionate, as the Australian community requires. I'd also note that these measures are becoming standard globally. And importantly, adults who wish to view adult material can do so at their leisure. So there's much to clarify around the code, so I didn't get to the social media minimum age bill, but I'm sure you have plenty of questions. So one thing that is worth clarifying following discussion today is that you shouldn't have to log in and provide your children's data and allow companies to monetize your children for them to be considered safe. Logged out experiences can and should be made safer, and we believe that the registered codes will help reinforce that harmful content for under 18s must be prevented from being served even to logged out users. And so I'll just end my remarks by reinforcing that it's all of these tools working together around education, prevention, safety by design, codes and standards, mandatory transparency powers, and the social media delay that will help contribute to a safer online environment. No single instrument or intervention will help us achieve all of these aims. We need a holistic approach, which is precisely what eSafety is seeking to do. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm sure we've got a lot of questions. I just want to start off with asking, we obviously had Google in front of us today. Have Google and YouTube confirmed whether they think they're in the ban or not?
They made they've written us 2 letters saying they do not think that they are in the ban. They are a video sharing platform. The problem with that is, there is a definition around age-restricted social media platforms, and the 2 exemptions apply to messaging platforms and online gaming platforms. Video sharing platforms don't fit into either of them. So we sent them a letter with our preliminary assessment last week. We expect to have a response next week, and in that letter, we went step by step through each sort of explanation around sole or primary purpose, and indicated that our preliminary assessment was that YouTube is in because of a collection of different social media functions, but that YouTube Kids and Google Classroom would be out due to the education exemptions and the fact that YouTube Kids didn't allow social interaction. But there are a lot of social media interactive tools, not to mention recommender systems, endless scroll, and other functions and features on YouTube that we think put it in the category of age-restricted social media platform. And I'd also note that in the codes processes, YouTube designated itself a social media site for the purposes of developing the codes.
So they've written back to you, they've written 2 letters back to you since you sent them the self-assessment form. Is that correct?
We sent them the self-assessment form. They sent one back saying they didn't think they were covered. We've had subsequent meetings with them. I said, if you have any more additional data that you could give us that could help us with our analysis, that would be great. I did meet with their president of Global Public Affairs at the Googleplex, as well as their age assurance teams. I asked them to give us as much data as they could so that we could do a fair and fulsome analysis. None of that was forthcoming, so we did our preliminary assessment, sent that to them last week, and we're giving them until the 16th of this, so Thursday of this week, to provide any further information. They can rebut it, they can agree with it.
Okay, so you've sent them your preliminary view and you've given them till the 16th to respond?
Yes.
Okay. And have you sent your preliminary view as to whether, for TikTok and Snapchat?
Yes, we have.
And
we found that TikTok is a social media age-restricted service. They did not disagree. We found the same with Snapchat, that they are not they were not exempted as a messaging service. With that, they do not agree. We had conversations with them today that the minister joined us for, and we asked them to provide us very specific information so that, again, this was a preliminary assessment. We're working with the explanation that was given to us. We can't apply a harms or risk-based lens to this. It has to be strictly through the rules that were applied. So we had some specific recommendations about some data that would be helpful to us.
What about, obviously there's this issue around exemptions for gaming platforms. Gaming platforms are often used by young people to socially engage with each other. So how come it's not considered to be social media?
Well, like Xbox Live, for example.
Or Discord.
Well, so this is a feature of the social media minimum age legislation. You'll recall, Senator, that we had discussions at the beginning, the beach analogy and fencing the ocean and all of that stuff. And there are a real genuine concern, but that particularly marginalized communities and children who feel more themselves online and feel like they could find their tribe and that this was their digital lifeline. I think, the Parliament did listen. And say we don't want to cut off a child's digital lifeline, so we will create exemptions for messaging and gaming platforms. But I've also been at pains to say, just because they're not captured by the social media minimum age restrictions doesn't mean they're safe platforms. And that's why we've been using our codes, for instance, to extract some more safety commitments from Roblox, for example. And we haven't made a final determination on Roblox and Discord. You'll be hearing more from us this week about what we refer to as a dynamic list that will change, because companies are changing their features and functionality all the time, which might mean that they're out today, but they could be in tomorrow. OpenAI last week just launched a new social media app called Sora with AI-generated social media functionality. I was there 2 weeks ago, and they never mentioned that this was, on the boil. So I've sent them the regulatory guidance and our assessment tool.
Commissioner, so you are playing whack-a-mole. That's the job you've been given. Everybody says it's a next to impossible job, but you're effectively saying you're playing whack-a-mole and you're going to keep playing whack-a-mole, and it's your job.
This is a dynamic field, and I guess you could characterize it that way. But I guess what I want to finish saying is that you'll be seeing more from us on education for parents, for young people themselves, and for educators. And just because kids might be migrating to messaging sites or online gaming sites, as you would know, Senator, that doesn't mean it's necessarily a safer place, and it doesn't mean that human behaviors like image-based abuse and cyberbullying won't migrate there. Of course they will. We already know that a lot of online gaming platforms, when I was at Microsoft, I was working on Xbox Live. It was quite, they've really done a lot to improve the safety, but at the time I was working there, it was a pretty toxic place where griefing, which is a form of bullying in an online gaming space, was quite prominent.
Well, Kick is an online gaming platform, so Kick wouldn't be covered by this.
Potentially no. I've got to work with the definitions that I have, and it has been a complicated process. As I said, when I released my regulatory guidance, it has to be feasible, reasonable, and fair.
Have you, as the Commissioner based here in Australia, launched any action or investigations into Kick, given the deadly activities that Kick has promoted in France and the death of one of their users?
Yes, and I'm not sure if Mike Swarrick is on the call, but maybe Heidi will be able to answer that question. We've been engaging with Kick, and we've been engaging who actually deem themselves an age-restricted social media platform. We've also been engaging with ARCOM, which is the French regulator who is also issuing an investigation into Kick.
Now, obviously, this is a very distressing situation where one of their users was, carried out and participated in activities that were so abusive and so violent that he ended up dying basically on the live stream.
Thank you, Senator. I will add, yes, we did reach out to Kick and engaged with them on that. They removed the content and closed relevant accounts virtually immediately. We also took steps to have the content removed from other services where it had been replayed that were visible within Australia. So we issued removal notices in certain situations there as well. I will also note that, in fact, Kick had indicated to us that they consider themselves subject to the SMMA obligations, and our preliminary assessment does agree with that as well.
Were you shocked to learn that the Australian owner of Kick was one of the funders of the particular page of the man who died?
I was not aware of that. I'm not sure that.
Well, could I ask you? Engaging with them is one thing. We often hear how hard it is to hold these big tech platforms to account because they're offshore. This is an Australian-owned company, is an Australian billionaire, and the fact that this platform has created such a toxic environment, regardless of the age group that this is promoted at, it is disgusting and clearly harmful. And surely your commission has a job to shut this type of dangerous rubbish down.
We agree with you, and it's precisely why we're investigating the matter, and we're working with our French counterparts who issued an investigation first because it was one of their citizens. But I started reaching out to, I believe his name is Bijani, one of the co-owners, well over a year ago, before any of this came to light. So they have been on our radar for some time. And we, through our investigations and complaint schemes, have referred a number of harmful content and conduct to them that they have actioned. They do have a trust and safety team. What we're trying to assess right now is whether or not they are in compliance with our mandatory codes and standards, our phase 1 codes in this case.
Could I ask you to take on notice the relationship between Ed Craven, one of the co-founders and owner of this Kick, and whether there was any payments from him or any other owner in the company to the man's account to promote this type of abusive and what we now know is deadly behaviour?
Absolutely. Senator.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Commissioner, for you and the team coming to the inquiry today. We had evidence earlier today, I don't know if you heard it, from a number of organisations, youth advocacy and representative organisations, very concerned on behalf of those Australians who are under 16 who are going to have all of their social media accounts terminated on the 10th of December. Particular concern about young people in regional Australia who rely upon that for mental health support, for critical peer-to-peer support. We had concerns from multicultural community, from multicultural youth. They were particularly vulnerable to having their social media turned off on the 10th of December. How many young people are going to have their social media accounts turned off on the 10th of December or, you know, the subject of this come 10 December who are under 16?
Well, there are 2.5 million Australians between the ages of 8 and 15. That depends on which age-restricted social media companies are captured and how effectively they do that. But it's worth noting a few things. One, we have done deep consultation, and I'll have Kelly speak further to this with young people, and we have developed off our own bat a child's digital rights statement in terms of how we will try and implement this in the most compassionate, kind way possible. And one of those things that you'll be seeing later this week is content developed by young people for young people that talks about the types of things they need to do to download their archives and their memories, how to follow influencers on their websites, how to follow a number of mental health resources. We're currently working with Headspace, Beyond Blue, Reach Out, and Kids Helpline. We're making sure that they are providing mental health support, and they're reviewing all of the content that's going out to our education parents and young people as well. Do you want to talk about the consultation, Kelly, and how we've engaged young people throughout?
Well, I suppose rather than a prolonged answer on consultation, which I'm happy to have on notice, we had Headspace here. They weren't aware of what the strategy was, and they definitely don't have any funding to deal with it. We had young people here saying they don't know what's going to happen to young people's accounts. It sounds to me, Commissioner, from what you're saying is, unless young people actively download all of their data, all of their photos, all of their memories, that they're likely to see them all just deleted and lost come 10 December. Is that the brutal reality of it?
Well, let me just first say that it was Jason Trethawan, who's the CEO of Headspace, who reached out to me and said, we in the Big Four want to work with you and help you. And so we've got a working group together. That doesn't mean everybody in Headspace, including those who testified today, are familiar with or engaged in that effort, but that is happening. In terms of, it will depend. What we've said in our regulatory guidance is that a company may either deactivate or remove the content. My sense is, in talking to the companies, that most companies will want to deactivate. And what that means is they'll have considerable storage requirements. But when that particular child turns 16, it means they can hold their handle and keep their data and their photos and their memories and all those things.
But you've given the opportunity to them to remove as well. They can just delete if they choose.
Right. Well, I've been following the language of the legislation.
I was just going to say, I believe the regulatory guidance indicates that services should give account holders the option of whether they would rather it be deleted or deactivated. That way, young people who don't want their data retained by a service can have it deleted, and those who want to maintain it for future reactivation can have it reactivated. But ultimately, it's a matter for the service.
And of course, this is going to kick in just before Christmas holidays, and I suppose it's not your job to fill the gap for those peer-to-peer support and the mental health support. But what we heard from young people and advocates earlier today is there's going to be a huge gap, a massive gap for somewhere up to 2.5 million young people who are currently relying upon social media for that peer-to-peer support, for some of that mental health support. Have you heard from anybody how that huge gap is going to be filled?
You'll be seeing more from us later this week. It's been our experience over the past 10 years, and I think you do know we have a broad, probably one of the most comprehensive online safety and digital literacy websites in the world. We've developed this bespoke content that will be going out very soon, but we also know if it goes out too early, then people read it and they forget about it. If it goes out too late, obviously that doesn't help them. This is going out about 2 months before the policy is going to come in place, which we have found over the years is the right period of time. So it's everything, and we'll be following this up with webinars and seminars, and it's how-to guides and conversation starters and sort of FAQs. You will see this. We already have quite a bit of information on our social media hub. There will be more coming, a lot more coming later this week.
Commissioner, I'm just going to leave the irony of reaching out to young people on social media about their social media accounts about to be terminated. I'll just leave that hanging. But could I ask you, did you hear Mr. Corby's evidence? Did you hear Mr. Corby's evidence about how the data breach in relation to Discord and what we now know to be some 2.1 million government IDs a part of Discord's, were hacked as part of Discord's age verification process, that this was reviews and appeals from their third-party age verification contractor. Can you give us some assurance that nothing like that would happen in Australia?
First of all, I think if you speak to Discord or if you look to their blog, it was a third party. This was the same ransomware group that targeted Qantas. It was through an appeals process. It wasn't, as I understand it, as a result of their use of facial age estimation themselves. But that will be a question that I think is probably more appropriate for Carly Kind. The Privacy Commissioner will be joining later. You will note that two of our key principles in the regulatory guidance is data minimizing and privacy preserving. So this is not good for anyone. Well, I cannot give any guarantees. The good thing about this co-regulatory model with the Privacy Commissioner is she's just put out very robust advice. We've been working together for a number of months to make sure that there's symbiosis between that, and there will be significant fines for those who mishandle data.
I'm going to have to share the call. Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, good afternoon. I'm just wanting to hear more about your meeting with TikTok and the Minister today. Can you please detail what happened in that meeting?
We talked about the letter that I sent them and that they are an age-restricted social media site. There's not much more I can tell you. I am waiting for a response to my letter, which I've already tabled and said we'll get to the committee under Senate estimates, and that will be coming soon. They were very short conversations. The Minister wanted to have the opportunity to reinforce what the government's position was, and reinforce what the policy intent was to prevent children from accessing social media until they were 16, as well as the deceptive and harmful design features that they can't see and they're powerless to fight against.
So this letter we did request last week. Is it possible to have that tabled today?
I can check with my parliamentary team and see what's possible.
Yes, please. So what are the grounds on which TikTok is pushing back on being caught up in the social media ban, or are they suggesting that they shouldn't be part of it, or what's their representations to you and the Minister precisely?
They agreed that they're an age-restricted social media platform. That's correct, Kelly? No?
Okay, and so if they agree, what was the substance of the conversations today? Are they raising objections at all, or concerns, or...?
I think... what I would say broadly is no company who is delivering social media content or videos or functionality to under 16s here. They see that as a very valuable population that they want to continue to monetize. And so many platforms will be looking at ways that they could meet different exemptions. And part of, for instance, a messaging exemption and what might this look like. We and the Minister have been very clear about the policy intent of the age-restricted social media platforms, that it is meant to provide a delay to young people from joining companies where there are deceptive and harmful design features like snap streaks or endless scroll, or recommender systems and send them down rabbit holes, and to really build their digital resilience and literacy over that key period between the ages of 13 and 16.
Okay, so can I just be clear? Is TikTok seeking an exemption to the social media ban?
We haven't received their letter yet responding to our preliminary assessment. That will be due on December 16th, where they will put their case to us.
Did they put that case to you in their meeting with you and the Minister today?
Not in a fulsome manner.
In a half fulsome manner, Commissioner?
I think they would like to try on the idea of a stripped down service like so let's think about YouTube. They're competing with YouTube Shorts, right? And YouTube Shorts can be viewed in a logged out state. I assume that TikTok Shorts or TikTok videos can be viewed in that logged out state as well. Again, none of the companies like the viewing from a logged out state because they can't monetize that 2.5 million number of young people, nor can they build their pipeline for the future. I wasn't given any other details. I asked them to provide details if they thought there was going to be a logged out experience that might sit outside the age-restricted social media site definition, but I haven't seen a proposal yet, neither has the Minister, and I can't consider something I haven't seen in writing.
Okay, so can I, just to be clear, was TikTok suggesting to you that they can just provide short-form videos in a logged-out state and basically encourage all of their users under 16 to get around the ban? Is that what they're suggesting?
They did not suggest that specifically. I have had a number of discussions with companies that have asked what a stripped-down service might look like. I have said very specifically, no other site, whether it was considered a messaging site or not, could simply shunt over a group of under 15s to another platform, to another site, without having a complete assessment of that kind of service. And that would require both explicit consent and likely parental consent. So every time we have a conversation with a company that says, what if we do this? And what if we do that? And I can say that every company has raised the prospect of some kind of workaround or end run.
Yeah, so Commissioner, sorry to cut in here, and we just have very limited time. So just to be clear, is it the case that TikTok was suggesting that they have a workaround option, allowing users to view videos in a logged out state would mean that they basically young people would skirt the social media ban altogether?
They do not have anything built yet. And I said to them, we would need to be able to look at it and see what it looked like in writing and through a description before I could do an assessment. I can't do an assessment through a conversation or on the fly,
No,
right?
I'm not asking for this assessment. What I'm asking for is that what TikTok suggested, that they want to provide to users the ability to view short-form videos in a logged-out state?
They didn't specifically say in a logged-out state.
Okay, so they are saying that they would like to provide users with the ability under 16 to view short-form videos and not be caught by the social media ban?
I think every platform that is caught by the social media ban would like to be named in the exemption. But yes, that was how I read. That is how I read the conversation, and I said I couldn't make a determination. We could not do assessment until we saw specific technical details.
Thank you. I appreciate very much you clarifying that, Commissioner. Was there a meeting today with you and the Minister and Meta?
Yes.
And can you tell me what happened in that meeting and also who attended?
That was a very short meeting. We were expecting more of the decision makers from the US, with whom I just met a couple of weeks ago, and it was two local Australian public policy and government relations representatives who were not decision makers at the headquarters level, nor particularly technical. I would say with Meta, they agreed that Facebook, Instagram, and Threads are age-restricted social media platforms. One of their major concerns, which I don't think they've made a secret, was that they were concerned about a provision called 63F, which deals with privacy. And one of my first questions to them was, I hope you feel a better sense of clarity that the Privacy Commissioner put out very robust, very clear regulatory guidance indicating that, using age assurance information for the sole purpose of updating their classifiers would still be permissible. I will let the Privacy Commissioner talk about the bounds or the restrictions around that. I think she will be interested in, she as in Mia, who runs the public policy team, sitting down jointly with e-safety, with the Privacy Commissioner, or possibly the Department of Infrastructure and the Attorney Generals to make sure they get absolute clarity on what they can and can't do.
So, Commissioner, in raising 63F, the privacy provision, was Meta suggesting that they couldn't comply with the social media ban because of privacy restrictions? So could you just very frankly
they were not saying that. They were saying, I would say that Meta is further along than most other companies in terms of putting the technology systems and processes in place to achieve compliance. The question for them was whether they use third-party age assurance providers or whether they utilize their own proprietary tools. Before the clarification from the Privacy Commissioner, I think they were leaning more towards using a third-party solution. Again, I think they will be seeking more clarity from us and specifically from the OAIC to determine what their compliance path is moving forward.
Commissioner, thank you. Look, we have so many questions. I know we've got limited time. Can you...
Senator Henderson, can I just make sure that I clarify something that you said? I just want to make abundantly clear that the codes, all of the codes are industry-developed codes.
Yes, we had very good evidence to that effect.
Okay, good.
There was very strong criticism about industry writing its own codes, and we heard that evidence earlier on this afternoon. I totally appreciate that. But look, we've also heard a lot of evidence that the social media ban does not go to the heart of stopping harms online. That young people can get around these social media bans either operating in a logged out state or logging onto a VPN. And I guess my concern is, and I know others have shared these concerns, and we've heard some very compelling evidence today, that this regime is not going to the heart of minimising harmful content online. And can I ask you to briefly respond to that?
Yeah, that's precisely what the Phase 2 codes are meant to do, is to restrict under 18s from seriously harmful content, and for the Phase 1 codes, illegal content. The social media age restriction bill is about restricting under 16s access from having or holding an account. And again, so they can't be monetized, so they can't be served data, so they don't fall under the spell of deceptive and harmful design features. So they're designed to do different things. There's obviously the policy intent is also to create normative change so that parents can say, hey, I'm not telling you, you can never be on social media, just not yet. And, they won't have the FOMO or the problem that they have today, that they're being excluded by their peers who are online.
Look, I'm going to have to ask you to take this on notice amongst some other questions, but could you please review the evidence of Mr. Levy from Coria, who gave compelling evidence that safety technology is available in other countries, particularly to schools, and there are huge limitations on accessibility by either parents or children to safety technology, which are being made available to businesses and commercially, but not to young people, and that is having a massive impact on their safety. So could I ask you to review that evidence?
Senator, obviously he is a vendor who has a vested interest in ensuring that technology based on devices, which he sells and is a good technology.
Because I've got to share the call around. He made a very specific point. This is not just about my company. This is about the fact that other companies are not able to access this. And more importantly, that parents can't access it, Commissioner. Parents can't access this safety technology.
That is not correct, Senator. There are so many parental controls that parents can access. The Apple screen time are very accessible. These are one of the primary issues we've talked to Mr. Levy about, which is important just to clarify, is that they would like to have space on other companies' operating systems. We have told them repeatedly that this is an ACCC or a competition issue. We, as the safety regulator, cannot force a Microsoft or a Google or an Apple to put Quoria on their phones or their platforms. So I understand the issue, and I do understand it's an impediment, but we do have a code that deals with safety-based, for equipment manufacturers, and we did pay attention to what the AAT said there. And so there will be more options, but it's not right to say that parents and schools don't have the options to use safety technologies. A number of them do.
To be very clear, to the same extent as other children in other countries.
I think the Commissioner can take it.
Evidence,
the Commissioner can take it on.
Please take
that on notice.
Take it on notice.
Thanks, Chair.
We are well over time, and Commissioner, you've taken a few questions on notice. I'm sure there'll be other bits and pieces. We're glad that you got a meeting with Meta and Snapchat and TikTok, because they refused to come to our hearing today, but we're going to be rectifying that.
I didn't ask about Snapchat.
Did you meet with Snapchat today?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We appreciate your time and your office's time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Could we please welcome to the table representatives from the Department of Communications and the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner.
So the Information Commissioner or the Privacy Commissioner is on video conference?
They can.
Officials are in person.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Chisholm, you haven't had enough of us this week? I think you're over here. Thank you. And we now have our departmental officers and the Australian Information Commissioner online. You all know the drill in terms of parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses, and our senators know the rules around asking questions of officers of the Commonwealth. What we'll do, Mr Chisholm, if you could just introduce your team, give us your full names and capacities, and then we can go. I don't know if you've got an opening statement, otherwise we'll go straight to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. James Chisholm, Deputy Secretary, Communications and Media Group, Department of Infrastructure and Communications. I'll leave Hansard to pick up the rest. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah Vandenbroek, First Assistant Secretary, Digital Platforms, Safety and Classification Division.
Thank you.
Anthea Fell, Assistant Secretary, Online Safety Branch.
Thank you.
Nolan Nawang, Director in the Online Safety Branch.
Great. And Information Commissioner?
Thanks, Senator. Carly Condom, the Australian Privacy Commissioner in lieu of the Information Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll go straight to questions, and I'll start first with the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's one question with a few facets to it, but it's been the primary focus of my inquiry today, and that's how we measure the efficacy of regulatory interventions in this space. There are a number of reviews built into the legislation and the regulations, but what I'm concerned to understand is how do we measure whether certain interventions have been effective, and how do we measure whether they have had unintended consequences in terms of the welfare of younger Australians, and then how do we compare those two things in terms of balancing, for want of a better word, it's not quite a cost benefit, but which has had the bigger impact in terms of reducing harm to younger Australians in the online environment?
Thank you, Senator. I'm happy to start with a couple of comments and invite the team to add to that. In relation to online safety in particular, I think it requires a suite of measures to tackle what we're concerned about, what the government is concerned about. Obviously, at the most extreme level, the existence of content that could be described as abhorrent and disturbing, which no child should be exposed to online, and which they are exposed to very readily now, in fact within seconds, should they choose to find it, or it be provided to them algorithmically based on searches that they wouldn't have thought would necessarily generate this content, but does. So there is obviously a basic and fundamental position here expressed in the age limits law, which is focused on ensuring that children under 16 do not have social media accounts because of the exposure to that harm, and that the platforms themselves that are within the definitions and which have been confirmed to date are also undertaking efforts to improve the content that is available to users via other mechanisms. So age limits plus codes, particularly the Phase 1 and Phase 2 codes, which go to questions of already illegal content, but also content that's not illegal but which is not appropriate for children, such as pornography. And then, of course, the broader suite of measures that were recommended by the Online Safety Act review, including, and these are issues that we are considering at the moment.
Mr Chisholm, we are really tight on time,
yes.
So brevity is...
Of course, sorry, Chair.
The soul of wit.
But if short... Sorry.
But I guess, and if it's easier to take this on notice, I'm happy for that too. It's really about how do we measure this in a couple of years? How do we get to the point where we say this intervention made children safer online or increased welfare overall within a cohort of people under the age of 16, or it didn't? Or put another way, we have a safer online environment than we did as a result of these measures, and here are the metrics, or here are the ways we measure that outcome as we come down the pike. But I am conscious other senators have a number of questions, so I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
I'll just give the short answer here that we have been working with the Safety Commissioner on the baseline data that they already have, and then the data that will be captured periodically once the ban comes into effect. So there will be, I believe it's planned for quarterly data capture from the major platforms to see how those trends evolve over time and to monitor it. And we are required to do a review of to start a review of the legislation within 2 years of it going live, and that can be started earlier than the 2-year point if we're seeing anything that needs to be addressed sooner.
Thank you.
And I might just add, Senator, the Safety Commissioner has already started the process to evaluate the impacts of the social media minimum age, and they've partnered with Stanford University and have stood up a research program in order to study the impacts.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gosh. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just wanted to ask Ms Kind, what are you doing to ensure that companies not based in Australia will fully comply with privacy principles? Just bearing in mind, I'm particularly concerned about how you will work with the Safety Commission to ensure that people's privacy and the storage of their private information is not in any way compromised.
Thank you, Senator Henderson, for the question. The OAIC has a lot of familiarity with regulating companies based outside of Australia because the Privacy Act already has some extraterritorial application. So it captures businesses not only based in Australia, but any carrying on business in Australia, which is a wider scope. So we already regulate companies based partially or wholly outside of Australia. And we do that using the same tools that we regulate the Australian regulated community. This, of course, is an extension of that. It already covers many of the entities that are already within our regulatory remit, including social media platforms. And in order to make sure we're able to continue doing that in an effective way, we will, of course, be working very closely with the E-Safety Commissioner, as she mentioned in the preceding session. Our teams are meeting at least weekly, if not more frequently, and have done for many months now. And we're in conversations about how to set up information sharing schemes once the system becomes live in December.
So what are the provisions in place for any data collected under the social media age minimum changes, all the 8 codes in place and being developed? So how is the privacy of Australians going to be properly protected? You say you've got some extraterritorial reach. I would put to you that your extraterritorial reach is quite limited, and that is the biggest issue. So how can you guarantee that the private data of young Australians will not be compromised?
Not just young Australians.
Oh, and all Australians. Older Australians like including Senator Shoebridge.
I don't want special protection.
I'm being a bit cheeky.
Indeed, Senator Shoebridge is correct that this scheme will affect every Australian, not just younger Australians, in terms of the collection of personal information. Both the Privacy Act, as written, continues to apply, and then there are new privacy protections in the social media minimum age scheme. Those, generally speaking, relate to purpose limitations. So entities who are collecting information for the purposes of assuring age have to use that information only for very narrow and targeted purposes, including with the consent of the user. And then it also requires them to destroy any information collected for age assurance purposes once they've done using it for the purposes for which it was collected. So there are additional privacy protections that are brought in through the Online Safety Act to this scheme. In terms of guaranteeing, I'm afraid, Senator, I can't guarantee anything. The OAIC is committed to ensuring that this scheme is robustly regulated from a privacy perspective. And we have, for example, met with many of the companies, platforms who will be covered by the scheme. We've developed regulatory guidance that was published last week. And more broadly, we have been taking an enforcement-focused approach to regulating generally. We saw the first civil penalties awarded under the Privacy Act just last week against Australian clinical laboratories, and we'll continue to take that robust approach to send the message to entities that this isn't a blank check for the collection of personal information, and that we will be ensuring that they do comply with those stronger privacy protections.
So how much time do the big tech companies have to dispose of that information, and how is that audited? We heard We heard earlier at the Age Verification Providers Association have very high standards in terms of the auditing of the disposal of private information. How will those processes and practices be audited so Australians can be guaranteed that private information won't be maintained?
It's a good question, Senator. The obligation is placed on the entities to ensure that they meet the requirement to destroy information they no longer need, meeting the various thresholds in the Act.
So sorry to cut in, I'm just being quick. So in terms of auditing the requirements of these companies, do you have any powers to audit what they're meant to do under the Act?
We don't. We don't have a supervisory authority in the context of this Act, and we don't have an assessments power, which we do have in respect of other statutory regimes. We have the ability to receive complaints from individuals, and we have the ability to act on intelligence and information where we see there may be interferences with privacy occurring. We can then compel access to information and exercise our range of normal regulatory powers.
But Ms Kind, surely that is
we don't have a monitoring role with respect to this.
Ms Kind, surely that is a major issue. If you can't verify and examine whether companies are complying with their privacy obligations, then surely they can be as cowboys as much as they like, and there's nothing that you can do about it. So have you addressed this issue with the government? Have you made submissions or raised your concerns? And if so, could we please have a copy of those concerns and that correspondence and any other briefing notes that you have produced in relation to this issue? Because this is a massive gap in the common sense enforceability of these provisions.
If I could just clarify that, we of course have the ability to take enforcement action to investigate non-compliance, but we don't have a kind of monitoring or a supervisory role. So we're not checking in proactively to make sure they're complying. We are responding to possible contraventions of the Act as we do in other respects. It is something that we raised during the...
So in other words, you are waiting, or you are required to wait until the privacy breach has occurred before you can act. And you do not have the tools to act proactively. The tools of enforcement should include the ability to audit and to check these companies are doing the right thing. So I say, did you raise your concerns with the Minister or with the government more broadly?
Yes, during the drafting the legislation, it's something that we raised with the department.
And could you please provide on notice the details of what you submitted to the department, and were your concerns not heard?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, exactly the communications that we had at the time.
We've got to move it.
Yeah, and on notice, Mr Chisholm, could you provide any details about why the Privacy Commissioner's concerns were not reflected in the legislation, including any interactions that you have with the Privacy Commissioner? Sorry, I can't hold on to the call.
Just to clarify that there are new privacy restrictions in the reforms that strengthen what is already there.
So, Mr Chisholm,
Mr Chisholm,
that wasn't my question.
We've asked you to take it on notice. We're going to rotate the call. Senator Shoebridge.
Well, first of all, Commissioner Kind, nobody blames you for the lack of statutory powers. You deal the hand you've been dealt by Parliament, and I'd say the same to the E-Safety Commissioner. But could I just, in terms of your budget to do prosecutions, what's your annual budget to do prosecutions to enforce the Privacy Act?
We, in the financial year 25-26, I believe, our budgeted litigation expenditure, our budgeted legal expenditure is $2.5 million. We do have a range of specific funds to support litigation, and we do, I want to make clear, have some specific funding under this regime as well. So it's not that we haven't been resourced around enforcement.
Well, to be quite frank, if you're talking about holding multi-billion-dollar multinational organisations to account, you couldn't commence one prosecution against them with a budget of $2.5 million or you couldn't in good conscience commence one. And I suppose that's the reality that many people see when we hear statements from the government about, well, we will be tough and we'll be prosecuting and we'll be upholding our privacy laws. The truth of the matter is you have $2.5 million a year to do that. And for many people, that's a bit of a paper tiger, given the kind of organisations like X and others that you're trying to deal with, isn't it?
I think that's right, Senator. I think probably the question of how much many of these companies have to spend on litigation is how long is a piece of string. And in that sense, a larger budget wouldn't necessarily aid us. I think we have to draw on a range of regulatory tools, including communication, guidance, engagement with the entities themselves, as well as enforcement and litigation.
And when it comes to some of the scale of the privacy concerns with age verification, we just got a lesson of it with Discord. And we heard earlier from Mr Corby that, you know, it's something like 2.1 million government IDs have been hacked because they were there and able to be hacked through the appeals process, the reviews process for age verification that Discord was using. Were you aware that that related to age verification? And, you know, what sort of guarantees can you give that that same kind of data hacking won't happen with age verification here?
My understanding is that I will engage with the substance of your question, but just to clarify that my understanding is that the breach wasn't with respect to the third-party age assurance provider. It was with respect to a IT provider that was managing appeals, and that those documents had been provided on appeal, not in the first instance.
That's what I said.
Yes. Yep. I anticipate that the likelihood of that occurring, if entities comply with the provisions in the Online Safety Act, specifically Section 63F, is much lower, as Section 63F requires those documents to be destroyed once they've been used for an age assurance purpose.
But how do you know they weren't being used by Discord for the purposes of the review? The reviews were ongoing. The documents were being held for the purposes of the review. It seems to me that the legislative protections, if you could call them that here, would still permit that to happen.
It doesn't stop
It's correct that the obligation to destroy only kicks in once the purpose has been...
And these were the subject of ongoing reviews. So none of those, the so-called protections here wouldn't have stopped it, would they?
The only thing I can say is that the Act additionally says that providers have to enable some other form, not just government ID, for the purpose of age assurance. So it may be that...
maybe their biometric data, maybe some other critical things about their personal data. I mean, it's the same fundamental problem. If they're holding it for the purpose of age verification, it's this massive honeypot for hackers to go for, isn't it?
You're right, Senator, that you can't lose data that you don't hold at all. So that is absolutely an inherent risk in collecting any personal information.
Yeah. While I have you, Ms. Kind, what is the Privacy Commissioner doing in relation to this latest data breach of Qantas? We've had the Optus one, now we're on to the Qantas one.
Indeed. Thank you, Senator. We're receiving many complaints from very concerned members of the Australian public, and we've also received a representative complaint from Maurice Blackburn solicitors. We're currently considering those. I can say that Qantas have completed to our approval their requirements under the Notifiable Data Breaches Scheme, and they've properly notified affected Australians. We're now considering whether to take further action with respect to the underlying causes of the breach.
Mm-hmm. And has the government sought your counsel in terms of what the government could be doing, if any, in relation to forcing any form of compensation from Qantas to their customers?
My relationship with the Attorney General's Department is one in which our independence as a regulator is highly respected, so there hasn't been conversations in that respect. More generally, we're discussing the potential for Privacy Act reform to strengthen the privacy protections for Australians.
Thank you. And if compensation was to be forced, who, just for clarity's sake, who's in charge of making that call?
So we at the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner have a power to order compensation if we find an interference with privacy is established after an investigation. And we can also now, after the reforms, Privacy Act reforms that were advanced in 2024, seek an order in the courts as to compensation as well. So we have multiple methods for compensation to be awarded under the Privacy Act, but they would only be subsequent to any investigation and finding of breach. And if I might just make clear that just the fact of a data breach having occurred doesn't in and of itself mean that there has been a breach of privacy laws.
So you're currently investigating and that's a live discussion then?
We're currently considering whether to investigate, Senator.
You're currently considering whether to investigate?
Correct.
Well, haven't we known about this breach for quite some time?
Yes, and we've been considering all of the information we have about the breach. But as I said, just because a breach has occurred doesn't mean that there was any contraventions of the Privacy Act that led to the breach. So we have to first be satisfied that there's a prima facie case that there may be an interference with privacy for us to investigate before we commit those resources.
I mean, I understand that, but I think Australians would be shocked. I mean, the millions of Australians whose data has been now put onto the dark web for people to use, and this is both adults and minors, would be shocked if there wasn't a clear somebody clearly in their corner fighting for their rights.
And that's absolutely one of the considerations we're taking into account. The public expectations, the community interest around this matter is one of the factors we'll certainly take into consideration.
Okay. Just on the matter of if you could take this on notice, we'd like to know how many Australians were impacted by the Discord data breach. If you've got access to that information, we'd like that on. If you've got it now, great, but otherwise take it on notice.
I don't have it before me, so I'm happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. And Senator Smith, lucky last question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a question on notice for officials from the Department of Communications. Just curious to know, in some evidence we heard this afternoon, the importance or the centrality of interoperability as a policy lever was raised by one of the witnesses, and I was wondering if you could just provide some information to the committee to what extent interoperability was considered and what limitations you might be aware of in regards to better deployment of interoperability as a policy lever. So thank you very much for that, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. We could have had you here for much longer, but of course time is always a problem. Thank you for being here and making time today, and especially after the long hours that you put in last week. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Hansard. This now concludes our session today. Hansard and Broadcasting, thank you, and our Secretariat and Secretariat staff, thank you. Fellow Senators, I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Chair.